Chapter 524. 9 great suns shined brilliantly, but they didn't dazzle the eyes at all. There wasn't any burning heat, only endless warmth. Bathing in the sunlight, one felt as if they were soaking in a hot spring. Their entire body was warm and faint traces of heat constantly fused into their bodies. Qin Yu silently felt the warm energy spread through his body, his heart shaking. This strange energy could actually simultaneously nourish the mortal body, magic power, and soul. Although the amount was small and the degree of improvement was almost imperceptible, if it were accumulated over time, the increase would be considerable. Moreover, the entire Holy Land's small world was filled with rich heaven and earth spiritual strength that nearly condensed into mist. With such a cultivation environment, it was no wonder that countless people were willing to become servants in order to join the demonic path. The demonic path's holy land forbids any noise. Everyone, follow the directions and enter the designated area. Once everyone has arrived, we will send you away. External Affairs Protector Shin frowned, a gloomy look in his eyes. The great figures had decided to recruit nearly 2,000 disciples, so they naturally had their own considerations. Protector Shin didn't dare to express any dissatisfaction, but the sudden increase in work had left him battered and exhausted for the past several days, so he naturally wasn't in a good mood. He had originally only prepared for 200 new disciples, but now it had increased by 10 times. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he still wouldn't have enough time in several days. Without any other choice, Protector Shin could only temporarily select a batch of houses that he had prepared as rewards for outstanding disciples in the last great examination. Because of this, he had received no small amount of complaints. If there were some outstanding characters in this batch of disciples, Protector Shin would feel a bit better. At the very least, he would be able to form a good relationship with them today. Perhaps they would be of great use in the future. But look, all you could see were crooked melons and cracked dates. It was simply a tragic sight. He really couldn't understand why the lords would accept such trash. This was simply dragging down the overall quality of the demonic path. In truth, this was also the attitude held by the vast majority of cultivators in the demonic path. Therefore, after the initial excitement, shock, and joy, the high-spirited newbies subconsciously shrank their necks when they were stared at by unfriendly gazes, and they obediently landed on the ground. The first 3 batches of people were all here, and the earliest batch had already waited for over 2 hours. From this, it could be seen that they didn't regard these new disciples as anything special at all. Qin Yu smiled inwardly. Indeed, bullying the weak and fearing the strong was a fine traditional virtue. Even in the demonic path, it was a widespread inheritance. He closed his eyes and meditated. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve. At the same time, he began to think about how he would act after entering the demonic path. The truth was that the main theme had already been set. If Qin Yu wanted to rise up as soon as possible and obtain enough authority to become a pivotal figure in the demonic path, he needed to display a sufficiently outstanding performance. Thus, he couldn't keep a low profile. It was just that with the appearance of the demon blood crystals, there were many people that were secretly harboring evil intentions. If he continued to maintain a high profile, then it was likely that someone would grab hold of him. This matter must be carefully considered. There weren't many good men and women in the demonic path. If the demon blood crystal was exposed, then Qin Yu was sure that he would immediately be dismembered and then cleanly divided up by others. It had to be known that the demon blood crystal was still within his body. Although it was constantly nourishing his mortal body, at this rate of absorption, it would take at least 8 to 10 years for it to become his own. What a delightful yet headache-inducing matter. As Qin Yu was lost in thought, he was awakened by a loud rumble. The last batch of cultivators had arrived. He looked up into the skies. Ripples rose up in space as a giant disk squeezed out from within. In the next moment, everyone on the disk revealed shocked expressions. The cultivators to the left and right couldn't help but reveal looks of pride, as if they had forgotten that not too long ago, they were also like bumpkins. But now, Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to show that he was experienced and knowledgeable. He swept his eyes around and soon found the siblings Duan San and Duan Ji Yu. He frowned, revealing a cold intent. The fifth batch of cultivators flew off the disc. Duan San-er's figure shook and he nearly fell from the skies. Duan Jiyu quickly caught him, preventing him from suffering the tragic fate of falling to his death as soon as he entered the Holy Land. Even so, he still caused everyone to roar with laughter. Protector Shin's eyes twitched. Although this person was only wearing the clothes of a servant, the servants of a dignified demonic path Holy Land were all top figures. Yet, such a shameful thing had actually mixed in. Humph! With a cold snort, Protector Shin ordered his assistant to take care of the following matters. Then, he turned and left. If he continued to watch, he feared that his blood pressure would rise and his blood vessels would explode. Duan San-er's face flushed red with shame. "Master, I've lost face for you." Duan Jiyu tried to defend herself. "Big brother, it was clearly someone who deliberately injured you," Duan San-er shouted out. "Shut up." He could guess that the reason he was being targeted was because of Qin Yu. But now, his master had just entered the demonic path, so it wasn't appropriate for him to cause unnecessary trouble. However, some people clearly didn't want to see them leave like this. A new disciple walked over and coldly said, "Junior apprentice brother Yarobin, right? Your servant is too insolent to think that he would dare to offend me. Today, I only had one of my subordinates give him a small punishment. I hope that you will discipline him well. Next time, it won't be so simple." He spoke with an aggressive and arrogant attitude. Behind him, a tall and bald fellow with a fierce face grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth as if he didn't care at all. His words instantly attracted everyone's attention. After a moment of surprise, they immediately revealed looks of excitement. No matter what the reason was, it was fine as long as there was some fun to watch. Moreover, after entering the demonic path, as cultivators of the same generation, they were destined to compete with each other. If the two of them had a conflict because of this, they might be severely punished. Wouldn't that mean they could eliminate two competitors ahead of time? "Brother Yarobin, do something. They've already come knocking on our door, so how can we endure this? Erupt with your little universe and punch that guy's face to pieces. I'm optimistic about you." Duan San-er hurriedly said, "Master, it's just a small injury. There is no need to worry about it." Duan Jiyu bit her lips, her eyes full of anger. How was this a small injury? If it weren't for her big brother's quick reactions, he would have already been sent flying out of the transmission disc. That would have killed him. Qin Yu keenly discovered a flash of urgency in this Gong Yu's eyes. He really was doing this on purpose. After the Qi family, was there someone else who couldn't restrain themselves and wanted to attack him? Today's plan wasn't too clever, but these youths were proud and arrogant. If they were angered and a battle broke out on the first day, no matter what the reason was, they likely wouldn't end well. This person in front of him must have obtained some sort of promise so he wouldn't worry if something happened. If he was caught, the results wouldn't be good. His thoughts raced. After figuring everything out, Qin Yu's complexion returned to tranquility. His eyes were deep and faint. "Senior apprentice brother Gong, right? I have no idea whose dog you are today, but I'm sorry, but I will have to disappoint you today, because I won't come into conflict with you. But, I will remember you. In the future, there will be opportunities for fellow apprentices to get closer. What does senior apprentice brother Gong think?" Gong Zhen's complexion stiffened and anger flashed in his eyes. He clenched his teeth, preparing to forcefully attack and force Qin Yu to break the rules together with him. But, he saw Qin Yu turn and walk towards a demonic path cultivator. After a long time, he finally gave up. "Senior apprentice brother, if I had attacked just now, what would have been the result?" The demonic path cultivator revealed a strange look. He hesitated for a moment and said, "If a new disciple breaks the rules, the punishment is always heavy. If you had attacked, the best result would have been 50 strokes of the paddle and you would have to stay in the dungeon for some time." Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "Thank you for telling me, senior apprentice brother." The person chuckled several times. "There is no need to thank me. You should think about just who you have offended, otherwise it will be hard for you to have peace in the future." This person had good intentions. Qin Yu nodded and remembered his appearance. This person had been sent here to greet a group of mediocre new disciples. It seemed that this person hadn't been doing too well in the demonic path. If there was a chance in the future, Qin Yu didn't mind helping him out. Zhong Xian was very curious. How could a new boy be targeted by someone? Although he had warned him, he didn't believe that this calm boy would have a good ending. To dare to secretly plot against him on the first day, the person behind the scenes must be quite capable. Even if he could avoid it once or twice, could he avoid it every time? It was only a matter of time before he met with misfortune. But this sort of situation wasn't rare in the demonic path. He had only said a few words of advice on a whim and didn't place it in his heart. If Zhong Xian knew that the boy across from him was thinking of supporting him in the future, he wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. "All right, everyone follow me. We are going to your residences," Protector Shin's assistant gloomily said. He smacked his lips and couldn't help but curse, "What a bunch of lucky bastard." Because these residences had important uses, whether it was their location or the scale of construction, they were all very good. Many senior disciples found it difficult to obtain one, but now they had been given to these poor people. The assistant felt extremely unbalanced. They sped along the way, passing through mountains and rivers and across plains. The vastness of the demonic path's holy land was revealed to everyone. There were over 2,000 people here, attracting everyone's attention. After they learned that these were new disciples, the demonic path cultivators all revealed mocking expressions. So it was this bunch of good-for-nothings that had walked into Dog's Hit Luck. As they looked around, their lips curled up even more. They really were trash that had turned into dregs. An hour later, the group finally arrived at their destination. In front of them was a towering mountain. The mountain was tall and straight, exuding a cold and arrogant aura. The assistant was the first to land. He glanced around with a bit of reluctance in his eyes. This place should have been his own residence. He couldn't think about it, it hurt his heart. "As new disciples, you will be placed here. Starting from the foot of the mountain, the heaven and earth spiritual strength will gradually increase and the size of the residences will also increase. In order to be fair, the distribution of residences will be based on your cultivation. You will have to rely on your own ability." The assistant flicked his sleeves and a pure white crystal fell to the ground. "Strike this stone with all your strength and it will release red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple lights. The difficulty of the 7 colors will gradually increase. Let's begin according to the transmission order." The first new disciple to attack took a long time to gather his strength. With a loud shout, he punched out. The pure white crystal emitted a faint hum and a dark red color flashed across its surface. The assistant's lips twitched. He waved his hand, "The last one, stand at the back." The person turned and drew back in shame. Then came the second person. His performance was slightly better. Although he was also red, the color was much richer. He stood in front of the first person. Red, red, red. It was no wonder that he was looked down upon. It had to be known that even a Holy Land servant with a bit of strength could strike this testing stone. Ordinary disciples were at least orange, and it was normal for them to be yellow. But these people. Chapter 525. Before Qin Yu made his move, the one with the best performance was blue. Although his color was a bit dim, for better or worse he was still a 5th-grade disciple. This result was considered quite good even amongst the veteran demonic path disciples. Without accident, he would surely have some achievements in the future. The assistant revealed a smile. He whispered some words and agreed that once he settled down, everyone would come out to eat a meal and be intimate with each other. This scene caused everyone's eyes to heat up. But this was the cold and cruel reality. Those without strength would never obtain respect. Duan Jiyu looked at the newly promoted disciple who was trying his best to maintain his composure but couldn't hide it no matter what. She gently pursed her lips. She knew that this person was fierce and belonged to a master that she couldn't come into contact with before. But there was one thing she was sure of, and that was that her master was stronger than him. That night at Dawnperch Inn, she and her big brother had hidden in a room and witnessed the entire process of the old servant's appearance and escape. Although it seemed as if her master hadn't done anything at all, her big brother had told her that this was true fierceness. Duan Jiyu thought about it and agreed. To stand there without moving and then finally scare away the enemy, what could be called fierceness if that wasn't fierceness? What's more, she later heard the news that someone in the Qi family had died that night. It was someone extraordinary. From that day onwards, the shopkeeper uncle's attitude towards her master became even more respectful. What would her master do today? Duan Jiyu blinked her eyes, a bit of anticipation growing in her heart. Of course, part of the reason for this anticipation was to tell these people not to think of bullying her and her big brother anymore. They were following a very fierce master. In fact, Qin Yu's performance didn't disappoint Miss Duan. When it was his turn, he calmly stepped forward. His steps were steady and unhurried. The assistant glanced at him and then lowered his head. He picked at his nails, his expression listless. Early Blue Sea is still far from being called a revered. He's another trash that stepped on dog shit to enter our demonic path. TSK, in the past, in order to enter the demonic path, just how much suffering did we have to endure and how much effort did we put in? You might be putting on an act now, but what use is that? Whether you're a mule or a horse, we'll find out soon enough. Hum. This sort of trash, even if he was lucky enough to enter the demonic path, he was still doomed to be at the bottom. If he failed the decennial examination 3 times in a row, he would still be kicked out. While he was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound, and the ground beneath his feet began to tremble slightly. The assistant's thoughts were in a mess. He was startled when he heard the commotion. Before he could regain his composure, he looked up and saw the demonic path disciple who was maintaining order next to him. This person is called Zhong Xian. He has a calm temperament and he does things with a sense of propriety. It's just that his luck isn't too good. He made a mistake in his early years and wasn't taken seriously. Originally, he was thinking of finding an opportunity to promote him to a steward of the External Affairs Department. Although he was just an assistant protector, he still had the qualifications to be a small leader. But what happened today? Although his status wasn't high, for better or worse he was still an old man of the demonic path. For him to reveal such an idiotic expression in front of a group of newcomers was simply shameful. The assistant decided in his heart that Zhong Xian could not be used. He had no shrewdness at all and would definitely fly into a rage when something happened. There was no value in grooming him. The assistant sentenced him to death in his heart. He turned his head and looked at Zhong Xian with some curiosity. Just what was happening? Then, his mouth opened a little at a time. The exaggerated angle made one secretly sigh with emotion. He was truly worthy of being a demonic path disciple. His muscles and bones were amazingly flexible. Just look at his mouth, it was so big that it could almost fit an ox inside. Unfortunately, no one had the time to look at the assistant's disgraceful appearance. This was because everyone at the foot of the mountain felt as if they had been struck in the head with a stick. Their heads buzzed and they lost the ability to think. At the foot of the mountain, the testing stone that had been placed on the ground was still constantly trembling. It was because of its trembling that the ground began to shake. The rich purple color was like a blossoming flower, wantonly unfolding in the air. That kind of purity was dazzling and dazzling. The assistant's entire mind was immersed in it. He didn't know how long he swayed before he finally regained his composure. Then, his lips began to tremble. Deep purple. This was absolutely deep purple. Moreover, Qin Yu's fist had caused the testing stone to tremble. This proved that the strength of his fist had surpassed the limit that the testing stone could withstand. Although the testing stone for new disciples was only the introductory version, the highest strength it could withstand was still at the peak Blue Sea level. Thinking of this, the assistant's scalp tingled. If he didn't see this with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Peak Blue Sea. This boy actually had peak Blue Sea strength. The assistant closed his mouth with great effort. He was so excited that his entire body shivered. At this time, he felt as if he were standing at the turning point of his destiny. Whether he would be mediocre or rich in his next life, it would all depend on this person in front of him. What nonsense. To have peak Blue Sea strength in the entrance test, even looking at the demonic path, this sort of character was extremely rare. To say that he had a bright future was already underestimating him. His future was simply limitless. Perhaps one day in the future, he would become an influential figure of the demonic path. If he could be on good terms with him while he was still humble, was there even a need to think about how much of an investment he would receive? This was a lucky chance bestowed by the heavens, a lucky chance bestowed by the heavens. The assistant was extremely excited. He hurriedly took out the list of new disciples. He had to remember this boy's identity first. As soon as he said his name and hinted that he already knew he was extraordinary, the distance between the two of them was instantly pulled closer. As for this Zhongxian, his luck was truly good. He had seen the entire conversation between the two of them when Qin Yu questioned them. At that time, Qin Yu hadn't revealed his strength yet, so this could be considered an early investment. He would definitely leave behind a good impression. Comrade Zhongxian was worth cultivating. Perhaps one day, he would suddenly have a reversal of fortune. As for Comrade Zhongxian, he was still confused. He looked at Qin Yu in front of him and then at the trembling purple testing stone, his face filled with confusion. Duan Jiyu clenched her fists. Her pale face flushed with excitement, like a bright red apple, extremely alluring. Master was indeed the fiercest, and he was even fiercer than she had imagined. Purple, this was the highest level of purple. She proudly swept her eyes over the shocked and dazed figures around her. She couldn't help but look up, revealing her snow-white neck. We are servants personally chosen by Master. In the future, there won't be anyone that dares to bully Big Brother. Gongzhen stiffened. The bald servant behind her had a fierce and ferocious expression on his face. His eyes were filled with fear. Before they acted, they had also inquired about some information. But they weren't clear. They only knew that this surname Yarrow was somewhat strong. But if one could become a demonic path disciple, no matter how weak they were, they still had some skill. Gongzhen didn't care about this at all. But now, who could tell her why he had peak blue sea strength? Peak blue sea, that was a peak that many people would never be able to reach in their lives. If he could take another step forward and become a calamity immortal, Gongzhen's face was drained of blood. Fear gushed out from the depths of her heart, drowning her. Countless eyes fell on Qin Yu, revealing a deep awe. The assistant had finally found Qin Yu's identity information. He swept out with his divine sense and remembered everything. He revealed the brightest smile on his face and was about to step forwards when a sneer sounded out from the crowd. So what if he's a peak blue sea? How could someone over 100 years old, or even older, compare to us? 100 years old, the assistant paused. Another new disciple said, "This is fellow Daoist Yarrow Bin from the Black Demon sect. According to what I know, fellow Daoist Yarrow joined midway and had a profound blue sea cultivation in the past. And he has stayed in the Black Demon sect for over 80 years. This person's information was even more accurate." Everyone's spirits rose. If he was a blue sea 80 years ago, then how old was he now? A conservative estimate would be 200 years old or even more. Hey, what else is there to say? He's just an old fellow. When we reach his age, we might not be any worse than him. Moreover, a blue sea that was over 100 years old had limited potential. If he made another breakthrough in the future, it was unlikely he would step into the calamity immortal realm. The assistant looked over. As he saw Qin Yu's calm expression and that he didn't refute him, he was secretly disappointed. But he still squeezed out a smile. Fellow Daoist Yarrow Bin's cultivation has blasted out a deep purple color. There is no doubt that he will be the champion. Fellow Daoist can choose any courtyard on this mountain. His tone was friendly, but compared to the excitement from before, it was as different as the heavens and earth. If one didn't reach the calamity immortal realm, then in the demonic path, they would never be able to reach the highest heavens. Peak blue sea, the demonic path had accumulated over tens of millions of years. There was truly a great number of them. Every year, there would be a peak blue sea cultivator that neared the end of their lifespan and couldn't make a breakthrough. They would die in their cave dwellings with hatred in their hearts. A lifetime of bitter cultivation, tens of thousands of years of struggle, all turned into bubbles. Of course, a peak blue sea was still an absolute powerhouse. Even in the entire land of divinity and demons, they could be considered an overlord. It was just that in the demonic path, the halo of such a powerhouse was greatly weakened. Qin Yu had a calm expression. He had replaced Yarrow Bin's identity, so he naturally couldn't refute these facts. But he believed that the true high-level figures of the demonic path would definitely know the truth. For instance, the two at Dawn Perch Inn. His performance today was enough, and it would soon reach the upper echelons, attracting more attention for himself. And now, this kind of attention could become a protective barrier around one's body, causing those with ill intentions to feel fear in their hearts. As for what the people in front of him thought, what they thought was that important? To be honest, Qin Yu didn't care at all. Therefore, he withdrew his hand and calmly walked to the side. Humph. When the tiger is away from the mountain, the monkey is king. In this generation of disciples, there are several proud sons of heaven. For instance, the Zhao family's scion, Zhao Qianyuan. He is a peerless proud son of heaven. The Dong family's Dong Hanzhu is also a rare character, and there is also the Western Tomb's highest Dutian, whose Dao arts are unparalleled under the heaven. As for Zhu Fenghuang and Mu Qinghuan, those two proud daughters of heaven are also outstanding existences that illuminate the highest heaven. These true proud sons of heaven have already been chosen by the elders to be their disciples. They entered the Holy Land ahead of time to cultivate and aren't together with us. Gongzhen sneered again and again. Otherwise, how could our limelight have been stolen by an old fellow today? Since he had already offended them, there was no longer any fear. These words resonated with everyone. Many people nodded inwardly, looking at Qin Yu with a bit more ridicule in their eyes. So what if he was a peak blue sea? They were all disciples of the demonic path, so how could he dare to attack them? Moreover, it was unknown who was stronger and who was weaker in the future. As long as he didn't reach the calamity immortal realm, there was no need to fear him. Duan Jiyu's chest heaved up and down. She was so angry that her lips turned white. Why did these bastards always target my master? But, was what they said true? Did her master really not have any potential left? Duan San let out a deep breath. He patted her shoulder and smiled. Our lives were saved by master, so why do we need to think so much about it? We just need to remember that no matter what happens, we are all master's servants. It is enough that we work for master loyally. Duan Jiyu quietly explained, I know that big brother is just not worth it for master. He is a good person. It was no wonder that when her big brother was injured, her master chose to endure it. So he had his own difficulties. Chapter 526. Qin Yu's complexion didn't change at all because of Gongzhen's words. Just like how a mountain wouldn't care about a weed that had taken root beneath its feet. But when his eyes inadvertently fell onto Duan Jiyu, he saw her sad, angry, and depressed expression. His eyes flashed. In particular, there was even a trace of pity in her eyes. Qin Yu was left speechless for a second. Even someone as high profile as him was pitiful today. How could this be? Of course, this wasn't anger, but a feeling of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He turned to look at Gongzhen and his eyes turned cold. When I don't want to talk to you, I can ignore you, and when I'm impatient I can slap you. Of course, I won't do that, but slapping you with words is the same. Gongzhen sneered. What, am I wrong? Qin Yu lightly said, how many of these people do senior apprentice brother Gong know? He shook his head. Saying you know is too much of a compliment. How many have you seen? Gongzhen's face flushed red, as if he had been ruthlessly humiliated. He clenched his teeth and said, all the proud sons of heaven of the demonic path are like divine dragons. I have never seen any of them before. He looked up, a taunting look in his eyes. Could fellow Daoist Yarrow know of them? He was clearly returning these words to Qin Yu, but he didn't expect Qin Yu to seriously nod. That's right, I know them. Gongzhen was startled for a moment. Then, he mercilessly laughed out loud. When it comes to bragging, I truly admire you. Fellow Daoist Yarrow, do not forget that all the proud sons of heaven of the demonic path will hear of today's events sooner or later. At that time, your faces will be ugly. Qin Yu suddenly said, after watching for so long, it's about time you came out. Strictly speaking, you were the one who sold me out, so you should feel some guilt in your heart. These words were abrupt, leaving everyone stunned. They didn't understand what he meant, but soon their eyes widened, as if their eyeballs would pop out of their sockets. Zhao Qianyuan stepped forwards. His hands were empty and he didn't carry his symbolic dragon spear. But his calm and unruffled aura made it so that no one dared to underestimate him. Moreover, he was wearing a dark red robe with a golden collar. This was proof of his status as the demonic path's demon son. The assistant ran forwards beneath everyone's shocked eyes and bowed. "I greet Scion Zhao." His words stunned everyone. Their eyes were in a trance, as if they were facing a legend. Scion Zhao, in the demonic path, besides that person, there shouldn't be anyone who dared to call himself that. In other words, he really was Zhao Qianyuan. Zhao Qianyuan walked in front of Qinyu and looked him up and down several times. He faintly smiled and said, "I'm fine. It looks like there's nothing wrong with you." "That's a relief." After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands together and bowed. "What happened that day was indeed my fault. I ask Brother Yarrow for forgiveness." Qinyu's eyebrows rose up. "Successor, why are you being so polite?" Zhao Qianyuan stood up. "I've discovered that Brother Yarrow's breadth of mind seems to be limited. I don't want this matter to cause trouble for me in the future." He turned around and said seriously, "I can testify that Yarrow Bin really knows those people you just mentioned." He then added, "He knows all of them." Qinyu had a calm expression. "I just arrived today so I didn't prepare anything. I won't keep you as a guest, but if you come some other day, I'll treat you to a drink." Zhao Qianyuan readily agreed. "Dong Hanzhu is also here. He can't forget about you. Next time I'll bring him along." Qinyu nodded. "All right." Without staying for too long, Zhao Qianyuan left. But his appearance had already suppressed everyone so much that they couldn't breathe. Those mocking gazes turned to or once more. This was Zhao Qianyuan. If he could personally come here to testify and speak as equals, could he be an ordinary person? Gong Zhen's complexion paled. Her face darkened, not saying a single word. Qinyu walked over to Duan Jiyu's side. He looked at the smiling girl and lightly said, "Some people fart like thunder and their tongues are like cannons. It's fine to listen to them, but do you really want to lower yourself to their level? If you're really impatient, then one day you can make a move and the world will be peaceful again." I don't remember too clearly. Where did I hear this phrase from? If you can make a move, then don't make a fuss. Although it sounds a bit pretentious, sometimes it really does make sense. Duan Jiyu nodded, a bright smile blooming on her face. The girl hesitated for a moment. Then, her voice was as quiet as a mosquito. "Master, can you help me ask His Highness the successor for an autograph?" Qinyu was stunned. He thought that when he was in the limelight and slapped the other side into a pig's head, was it really appropriate for her to speak like this? Humph, this was indeed the thoughts of a young girl. Chasing after stars wasn't a good idea, otherwise one would suffer a great loss. The following test wasn't surprising at all. With Qinyu taking action, everyone was suppressed to the point of being overshadowed. The assistant smiled. "Fellow Daoist Yarrow Bin, the residence at the summit was specially decorated when it was built. Not only is it the most luxurious, but the cultivation environment is also better." He didn't fear others mocking and flattering him. To be able to stand on equal footing with Scion Zhao, so what if he was over 100 years old? Qinyu nodded. "All right, then this one." Since he decided to keep a high profile, this residence was naturally suitable for him. Perhaps some people still disapproved of this, but no one dared to continue expressing it. Even Gong Zhen had a gloomy expression, not saying a single word. Qinyu had just said that if there came a day when he was impatient, then he could make a move and calm the world. Wasn't this the same as saying that he wanted to deal with him? Although he constantly told himself that he was someone with a backer, Xiaogong still couldn't help but feel flustered. The residence at the summit was truly luxurious. There were large palaces here, and even several hundred people could live here. The entire residence was situated high up in the clouds. After entering, Qinyu discovered what the assistant was talking about. 9 shining mirrors floated in the skies, corresponding to the 9 suns in the skies. They gathered more light and sprinkled it down. That mysterious energy that could nourish the soul, mortal body, and magic power was actually several times richer than in the outside world. It wasn't easy to manage such a large residence. Luckily, the assistant knew how to manage things. Soon, 10 men and 10 women were sent over to take care of all the miscellaneous chores in the courtyard. These servants were originally dissatisfied with being transferred here to serve a new disciple. But when they entered the courtyard and sensed the surrounding environment, they were stunned for a moment before revealing looks of ecstasy. They knelt to the ground and bowed to Qin Yu. This sort of cultivation environment was considered outstanding even in the demonic path's holy land. Only protectors, demon sons, and elders could enjoy such a cultivation environment. They were only inferior slaves and didn't have the qualifications to serve Qin Yu. But they never imagined that they would be so lucky today. Qin Yu nodded and received them, not saying much. He had the assistant smile and told them that if they needed anything in the future, they could ask him. Duan San and Duan Ji Yu were a bit nervous. This was because of the 20 new slaves. There were many more outstanding people than them, whether it was in terms of cultivation or beauty. Luckily, Qin Yu's arrangements allowed them to feel more at ease. From now on, those two will be the leaders. Just listen to their orders. You may leave. Like this, the first day after entering the demonic path's holy land passed. Zhao Qianyuan had promised to come as a guest in the future, but he never imagined that he would come the next day. Dong Hanzhu also came with him. After learning the identities of the two people in front of them, the slaves who had been wondering just who their master was were suddenly shaken and filled with excitement. The competition within the demonic path was fierce and it was important to follow their master. Perhaps in the future they would have a chance to leap over the dragon gate. Looking at it now, their new master was obviously an extremely thick thigh. They quickly and respectfully welcomed the two people in. Then, someone ran off to report. When Qin Yu received Duan San'er's report, surprise flashed in his eyes and he immediately stood up. Zhao Qianyuan calmly smiled. I spoke to him yesterday and he insisted on coming today. I didn't think there was anything else, so I agreed. This could be considered an explanation. Dong Hanzhu was straightforward. I want to know just how strong you are. Qin Yu waved his hand. There will be a chance in the future. I don't want to fight right now. Dong Hanzhu frowned. He was interrupted by Zhao Qianyuan. Right now, Brother Yarrow isn't in a good position to fight with you. Dong Hanzhu thought for a moment and slowly nodded. His bright eyes became tranquil once more. He swept his eyes over Qin Yu's residence, a bit dispirited. This fellow, so he came here to fight. Qin Yu looked at Zhao Qianyuan. There seemed to be a deeper meaning to his words just now. He ordered Duan San'er to prepare a banquet and then led the two into the main hall. As Qin Yu's assistant heard that Zhao Qianyuan and Dong Hanzhu had come to pay a visit, he immediately sent a message to Protector Xin. Protector Xin had been worrying about how he had missed the chance to befriend Zhao Qianyuan yesterday and express his goodwill to Qin Yu. He was overjoyed when he heard this. He quickly ordered people to prepare a superior banquet and then chose a jar of wine from his collection to personally deliver it. The assistant stopped him. Protector, Yarrow Bin, and the other two are clearly old acquaintances. Since they have reunited today, they will naturally reminisce about old times. If you rush over now, I fear you won't be welcomed. He looked at Protector Xin's complexion. Protector Xin, you only need to pass on some goodwill today. There will be plenty of chances to get closer in the future. Protector Xin nodded. You're right. He thought of something else. There seemed to be someone in the sect who wanted to deal with Yarrow Bin. He investigated a bit but didn't find anything. It could be seen that the one who did this was absolutely of a higher rank than him. In this sort of situation, expressing a bit of goodwill and waiting for the situation to become clearer was indeed the best choice. After thanking Protector Xin, Qin Yu opened the jar of wine and poured wine for the two. He raised his cup and said, "Thank you for coming today." He was well aware that with Zhao Qianyuan and Dong Hanzhu here today, no one would dare to casually look down on him in the future. Yesterday, Zhao Qianyuan had appeared and even apologized in front of everyone. This was also because he wanted to support Qin Yu. Qin Yu was well aware of this and remembered it in his heart. Zhao Qianyuan raised his cup. In the Demon Ascension Gate's small world, there were some misunderstandings between us. Now that things have passed, how about we write them off? Dong Hanzhu solemnly nodded. He knew that they were speaking of the time when they had worked together to have him bear the monster race's bloodline curse. Qin Yu smiled and said, "Let's not mention the past." The weak had no status. This was a particularly cruel point in the demonic path. In that situation, Qin Yu had taken the initiative to deliver himself to their doorstep. His strength wasn't bad, so he was certainly the best choice. Since there were no irreconcilable contradictions between them, turning hostility into friendship in the current situation was the wisest choice. If this sort of person really wanted to take revenge for the smallest grievance, then even if they were happy for a moment, they wouldn't be able to go far. In this world, having one more friend was always better than one more enemy. Moreover, Zhao Qianyuan and Dong Hanzhu were both peak-proud children of heaven. In the future, they were destined to become great figures of the demonic path. Zhao Qianyuan smiled. The corners of Dong Hanzhu's lips also relaxed a bit. In truth, everyone's thoughts were similar. Zhao Qianyuan drained his cup and placed it down. He said, "All new demonic path disciples will undergo an extremely important test." He paused for a moment, a solemn look in his eyes. "Does Brother Yarrow know what this test is for?" A bolt of lightning flashed through Qin Yu's mind. "Demon body?" Zhao Qianyuan nodded. "That's right, it is the demon body. Before this, I stopped Brother Dong from fighting with you because of this. Brother Yarrow, you must take this test seriously and enter it in your best condition. Trust me, this is extremely important." Dong Hanzhu said, "The demon body is the most important part of the demonic path's cultivation methods. Soon, the great supernatural powers of the demonic path can only be displayed with the demon body. Moreover, the most important point is that the seat of the Holy Palace is currently vacant. As long as the demon body enters the highest saint rank, they can directly take over and become the master of the Holy Palace." His eyes blazed with heat. Although the master of the Holy Palace is only a nominal leader, he has the authority to control the entire demonic path. Between the heavens and earth, he is a supreme existence. It isn't just you and me. In theory, all demonic path disciples have this chance. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he had learned of the great secret hidden within the demon body. It was no wonder that Yu Qi had brought him back to the land of divinity and demons because he had cultivated the demon body. The banquet didn't continue for too long. After sending off Zhao Qianyuan and Dong Hanzhu, Qin Yu suddenly took a deep breath, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Could he try for the position of master of the demonic path? As soon as this thought appeared, it wildly swelled. If he succeeded. Chapter 527. The demonic path placed great importance on the demon body cultivation talent of new disciples, especially in the current situation where the seat of the Holy Palace was vacant. 2 days after Qin Yu received Zhao Qianyuan and Dong Hanzhu's reminder, he received news from the External Affairs Division that he would be undergoing the examination tomorrow. The examination process seemed quite complex and required the aid of a special environment. All new disciples that needed to undergo the examination had to arrive on a large speed car at a set time. Qin Yu didn't have the bad habit of putting on airs as a master and appearing at the end. This was especially true after he confirmed how important today's examination was to him. There was still an hour before the scheduled time, so he arrived at the foot of the mountain early. After verifying his identity, he boarded the speed car. It was clear that he wasn't the only one who was interested in today's demon body talent examination. There were already many people sitting on the speed car. As they saw Qin Yu arrive, their complexions changed and the atmosphere became a bit tense. On the first day, although no one jumped out to make things difficult for Qin Yu besides Gong Zhen, everyone didn't get along well with him. Qin Yu's expression was light. He only glanced around before looking away. He casually chose an empty seat and sat down, closing his eyes to rest. Time quietly passed. The number of new disciples boarding the speed car increased. But the seat next to Qin Yu was still empty. Not just that, but every disciple that passed by him would subconsciously hold their breath and quicken their steps, as if they felt uncomfortable just being near him. Qin Yu was happy to enjoy the peace and quiet. Then, a loud voice sounded out in his ears. The demon body cultivation focuses on blood vitality. Young people have a burning blood vitality, and the earlier they start cultivating, the more likely they are to succeed. If they are too old, I fear they will only achieve half the results with twice the effort. It was Gong Zhen. This fellow that he had slapped in the face with his words was still as loathsome as ever. He didn't seem to have learned at all. Actions were always more powerful than words. This saying was indeed true. Qin Yu decided that once he stabilized his footing, he would make this fellow regret his actions. Senior apprentice Brother Gong is right. Today, another person jumped out. In my opinion, some people should honestly stay in their residences and cultivate. If they go to take the examination with us youths, they will only be humiliating themselves. After all, what we're looking at today is cultivation talent, not cultivation. The third person to speak was actually a woman. She covered her mouth and smiled, her charm overflowing. Senior apprentice Brother Gong, junior apprentice Brother Bao, please don't speak like that. Otherwise, he might become angry out of shame and attack us. The three of us are too young and aren't his match. Moreover, shouldn't we respect our elders? This woman spoke very politely, but she kept calling him old mister and respecting the elderly. Her mouth was really crafty. Qin Yu was immediately amused. Although he couldn't deal with them right now, he was prepared to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Bringing them along wasn't a bad idea either. So when he opened his eyes, he saw two men and a woman in front of him. Luckily, the demonic path's large speed car was very spacious, allowing the three of them to stand in the aisle. Facing Qin Yu's eyes, the corners of the three people's faces were filled with ridicule and provocation. They were clearly telling him that they had come for him, so what could he do about it? Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He said in a low voice, "What use is there in arguing? Facts speak louder than word." Gong Zhen's lungs nearly exploded with anger. "Now you know how to use the word talk. Yesterday when you were insulting me, I didn't see you having such a high level of awareness. But the more he acted like this, the more it showed that this surname Yarrow was angry." In Gong Zhen's opinion, not only was he venting his anger, but he had also made great progress. Thinking about it, his anger disappeared. He raised his eyebrows and sent a message. "Come on you bastard, hurry up and hit me, aren't you a badass?" The speed car was silent. In truth, no one was stupid. If Gong Zhen and the others kept provoking Qin Yu again and again, there must be a story behind this. Because news of the demon blood crystal was too important, the high-level figures of the demonic path had issued a gag order. Thus, it hadn't spread out. Some people knew about Heavenly Demon City's Qi family, but some people thought that the Qi family didn't have the ability to do so. But, was the reason really important? Everyone looked at Qin Yu, waiting to see how he would respond. But, most people believed that he would choose to ignore them like before. In fact, this was indeed the best way to deal with the current situation. Although it was a bit cowardly, it was better than being schemed against by others. But today's development was different from what everyone expected. Qin Yu looked at the mocking faces of the several people. He clenched his teeth and said, "Do you dare to make a bet?" Gong Zhen sneered, "What bet?" Qin Yu said, "Let's use today's demon body talent test as a bet. If the test result is bad, then you have to agree to a condition that you won't cause any material harm." Bao Yihan's eyes brightened. "All right, let's make a bet." Gong Zhen was annoyed that this brat had stolen all the merit. She hurriedly said, "Today, all the cultivators on the speed car can testify for us. If you go back on your word, don't blame us for being rude." The female cultivator smiled. "Senior apprentice Brother Yao, count me in." He was just an old thing. No matter how tyrannical his strength was, his blood vitality was old and he didn't even have the qualifications to cultivate the demon body. As for the condition that he wouldn't cause any material harm, hey, as long as she used it carefully, it would be more than enough to complete the mission. She certainly couldn't miss out on such a chance to earn merit. The three of them appeared calm on the surface, but they were inwardly pleasantly surprised. They never thought that the impenetrable and slippery Yarrow Bin would actually jump out on his own initiative today. As they thought of the rewards they might obtain after completing the mission, their hearts began to heat up. As for whether or not they would lose, that was impossible. It had to be known that there were 3 of them. As long as one of them defeated Yarrow Bin, then he would be finished. Moreover, these 3 didn't believe that they would lose to an old fellow whose blood vitality was so old and frail. Qin Yu coldly snorted and closed his eyes. His ears finally quieted down. He faintly smiled and began to think about how he would play after this. Although he didn't know what the demonic paths testing method was, Qin Yu's demon body had risen to the sovereign level and he was confident in his own cultivation talent. Even if he couldn't do anything this time, he would still teach them an unforgettable lesson. He would also warn everyone that his temper wasn't too good, so it was best not to provoke him. The speed car was extremely fast. Even so, it took them nearly 6 hours to arrive at the testing area. Gong Zhen, Bao Yihan, and the female cultivator sneered as they got off the speed car first. Qin Yu didn't join the crowd. Instead, he waited for most of the people to arrive before he stood up and left the speed car. What entered their eyes was a massive crater. However, this volcano seemed to have been dormant for many years. At the edges of the crater, there were many traces of magma solidifying. One could imagine that countless years ago, this dark and cold mouth had once recklessly spewed out destructive strength. Outside the crater, there were already many people waiting. The ones responsible for guarding the crater were the true demon guards. This was within everyone's expectations. Since the demon body was related to the throne of the Holy Palace, it was natural for the true demon guards to come. 3 black-robed old men with indifferent expressions appeared. They were clearly the leaders of the crowd. Their cold eyes swept over everyone and they waved their hands. Begin. It seemed as if they weren't interested. One couldn't blame them for being indifferent. The quality of this batch of disciples was simply too poor. Moreover, they had already been confirmed. If it weren't for the rules, they wouldn't have bothered wasting time here. Since this was the case, they had to hurry. The sooner they passed the formalities, the sooner everyone could return. The crater in front of you is where the test will take place. Listen to my orders. Restrain all of your strength and jump in. Remember, no matter what you feel in the crater, do not use your strength to resist it. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you. After a sacred palace cultivator finished speaking, he winked and the true demon guards guarding the crater retreated like a receding tide. Jump. No one hesitated. There were nearly 2,000 new disciples. Even if some of them were anxious, none of them dared to hesitate at this time. The pitch-black and icy crater swallowed up everyone that fell down like dumplings, like the maw of a giant monster. When it was Qin Yu's turn, he jumped down. His field of vision was quickly covered by darkness. Then, he felt his surroundings fall silent. His divine sense was suppressed by an invisible strength, unable to reach out. But after carefully listening for a long time, he could hear the absolute silence around him. This allowed Qin Yu to determine that he was alone. What about the cultivators that jumped down with him? Qin Yu didn't know where they had gone. He couldn't help but feel nervous. Could it be that today's test had been tampered with and someone wanted to deal with him? But in this sort of grand occasion where the Holy Palace was leading, who would be so fierce? Wouldn't they have some scruples? As Qin Yu was lost in thought, his body was suddenly wrapped up by a gentle strength. Then, his rapidly sinking body began to slow down. Like a falling feather, he swayed for a moment before finally floating in the air. Qin Yu tried moving his hands and feet. This strength seemed to be entrusted to him and didn't have any intention of imprisoning him. He carefully sensed that there was no uneasy aura around him. Qin Yu relaxed a little. It seemed that in this situation, someone wasn't trying to harm him. Suddenly, Qin Yu keenly felt a trace of a cool aura appear from nothingness, drilling into his body through his pores. It slowly wriggled, starting from the surface of his skin and slowly penetrating deep into his flesh and blood. What followed was an unbearable numbing feeling, like countless ants were crawling in his heart. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. It wasn't as fierce and painful as it was fierce and painful. Rather, it was warm, soft, and difficult to resist. Thinking of the Holy Palace cultivator's warning just now, Qin Yu clenched his teeth and allowed this cool aura to penetrate into his body. Luckily, his will had always been firm and he had experienced many tempering experiences, so his thoughts remained calm. At this moment, Qin Yu was suddenly enlightened. Perhaps the standard to measure the talent of a demon body was the amount of cool aura one's body could absorb. With this thought in mind, he controlled his body to relax even more. He didn't defend himself at all, allowing the cool aura to explore deeper into his body. Time slowly passed. Although the numbness and itchiness were unbearable, Qin Yu believed he could still withstand it. Originally everything was normal, but when the first wisp of cool aura touched the demon blood crystal stored in Qin Yu's body, it was like a spark falling into a boundless sea of oil. Bang! Terrifying flames instantly erupted. The burning sensation caused Qin Yu to deeply understand what it meant to be in so much pain that he wished he were dead. Luckily, what was burning wasn't the demon blood crystal, but the cool aura that broke into his body. Or, it was more accurate to say that it was the product of the cool aura fusing with the demon blood crystal. When the cool aura was exhausted, the flames extinguished with it. Qin Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. Just as he was rejoicing that he had just survived a calamity, his eyes widened, filled with shock and anger. The cool aura that seeped into his body was like a shark that smelled blood. After a brief pause, it desperately rushed towards the demon blood crystal. At the same time, the speed at which the cool aura outside entered his body suddenly rose by dozens of times. Even with Qin Yu's calm state of mind, he was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body. Just a wisp of cool aura had caused him to experience pain that broke through his limits. Now that he rushed over like a hive of bees, he might even ignite all the demon blood crystals at the same time. At that time, even if he didn't burn to death, he would still die from the pain. Qin Yu had already thrown all thoughts of resisting to the back of his mind. His little life would soon be forfeit, so who cared what the consequences were? But just as he thought of resisting, before he could erupt his strength, his entire body stiffened. The cool aura that flowed into his body suddenly turned into an invisible cage that nailed him to the ground. Bang! What a vast expanse of brilliant flames. It was like the most gorgeous fireworks in the world, tumbling and spinning, weaving together into a beautiful picture. Unfortunately, this was happening within Qin Yu's body, so it was destined that no one would be able to see it. He could only appreciate it for himself. And what was even more unfortunate was that Qin Yu was thinking about how he hadn't died yet. He simply didn't have any thoughts of appreciating it. What a pity. Outside the mouth of the volcano, as all the new disciples jumped in, space began to rapidly fluctuate. Then, as these fluctuations spread out, countless overlapping spaces appeared. If one looked carefully at each overlapping space, they would see the same dark nothingness. But soon, they began to change. Countless points of weak light gushed out from this darkness, constantly wriggling and growing. Some of them soon turned into candlelight that continued to grow brighter. Of course, a large portion of the dark nothingness didn't change after the flames reached the candlelight level. Although they didn't have much hope for these new disciples, as the 3 holy palace elders in charge of today's examination saw this, their lips couldn't help but twitch. Let alone discovering talents, the performance of these people was simply a waste of precious materials, a waste of resources. It had to be known that a single examination consumed a considerable amount of resources. As the 3 holy palace elders thought about how nearly 2,000 people had been examined today, they nearly grasped their hearts. This time they had really suffered a great loss. After the candlelight level was the bonfire level. Of the nearly 2,000 new disciples, only a few dozen had reached this level. The only thing that comforted the 3 holy palace elders was that although most of these people had stopped growing, there were still 7 dark spaces where the flames were continuing to rise. After the bonfire level was the star level. This was already considered a passing grade. As long as one diligently cultivated, there was a chance that they would be able to enter the next level of the demon body. But this was only a hope. The chances of success were 20 to 30%. Of the 7 dark spaces, 2 of them ultimately failed to make a breakthrough. Although the flames were much more vibrant, they still hadn't reached the level of condensing into stars. A moment later, 5 stars appeared in the darkness. Although they were all dim, for better or worse they were still small fish. Today wasn't without harvests. The 3 holy palace elders let out a breath of relief. For better or worse, as long as they had a bit of face, they wouldn't ask for anything more. But a pleasant surprise often occurred when there was no longer any hope. In the dark spaces, the 5 stars began to simultaneously brighten once more. The 3 holy palace elders were startled for a moment before revealing a happy expression. After the star level was the crescent moon level. A disciple with this level of talent would have a 90% chance of entering the next level of the demon body. They might even be able to reach an even higher level. However, they didn't have too much hope. Although the perception of a star and crescent moon seemed to be only one level, there was an essential difference. The first star stopped brightening. Then the second, and then the third. Only 2 dark spaces continued to brighten. They were like true stars in the winter night sky, becoming extremely dazzling. The crescent moon wasn't far away. The volcano was quiet. Everyone, including the 3 holy palace elders, subconsciously held their breath. Stepping into the crescent moon realm meant that the demon body was within reach. This was the crossroads of their destiny. Whether they would fade into the crowd or soar into the heavens, all of this depended on this moment. Even if this didn't concern them, they still felt nervous. Many people clenched their fists and gulped. Suddenly, one of the stars trembled, as if it wanted to expand and erupt. But after several attempts, it was unable to take that critical step. The 3 holy palace elders sighed. Sure enough, this star soon fell silent, no longer changing. At this point, there was only one star-level star left. It continued to brighten and continue to brighten. In the silence, the flow of time seemed to slow down. After an unknown period of time, the star suddenly trembled. The transformation had begun. The star just now was stuck at this step. If it couldn't make a breakthrough, then everything before would have been in vain. Perhaps it was only a breath of time, or perhaps even shorter, but the trembling star suddenly shined with a brilliant light. When the light faded away, a crescent moon quietly appeared in the dark space. It was extremely small, like a newly sprouted willow. It gave off a feeling of extreme fragility, as if it could break with just the slightest bit of force. But no matter how small it was, a crescent moon was still a crescent moon. This was an essential difference. A holy palace elder stroked his beard and smiled. His eyes revealed true gratification. He had finally gained something. The demon body was originally one of the most difficult supernatural powers to cultivate in the world. It represented the unsurpassed body-tempering method of the demonic path. If one had a crescent moon talent, then as long as they diligently cultivated, they would have a chance of touching upon the emperor level. This could already be considered a great harvest. After all, in the current holy palace, the highest rank of the demon body was only the emperor level. This unexpected surprise wasn't wasted. The materials that the disciples worked so hard to gather haven't been wasted. Call this crescent moon disciple over. In the future, his cultivation will be conducted in the holy palace. Another holy palace elder said with a smile. The third elder's eyes flashed. Up until now, I have not had a single outstanding disciple. I hope that the 2 of you can help me. The smiling elder immediately stopped smiling. You don't have a disciple you're proud of, but do you think I have one? There is no room for discussion. The second elder coughed several times. The 3 of us are responsible for today's assessment. According to the rules, we all have the qualifications to accept disciples. Since that's the case, let this junior choose for himself. He seemed to be filled with confidence. The 3 of them looked at each other. Saber light flashed and sword shadows flashed. Then, with a light snort, they didn't say anything. They were all thinking about what conditions this crescent moon disciple would bring out to move him. But what happened next caused the 3 of them to forget about their careful plans. The holy palace elders who boasted of themselves as calm and collected suddenly widened their eyes. This was because the crescent moon was brightening. Although the brightness was small, it was very steady. There was a strange charm to it, like flowers blooming in spring. Chapter 528. Moonstep martial artists already had the qualifications to attack the Emperor realm. It was just that depending on the grade, the chances of success varied. For instance, at the crescent moon realm, the crescent moon was like a willow, thin as a hook. The chances of stepping into the emperor realm were no more than 20%. But this crescent moon in front of them only stabilized a little. Then, like a bamboo shoot breaking out of the ground, it stretched and grew, becoming increasingly plump. Before long, the willow bud became a semicircle, as if it had been cut in half by a sword. It was clean and dazzling. Half-moon realm. At this level, the chances of reaching the emperor realm were at least 30%. A 30% chance was already amazing. At this time, all of the Holy Palace elders that had their eyes glued to this half-moon were short of breath. From crescent moon to half-moon, although there was no essential difference, it represented that the potential of this moonstep disciple had suddenly doubled or even more. They hadn't had much hope for today's test, but looking at it now, it was as if a shining little golden man had been dug out from the sand. If they could receive this moonstep disciple as a disciple, then passing on their legacy wouldn't be a problem at all. In the future, they might even have a chance to carry forward their respective inheritances. This was no longer a simple disciple, but a hope for the future. As long as they could win him over, let alone shedding all pretense of cordiality, it was worth it even if they were beaten until they bled. However, before the sacred palace elders, who had a fierce look in their eyes, could say anything, they subconsciously widened their eyes in shock. They suddenly discovered that what had been dug out from the sand wasn't a little golden man, but a mountain of gold that made their hearts tremble. The half-moon was still brightening. Moonstep's 3 boundaries: crescent moon, half-moon, full moon. Full moon was the strongest of the moonstep. Although it wasn't a 100% chance of reaching the emperor realm, as long as it wasn't too bad, the chances were at least 70%. And most importantly, the full moon realm talent had a chance of attacking the emperor realm. Even if the chances of success were less than 5%, as long as there was hope, it was more than enough for the Holy Palace to pay great attention and cultivate them. Emperor realm. In the current Holy Palace, there were only a few old monsters that had gone into life or death seclusion for many years that might have reached this boundary. In the demonic path, although there weren't many sovereign-level demon bodies, there were still dozens of them that could be found. Yet, it had been many years since anyone had successfully broken through to the Emperor realm. If they could nurture an Emperor-level existence. As soon as this thought appeared in their minds, the 3 Holy Palace elders trembled like sieves from excitement. The half-moon extended outwards, and strands of light constantly surged out, making it more and more rounded. This process wasn't fast, but it felt very stable. At the mouth of the volcano, in the silence, countless widened eyes of the masters simultaneously had the same thought. He could succeed. Then, the half-moon truly became complete. It was like an enormous disk, scattering down its own brilliance. Even though they were already mentally prepared, when they truly saw this scene, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Full moon tear. This was the full moon tear. It was said that amongst the descendants of the previous Holy Lord, there was a genius that had appeared. His demon body talent had only just reached this level. He was regarded as the hope of his family's resurgence and was highly valued by the entire Holy Palace. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that such a prodigy would actually appear among this batch of rotten new disciples. As long as he didn't die along the way, this new disciple would have the throne in his hands, and he would be able to become an emperor. His future was limitless. From the start, he had already left all his peers far behind him. Some people couldn't help but envy him. Perhaps some people were jealous, but they didn't dare to show it too clearly. If they provoked this person, wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? Deep down, everyone wanted to know who this new, future big shot was. Just who was he? A full moon tear isn't considered a great figure. Brother, just what is in your head? Pour it out and change it. Within the demonic path, there had always been a restlessness that was difficult to detect. The source of this restlessness was the empty Holy Palace. This was because the Holy Palace Master was not only the nominal leader of the demonic path, but he was also an indispensable and transcendent existence of the demonic path, a peak combat strength that suppressed all directions. The Holy Palace Master's vacancy seemed fine on the surface, and the demonic path was still strong and stable. But once a major accident occurred, it was likely that a series of changes would occur. From top to bottom, the demonic path desperately hoped for a new Holy Lord to be born as soon as possible. Of course, who the new Holy Lord was and whose interests they represented were new problems that involved extremely dangerous struggles. It was because of this that when the demon envoy first discovered this, he didn't dare to speak of it. He even had to carefully look for another excuse to contact Qin Yu. There was no need to elaborate too much here. In short, there was one point that the demonic path placed an incomparably high value on demon body talent. Imperceptibly, all demonic path cultivators would look up to those with superior demon body talent. The demonic path cultivators that were already shocked, envious, and incredulous enough suddenly discovered after a moment of silence that they could be even more shocked, envious, and incredulous. This was because in the dark space, the only full moon had suddenly fallen. Without any warning, it was inconceivably fast. Countless people widened their eyes, their minds falling into chaos. They felt as if they had heard information related to this scene before. In the end, the Holy Palace elders had stronger minds. Moreover, with their status, they knew much more. Moonfall. The Holy Palace elder who first spoke up and tried to play the sympathy card and accept a disciple suddenly screamed out loud. Although the two beside him didn't speak, the twitching of their lips and eyebrows was enough to show just how agitated they were right now. As the countless confused demonic path cultivators heard these words, it was like a bolt of thunder had fallen from the heavens, splitting them in half. They suddenly recalled some information they had heard about the incomplete demon body. One of them was star condensation, gathering moon, moonfall, sunrise. Now that the moon had fallen, could the sun rise smoothly? If it could, then wouldn't that mean that after tens of thousands of years, the demonic path would finally have a holy demon sun with a sunstep demon body? Demon Sun was a title that all demon body cultivators obtained after reaching the king level. It represented their status as a direct descendant of the demonic path. As for the holy demon sun, it had nothing to do with one's cultivation realm. It only looked at one's talent. As long as one had a sunstep talent, they could obtain a title. Their status was far above that of a demon sun. In theory, they were ranked even higher than elders and protectors. Unfortunately, there were very few of them. Even if one looked through the ancient texts of the demonic path, they could be counted on one hand. But without exception, all holy demon sons became incomparably dazzling existences of their era. Of course, not all of them were able to smoothly grow. But as long as they didn't die, they would have a place in the entire land of divinity and demons. Could it be that today, they would witness the birth of a holy demon son? The three Holy Palace elders fell silent. This was because they suddenly discovered that after completing Moonfall, regardless of whether or not this new disciple could ascend, the talent he displayed was enough to arouse the attention of a great figure of the demonic path. He was no longer someone they could take in as a disciple. They waited in silence. The air seemed to freeze and all the demonic path cultivators stopped breathing. In this stifling silence, a 10th sun quietly appeared in the skies of the Holy Land's small world. Strictly speaking, it wasn't complete. There was only the outline of a single sun, as if it were a scene of a total solar eclipse. Holy Palace. Beneath the body tree, a great bell that had been silent for countless years suddenly began to ring. A grand sound spread out, triggering some sort of resonance. In the next moment, the entire Holy Land's small world was filled with a dense fog of heaven and earth spiritual strength. Rumble rumble, a loud roar swept out in all directions like great waves. Sunstep first boundary, Shadow Sunday. The sun was like a shadow, ethereal and illusory. But no matter how ethereal it was, no matter how illusory it was still a sunstep. Star gathering, moonfall, sun rising. The latter part was sun rising, bell ringing, world shaking, welcoming the new lord. When the demon envoy arrived, everyone at the mouth of the volcano still hadn't regained their composure. He wasn't in the mood to care about these people's rudeness. He closed his eyes and sensed with rapt attention. Although the demon body talent test was extremely strict, as one of the Holy Palace's demon envoys, he cultivated a secret technique of the Holy Palace and was able to sense the internal energy. He opened his eyes. Although he was pleasantly surprised, there was also a bit of worry that he couldn't suppress. It really was Yarrow Bin. Before, the demon envoy only had a 40 to 50% chance of success. But after today's events, he was certain that Yarrow Bin was the person he had been waiting for. This should have been a good thing, but the commotion that Yarrow Bin caused today was far too great. So great that even he had no way to cover it up. Sweeping his eyes around, he saw that all the powerhouses of the previous Holy Lord's descendant tribe had arrived. All of them had gloomy expressions and a cold light shined in their eyes. As he thought about the full moon realm genius that appeared not too long ago in the descendant tribe of the previous Holy Lord, the demon envoy felt an even greater headache. But a headache was just a headache. Since he had confirmed that Qin Yu was the person he had been waiting for, the demon envoy wouldn't allow anyone to harm him. Figure after figure appeared above the mouth of the volcano. They all maintained a distance from the overlapping space in order to show their respect to the Holy Palace. But this didn't stop them from using their own methods to probe the new disciple within the overlapping space that had caused today's phenomenon. Soon, these great figures of the demonic path revealed looks of surprise. They were blocked by the distorted space so that they couldn't be seen by the outside world. It was actually him. After a brief moment of thought, some people frowned, some people sneered, and some people's eyes shined with a divine light. Above the mouth of the volcano, the overlapping space violently trembled, as if some formidable strength was erupting from within, surpassing the limits of what they could withstand. As a result, the overlapping spaces began to collapse, banishing the newly matriculated disciples within them to the outside world. The originally empty mouth of the volcano was suddenly overcrowded. After a brief daze, they seemed to sense something. They looked up into the skies and saw the newly born 10th sun, their mouths slowly opening. Qin Yu felt as if he had already wandered through the 18 layers of hell several hundred times. Even though his will was firm and he was powerful, he still thought of death more than once. Unfortunately, he couldn't die. Although it was like 100 volcanoes had ignited within his body, there was still a strength that protected his mortal body. His soul curled up into a ball and his consciousness reached the limit of collapse countless times. Every time this happened, a cool feeling would pour in, causing his blurry consciousness to wake up. After struggling in pain for an unknown period of time, Qin Yu suddenly had a flash of enlightenment. Perhaps he really wouldn't die today. Since he wouldn't die, what sort of pain would it bring him? Chapter 529. The 10 suns in the skies reflected each other. In the entire demonic path Holy Land's small world, everyone looked up in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. The moon fell, the sun rose, the bell rang, the heaven and earth shook, and the new master was welcomed. Most of the demonic path cultivators were shaken and didn't have time to think of anything. But for those that were paying close attention to this day, their hearts were surging like a sea. Divine light surged in Zhao Qinyuan's eyes as he stared at the 10th sun in the skies. He frowned for a moment before composing himself. He didn't reveal much shock. This was because he had already chosen his path. As long as he patiently walked it, Zhao Qinyuan was confident that his achievements would not be beneath anyone else's. After all, Dong Hanzhu was not the only one who was born different. But he had to admit that Yarrow Bin's performance today had far exceeded his expectations. Sun-ranked, he already had the qualifications to touch upon the Supreme Saint seat. Even if the matters of the small world were sealed, after today he would still become a peerless proud son of heaven of the demonic path whose name would spread throughout the world. But at the same time, this reputation would bring him a lot of trouble. Zhao Qinyuan smiled. He had personally experienced this sort of tempering before. The difference was that he had already left seclusion and Yarrow Bin had only just entered. I hope you're able to break through the darkness and completely liberate yourself. In this vast world, it's truly too lonely if you don't have a companion. As for the cause of today's phenomenon, was it Yarrow Bin? In Zhao Qinyuan's eyes, there was no doubt at all. He believed in his own eyes and he believed in his own heart. There was another person who also firmly believed it to be Qin Yu. Dong Hanzhu pursed his lips tightly. His eyes dimmed slightly, but they soon burned with a raging flame. He was born with a great destiny and was destined to have unparalleled achievements. That was why he was arrogant and looked down on his peers. Zhao Qianyuan had taught him the first lesson and Qin Yu the second. Although the two of them hadn't fought yet, he couldn't lie to himself. This was absolutely a formidable existence, no weaker than Zhao Qianyuan. Similarly, it could thoroughly defeat him. But so what? He, Dong Hanzhu, was destined to shine in this glorious era, to dominate for 100,000 years. The competition between you and me has just begun. I will not be discouraged, but please do not be arrogant. One day, I will defeat all of you at your most glorious moment. In the luxurious courtyard, Sun Zifu let out a long breath. He knew that he no longer needed to hide and could let go of the guilt in his heart. After today, the momentum of Yarrow Bin's meteoric rise was already established. Even if there would be some trouble, it was enough for the Sun family to bet. The reward promised to him in the pocket dimension would soon arrive. As a member of the family, Sun Zifu was very confident in his judgment. He could only watch helplessly as the people around him climbed higher and higher. If he didn't want to look up to them forever, he would have to start working hard. These muddle-headed years had been filled with excitement and memories, but most of them had been wasted. Sun Zifu sighed with emotion. He turned around and walked towards the cultivation chamber. He was luckier than the average person. Because of his background, after wasting precious time, he still had a chance to make up for it. If it was destined that the sun and moon would shine together in the future, he would also become a shining star in the sky that could not be ignored. Even if he couldn't compete with the sun and moon, he still wanted to leave behind his own ripples in the river of time. No one was willing to be mediocre. Because of Qin Yu, the most dazzling figures of the demonic path's future had their fighting spirit aroused. While they were triumphantly advancing towards that magnificent future, he himself had encountered a great deal of trouble. The strange cool strength that gushed out from the dark space seemed to be unable to withstand Qin Yu's terrifying swallowing power and began to gradually wither away. At the start, because the cool strength decreased, the raging volcanoes within his body began to cool down. This rapidly reduced the pain that Qin Yu had to bear. But soon, the joy in his heart turned into a deep fear. This was because he discovered that the strength that protected his body was also disappearing. The volcanoes cooled down, but they still burned. Moreover, it seemed as if they would continue burning for some time. Without the protection of his mortal body, Qin Yu silently calculated and discovered that he wouldn't be able to last until the volcanoes were extinguished. Soon, he would be burnt to a crisp from the inside out. The 10th sun in the skies gradually turned red. Faint traces of brilliant colors began to extend from the frame of the great sun, making it even more striking. The moon step had 3 boundaries, and the sun step was also divided into different levels. Shadow Sunday. The great sun was like a shadow, like a dream, like an illusion. It was red and dyed from the inside out until it was completely crimson. This was the red sun. But now, one could easily discover that the brilliant red that dyed the interior of the great sun was becoming less and less. Seeing this, a thought appeared in everyone's hearts. Today's unexpected drama was finally coming to an end. No one had the qualifications to mention the name of the previous Holy Lord, and the descendants he left behind didn't dare to blaspheme the Holy Lord. Thus, they removed half of the Lin character and called themselves the Mu clan. Now, the several authoritative figures of the Mu clan had ashen complexions. Although they had managed to reach the sun step, it was only the lowest Shadow Sunday. Indeed, the Shadow Sun had a chance to reach the Holy Lord level, but the chances were slim. At the very least, in the records of the demonic path's Holy Lords, there was no record of a Shadow Sun succeeding. In order to become a Holy Lord, one had to be at least at the Red Sun realm. This was the consensus of the high-level figures of the demonic path. As long as one didn't have a high chance of becoming a Holy Lord, then things could still be done. As the descendants of the Holy Lord, the Mu clan naturally had their own special inheritances. Mumo still had a chance. The demon envoy sighed inwardly. The edges of the Shadow Sun were already red, but they weren't able to go any deeper. This was truly a pity. However, the result wasn't completely bad. The more outstanding Yarrow Bin's performance today, the more dangerous the situation would be. Although the Shadow Sun was a threat, with the demon envoy's help and care, there shouldn't be any problems. Looking at the Mu clan that had relaxed expressions, the demon envoy's eyes revealed a bit of coldness. He didn't have a Holy Lord inheritance, but in the endless years of the demonic path, there had been more than one Holy Lord. The final result of the competition was still unknown. As the demon envoy was thinking about how to arrange things for Qin Yu, one of the 3 Holy Palace elders responsible for managing today's talent test suddenly paled. He seemed to inadvertently look down and see a corner of the white stone in his sleeve. His pupils violently shrank, shock and disbelief filling his face. His first thought was that he had to speak up. But as soon as he moved, he stopped. This was because with his current status, he had been promoted by the Mu family. If he spoke up today, then both sides would inevitably turn against each other. He wasn't alone anymore. He had children, relatives, and friends. Just half a month ago, he had given a name to his newly born great-grandson. A single move would destroy all of this. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead and his complexion paled. Luckily, everyone was focused on the shadow sun in the skies and didn't notice his expression. As the crimson light faded and was about to disappear, a Holy Palace elder suddenly said, "What a pity." Another person nodded, disappointment written all over his face. "My Holy Palace has existed for a long time and it's been difficult for a disciple to reach the saint level, but is actually missing the final step. The shadow sun, the red sun, is only one step away, but there's almost no chance of reaching the saint level." The second Holy Palace elder sighed. "I have no idea how many years it will be before a second Sunstep disciple appears. I fear we won't be able to see one in this life. When you and I joined the Holy Palace, we devoted ourselves to finding a disciple to inherit the throne of the Holy Lord. Our lives have been mediocre without any achievements, and we're ashamed of our respected teachers." The Holy Palace elder stiffened. A scene appeared in his mind. He was young at that time, and he had made a vow in front of the Holy Palace Master that he would use the rise of the Holy Palace to restore its former glory as his life's mission. His body shivered more and more. "Old Wu, what's wrong?" His friend beside him finally discovered something was wrong. That's right, they were friends. Although he had just been thinking that he wouldn't hesitate to bleed for a disciple, the 10,000 years of friendship between them couldn't be erased. Wu Xianshou looked up. His pale face revealed a smile that gave off a feeling of clarity, as if he had let go of some great obsession. "It's nothing. I was just thinking about something and I've finally figured it out." He paused for a moment. "You don't need to be disappointed. Perhaps you and I will really be able to witness a miracle today." He waved his sleeves, puffed out his chest, and walked forwards. He left behind 2 old friends who were dumbfounded, their eyes wide with surprise. Wu Xianshou bowed and lifted up the white stone with both hands. He said in a low voice, "Demon Envoy and all lords, please replenish the energy for the test so that the proud sons of heaven of the demonic path will not be filled with hatred." With these words, the world fell deathly silent. Everyone's eyes focused on the white stone in his hands. Any demonic path cultivator that knew about talent testing felt their hearts tremble. This was because this white stone should be blue in color, and that blue color was the energy needed to test the demon body's talent. Or, it was more accurate to say that the demon body's talent wasn't a test, but rather an activation. This blue energy was needed to activate the demon body. The demonic path had paid a tremendous price in order to collect it. But now, the blue energy had been exhausted. The demon envoy's eyes widened. At this moment, his heart beat like a drum. Even though he had told himself that the final result of the competition had yet to be decided, he was still deceiving himself. However, if one said that he was not disappointed, he would be deceiving himself and others, because the shadow sun was the shadow sun. The difficulty of reaching the saint level was so great that it could make people despair. But now, the situation had reversed. It wasn't that Yarrow Bin's talent wasn't enough, but that he didn't have enough energy to fully activate his potential. In the blink of an eye, the demon envoy had made a decision. Since Yarrow Bin had caused such a ruckus today, even if he stopped at Shadow Sun, he would still be a thorn in the side of others. Then, he might as well make him shine even brighter and let everyone know that he had the talent to become a Saint Lord. Some people would hate him even more, but at the same time, there would be people willing to bet on him. The demon envoy lifted a hand and grasped forwards. Space shattered. Then, countless blue clouds gushed out from within. They seemed to be covered by an invisible strength. They didn't float in all directions, but instead rushed into the pitch-black crater in the ground. As the leader of the Mu clan saw this, a cold light rose in his eyes. But he clenched his teeth and didn't dare to stop it. Today, in front of everyone, a disciple with the talent of a Saint Lord could not be allowed to be harmed. Otherwise, they would invite the wrath of the entire demonic path. The Mu family could not withstand this. Mu Xianglin's cold and gloomy eyes fell on Wu Xianshou. If looks could kill, he would have already become a pile of minced meat. Wu Xianshou lowered his head, guilt on his face. But his eyes were calm and peaceful. Righteousness was divided into big and small. Today's actions might make it difficult for him in the future, but he wouldn't regret it. What's more, this step might be an investment with infinite potential. Qin Yu felt as if he had come back to life. Then, he discovered that the limits of his pain tolerance had been refreshed once more. Now that he withstood the burning of the volcano in a protected state, he felt much more relaxed. Perhaps it was because his resistance had increased, or perhaps the burning pain of the volcano would soon end. As the saying goes, if you hit someone with a stick, then give them a date. If it was painful, then it was painful, but there was no compensation at all. Just where was his harvest? The shadow sun continued to turn red. The rapid changes caused those with weaker mental fortitude to clutch their chests. It wasn't over yet. Was there no end to it? Did he have to scare someone to death before he was satisfied? The great figures standing a distance away from the volcano all had dignified expressions. Perhaps they didn't care too much about the shadow sun, but if they took another step forward, then they would have the qualifications to place their chips. Of course, before placing their chips, they would carefully observe and judge before making a final decision. But this was already a change. At the very least, in their eyes, he was no longer a young and immature new disciple of the demonic path, an ant whose life or death they could casually control. He had the potential to compete for the future, so he would naturally obtain a certain degree of their recognition. The demon envoy relaxed a little. He had made the right gamble this time. He could feel the changes in the auras of some people. He didn't hope that these people would be like him and unhesitatingly step forward to protect Yarobin. As long as they stood idly by, that would be a tremendous harvest. The demon envoy's eyes fell onto the 10th great sun in the skies. He muttered to himself, "Since you have surpassed my control and exposed yourself to the sunlight, I ask you to take out the strongest proof and tell them that you are the best choice. But no matter what, this road will not be easy to walk. Perhaps you will succeed, or perhaps you will fail. But I hope that you can turn back without regrets. So, please erupt with everything you have." Qin Yu really erupted. The shadow sun turned into a red sun. It steadily rose, almost without pause. Then, at the center of this crimson-red sun that seemed to suppress the mind, as if it were looking straight at a boundless sea of blood, a spot of pure white appeared. Mu Xianglin's body swayed and all the blood drained from his face. He pushed away the person supporting him, the chill in his eyes no longer concealed. The third boundary of the sun step, white sun. There was a saying, the white sun is the clear sky, those who become the white sun can control the clear sky. The shadow sun had no hope of reaching the saint step. The red sun had a 10% chance of success and the white sun had a 30% chance. This was already the strongest the demon body could display. He could actually become the white sun. He dared to become the white sun. How could he? At this moment, all of Mu Xianglin's original plans had fallen to nothing. This was because he was well aware that no one would help the Mu family again. This was the deterrence of the white sun boundary. No one was willing to provoke a proud son of heaven of the demonic path that had a high chance of becoming the next Saint Monarch. But at the same time, the killing intent in Mu Xianglin's heart reached its peak. Without a new Saint Monarch, the Mu family would be the descendant of the Saint Monarch, enjoying all sorts of privileges and status. But once the Saint Monarch was born, all of this would vanish into thin air. The Mu family had been strong for these past years and had made countless enemies. If they lost the halo of being the descendant of the Saint Monarch, they would inevitably be greeted by countless wolves and tigers. He no longer had a path to retreat. If he didn't want his family to collapse and be uprooted by others, he could only continue onwards to the end. Only the descendants of the Mu family could become the Saint Monarch. Everyone else would die. When the red sun in the skies turned white, Qin Yu finally realized what he had obtained today. As he listened to the clear cracking sounds emitting from his body, he suddenly discovered that this red date was far, far too large. It was so large that he had an intense impulse to relive the pain he experienced today several more times. Chapter 530. The moment it transformed into pure white, there was no difference between the 10 suns in the skies. Then, the skies of the Holy Land's small world seemed to be wiped away by an invisible hand. The clouds scattered, revealing a clear blue sky without the least bit of impurities. This was like a curtain decorated with 10 blazing suns. The 10 suns intersected, their halos overlapping, refracting and diffusing, making the scene in front of them seem a bit more dreamlike. At this time, outside the volcano, the demonic path cultivators were in a trance. A stirring feeling rose in their hearts, as if they were witnessing the birth of a legend. Then, they couldn't help but think, just how far could the person who caused this world phenomenon reach in the future? No one could give an answer. Even the silent and lofty demonic path great figures had complex expressions in their eyes. What was common was that all of them revealed a thoughtful and cautious look. If the shadow sun didn't matter and the red sun only needed to be looked at, then the third realm white sun had the qualifications to have these great figures pay attention to him. This was true attention. The holy demon sun with a white sun boundary talent had an extremely high chance of becoming the demon monarch. Taking a step back, even if he couldn't smoothly enter the holy palace, he would still have extremely high achievements. Although this sort of potential needed time to slowly awaken, the future prospects were so bright that it was worth investing in. At the very least, he had to maintain a proper attitude and not provoke a powerful enemy in the future for himself. To be able to stand out amongst countless cultivators, to become a rock and become an influential figure of the demonic path, while not every one of them was an intelligent person, none of them were idiots. Today, Qin Yu had used his superb performance to earn a layer of protection for himself. He had flattened the road to the future beneath his feet a little. Those who should have witnessed had already witnessed it. The great figures began to leave. With their status, they were destined to be cautious before making any decision. Even if Qin Yu's talent was unparalleled, they still wouldn't easily place a bet. Since they didn't want to be involved in the dispute of the holy monarch position too early, leaving now was the best choice. Otherwise, once Qin Yu came out, how would they express their stance? The Mu clan members were the first to leave. Just like when they arrived, they didn't alarm too many people. But there were still many eyes that fell on their departing figures. There were some things that no one said, but everyone knew in their hearts that the Mu family was currently very powerful. If they wanted to continue growing stronger, they could only face difficulties head-on. Therefore, this was an unsolvable problem. Both sides had never met before and had no grudges against each other. However, from today onwards, they were destined to be each other's greatest enemies until one side gave up or died. The demon envoy sucked in a deep breath. He didn't leave with the crowd. As one of the few people with the highest status in the Holy Palace, it was natural for him to care about a peerless white sun boundary proud son of heaven. However, the truth was that there was another worry in his heart that no one knew about. That was because the greatest explosive point of the day had yet to appear. And that was Qin Yu's demon body boundary. When they were at Heavenly Demon City, the demon attendant had found an excuse to go together with Yang Liu. Although they hadn't made any substantial contact, he could still feel Qin Yu's vigorous and potent blood energy fluctuations. Sovereign-level demon body. The reason the demon envoy was able to make such an accurate judgment was because he was an old sovereign-level existence and also had a calamity immortal realm cultivation. It wasn't difficult for him to figure out Qin Yu's background. His original plan was to suppress Qin Yu for a period of time. Thus, he reached an agreement with all parties to seal up the events that occurred in the Demon Ascension Gate's small world. But changes always came faster. Today, Qin Yu had amazed the world with a single brilliant feat without waiting for the demon envoy to suppress him. He had already soared into the highest heavens, drawing the attention of all parties. The White Sun Boundary's talent was terrifying, but the difficulty of cultivating the demon body was equally astonishing. If one wanted to have any achievements, they would need to spend a massive amount of time. But what if others discovered that this White Sun Boundary disciple had already reached the sovereign-level demon body boundary before his talent was fully activated? The Mu family would be the first to go crazy. That's right, they would go crazy. This was because they no longer had enough time to patiently wait for the right time to hunt. The bloodline descendant of the previous holy monarch, even if he had lost half of his surname, still had an incomparably terrifying background and strength. Although he was the demon envoy of the Holy Palace, controlled half of the true demon guards, and was also a transcendent calamity immortal realm existence, he still didn't have absolute confidence that he could resist the crazy biting of the Mu family. But the demon envoy had no other choice. This world was fair. Qin Yu had obtained protection with his talent. While he had changed the standpoint of many people, he also had to bear these accompanying troubles. In the skies, the 10th sun gradually disappeared. The blue skies were once more intertwined with clouds and fog once more. The phenomenon ended. The final moment had finally arrived. The demon envoy had a calm expression, but his heart was already prepared to welcome any situation. Even if he had to shed all pretense of cordiality, even if he had to kill until the sun and moon lost all light, even if he had to break the internal balance of the demonic path, he still had to protect Qin Yu. No matter the cost. In the skies above the pitch-black volcano crater, the only dark space suddenly trembled several times before splitting open. A figure stepped out. As if the light outside was too bright, he raised a hand in front of him and subconsciously narrowed his eyes. As he swept his eyes around, he could see open mouths and round eyes, making one worry that they would explode in the next moment. Qin Yu had a light expression. This was because he had already expected all of this, and now it seemed that the result was even better than he expected. He originally only wanted to maintain a high profile so that he could obtain the attention of the demonic path, but he never imagined that there would be such a great surprise. Although he had experienced pain that outsiders couldn't imagine, compared to his harvests, it wasn't anything at all. He faintly smiled. At this time, Qin Yu seemed to sense something. He looked up and his eyes met with the demon envoy's. It's him. Qin Yu subconsciously tensed up but soon composed himself. He bowed. The demon envoy was expressionless. He deeply looked at him for a moment and then turned to leave. At this time, his heart was like a sea, tumbling and tumbling. On that day at Dawnperch residence, the two sides had sat across from each other. He had laid down his wine cup and made a final probe of Qin Yu. The demon envoy confirmed that he wasn't mistaken. That boundless blood vitality fluctuations and the tyrannical aura that came from the same source meant that this was without a doubt the sovereign-level demon body. But now, when Qin Yu emerged from the dark space, the demon envoy discovered that there were no longer any fluctuations of the demon body's blood vitality on his body. There were only two possibilities. Either his demon body had been crippled, or he had risen to an even higher level, surpassing the range of his senses. The 10th sun in the skies had just faded away. If the demon body was crippled, then there was only one option left. Sovereign level, even someone as powerful as the demon envoy couldn't help but groan in his mind. If he hadn't personally experienced it and seen it with his own eyes, he would have never believed it. But as he thought about Qin Yu's White Sun Boundary demon body talent, although all of this was astonishing, it could be explained. However, could cultivating the demon body at the White Sun Boundary really be so terrifying? The demon envoy didn't know. But there was one thing he was sure of, and that was that Qin Yu's chances of success had risen from 50 to at least 30%. This was because in the eyes of outsiders, Qin Yu was a junior with a heaven-defying talent who had yet to cross the threshold of the demon body. This would give others the misconception that they still had plenty of time and that they didn't need to take risks, that they could wait for the best opportunity. But the truth was that Qin Yu had already reached the sovereign level and was just a step away from the Saint Lord realm. As long as he could reach the saint level, there would be no one that could stop him from ascending to the heavens and becoming the peak existence in this vast world. Besides the demon envoy, there were 3 other people. As they looked at Qin Yu who walked out of the dark space, their minds blanked out. Although they had completed the test a long time ago, they had been in a constant state of shock. They simply didn't have the mind to observe their surroundings to determine just who this heaven-defying character was. Moreover, subconsciously, they didn't think that an old fellow that was several hundred years old could have such a performance. Gongzhen's lips were deathly pale and his body shivered. His entire mind was drowned in regret. If the heavens could give him a chance to start over, he swore he would hide as far away as he could and never provoke Qin Yu again. But what this world lacked the most was medicine for regret. The river of time surged forwards and wouldn't stop or shift because of anyone's will. Of course, this might only be the theory of relativity. But Gongzhen clearly wasn't someone with the qualifications to reverse time. So, he could only feel the fear and despair in his heart. His body stiffened. When Qin Yu's eyes fell on him, it was like he had been ruthlessly whipped. Gongzhen nearly jumped up from the ground, but in the next moment he lowered his head. The 3 of you, the bet between us has come to a conclusion. You won't go back on your word, right? 5 days had passed since the demon body test. The punishment that Qin Yu gave to Gongzhen and the others was both merciful and cruel. He was merciful because the punishment was easy to complete, with almost no difficulty at all. He was cruel because ever since that day, Gongzhen and the others had vanished from sight, never to appear again. Many demonic path cultivators subconsciously shivered as they thought of Qin Yu's methods. Even if some people wanted to hug his thigh, they wouldn't dare to have any thoughts about him. This was because Qin Yu's punishment was to run around naked for an hour. Yes, that was exactly what it meant. Even if there was a woman among them, Qin Yu remained as cold as iron, without the least bit of sympathy in his eyes. It wasn't that Gongzhen and the others didn't think of refusing, but there were countless witnesses to the bet and Qin Yu's request didn't cross the bottom line. And more importantly, with Qin Yu's white sun boundary talent, how could they dare to refuse? He obediently took off his clothes and ran for an hour. It was necessary to lose face, but perhaps he could write off what had happened before. If they tore apart all pretense of cordiality, even if Qin Yu couldn't do anything to them for the time being, what would happen in the future? No one wanted to be remembered by Qin Yu. Even Calamity Immortals had scruples in their hearts, much less 3 newly ascended demonic path disciples. Gongzhen was the first to agree. He tore off his robes and ran away. Bao Yihan was the second. As the smiling woman ran away, her tears fell onto the white baby on her chest. She cried like a weeping beauty, pitiful and miserable. In the demonic path, there might be people who ran around naked, but it was rare for 2 men and 1 woman to run around together. Moreover, because of the commotion Qin Yu caused, this place had attracted far too much attention. It was only natural that more people saw this scene. It was unknown how many demonic path cultivators widened their eyes, their eyebrows dancing with joy. Were the new disciples of today already so good at playing around? The naked running incident was still fermenting, but Qin Yu no longer paid any attention to it. The reason he used such a vicious method was to establish his prestige. If anyone wanted to deal with him, they had to make preparations ahead of time. Now that his goal had been achieved, he naturally tossed it to the back of his mind. Now, what Qin Yu was thinking about was who would come out to contact him first. Through Zhao Qinyuan's explanation, he was already well aware of the matter of white sun boundary talent. At the same time, he had also received a vague reminder from Zhao Qinyuan. Qin Yu thought about it. Zhao Qinyuan's words shouldn't be wrong. Most of the high-level figures of the demonic path were focused on him. 5 days should be enough time for the various influences within the demonic path to reach a certain degree of compromise. Dragon Head Mountain, within the grand residence at the summit, Qin Yu's eyes flashed, an inexplicable light in them. However, the person who came to contact him didn't appear. Instead, another guest arrived outside the residence. Looking at Sun Zifu who was welcomed in, Qin Yu's mind brightened. He lightly said, "Since you've come, sit down." Sun Zifu shook his head, an ashamed expression on his face. "I know that fellow Daoist Yarrow must be ridiculing me in your heart, but I am only one of the sons of the Sun family. Although I have some authority and status, I don't have the qualifications to make decisions for myself. He took out a storage ring. The rewards that I promised fellow Daoist Yarrow are all inside. What's extra is the Sun family's apology. I hope fellow Daoist Yarrow can accept it. After speaking, Sun Zifu laid down the ring and walked away. After taking several steps, he stopped. Right now, many people are watching from the sidelines. The situation in the demonic path seems calm, but the truth is that there are turbulent waves within. Fellow Daoist Yarrow, you must be careful and think twice before you act. He had come and gone in a hurry. Compared to before, Sun Zifu seemed to have changed a little. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He took the storage ring. Demon Body Tempering Pill. Qin Yu had heard of its name for a long time, but this was his first time seeing it. There were more than half the original amount. There were a total of 30 pills. The rest were all spirit stones. The Sun family didn't fail to live up to their reputation as the wealthiest family in the demonic path. Their wealth was astonishing. However, after Four Seasons City had used the pre-celestial wood to scheme against the immortal sect, Qin Yu had plenty of spirit stones in his hands. He glanced at them several times before putting them away, not caring too much about them. He took out a demon body tempering pill. Qin Yu focused his mind and didn't discover anything wrong with it. Then, he carefully scraped off some powder and swallowed it. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with it, he swallowed the entire pill. A moment later, Qin Yu opened his eyes. There was a bit more color in them. The demon body tempering pill was truly a good thing. It could actually directly increase the boundary of the demon body. Unfortunately, the Emperor-level demon body was like a vast sea, and the strength of the demon body tempering pill was at most a small stream. To say that it was a drop in the bucket would be an exaggeration. It was most suitable for cultivators that had just started cultivating the demon body. It could allow them to achieve twice the results with half the effort and greatly increase their cultivation speed. Qin Yu shook his head. He looked at the remaining 29 pills and put them away. With his demon body's boundary, it was simply a waste to use pills to cultivate. However, Qin Yu couldn't blame the Sun family for their carelessness with their gifts. Moreover, they had already agreed to this beforehand. From what the outside world could see, he hadn't even crossed the threshold of demon body tempering pills yet, so giving them 30 demon body tempering pills was already more than enough. If there was a chance in the future, he would just trade them. 29 demon body tempering pills would have a high exchange value within the demonic path. The second day after Sun Zifu left, Qin Yu was finally able to wait. The first person to contact him wasn't some great figure, but their status wasn't low either. The Left Commander of the Holy Palace's True Demon Guard warmly said, "Fellow Daoist Yarrow Bin, I have come here on orders to inform you that from today onwards, you should pack your things and enter the Endless Sea to cultivate." Although he was calm and his tone was friendly, deep in his eyes there was confusion as well as a bit of sympathy. The Endless Sea, yes, that was indeed a good place to cultivate. But in the demonic path, there was no one willing to go there on their own initiative. With his White Sun boundary talent and the title of Holy Demon Son, it was fine if he didn't succeed, but how did he end up being exiled? Left Commander Liu Shen couldn't figure this out. But, just like his name suggested, he was a cautious person. He wouldn't blindly inquire about things that he shouldn't know. He cupped his hands together and bid his farewells. As for the following matters, there would naturally be someone else to handle them. Soon, news spread throughout Dragonhead Mountain. The new disciples who had been silent out of fear, but also couldn't help but feel envious and jealous, let out long breaths of relief. Most of them were secretly delighted. Indeed, the rumors were true. This surname Yarrow's talent was unparalleled, but he was still viewed as a threat by others. Being exiled to the Endless Sea was the best proof of this. If this surname Yarrow knew he would end up like this, would he regret that his performance in the test was too dazzling? Chapter 531. The throne of the Holy Palace was empty and the main hall was completely sealed off. Unless a new holy monarch was born, no one could open it. Luckily, the demon attendant had his own inheritance. He was a subsidiary branch of the Holy Palace and could control a corner of the Holy Palace. Although it wasn't as grand and boundless as the main hall, it still had a vigorous aura that left one in awe. The surface of the dark hall was covered with countless shadow-like runes. They followed a specific rule, constantly swimming and weaving together. These shadow-like runes separated the entire hall from the outside world. No one was able to sense anything that occurred within. Thus, the demon attendant always liked to think about important matters here. This was because he was well aware of the current situation that the Holy Palace was facing. The slightest bit of carelessness could cause a massive shock. Of course, there was also another important reason. An old voice echoed out in the hall. Sending him into the endless sea may seem like exile on the surface, but that is actually the best choice right now. Otherwise, how long will you be able to defend him? This time, as long as we can buy enough time for him to grow up, we can consider ourselves to have one. The demon attendant respectfully said, "Teacher is right." If these words were heard by others, the entire demonic path would be shaken. This was because the demon attendant only had a single teacher, and that was the previous demon attendant. But according to the rules of the demonic path, the birth of a new demon attendant meant that the previous demon attendant had perished. This was something that had never been wrong in the demonic path for billions of years. But now, it was clear that some accident had occurred. The demon attendant hesitated for a moment. "I am only worried that Yarrow Bin will be disheartened by this matter. Once his spirit and will are damaged, it will be impossible for his demon body to make a breakthrough." The old voice was calm. "Although I haven't seen him with my own eyes, as you said, he is an extremely outstanding young junior. He has his own thoughts and wits. Moreover, he was able to become an emperor at such a young age. His lucky chances and destiny are not something that you and I can imagine. The best choice we can make for him is that he will have to rely on himself for his future path." The demon attendant hesitated and nodded. The previous demon attendant reminded, "Although the endless sea is a forbidden land, we still have to guard against it." The demon attendant respectfully said, "Teacher, rest assured that I have already made arrangements." The endless sea was located deep within the demonic path's small world. The seawater was blue and clear, and the gentle sea breeze blew against it, carrying with it the unique smell of seawater. On the fine and clean beach, a seagull with white feathers, red beaks, and black claws spread its wings and flew gracefully in the air. Under the illumination of the 9 suns, the surface of the sea shimmered with light. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Just from the environment alone, this place could be considered beautiful and captivating. But in reality, this beautiful sea area was a burial ground. Since the sacred palace had existed since then, apart from the historical records of the missing sacred lord of the origin, all the sacred lords of the past had been buried here after they ascended to heaven. There were also many important figures of the sacred palace buried with the sacred tomb. Without permission, no one was allowed to approach the endless sea. Otherwise, it would be regarded as a great disrespect to the previous holy monarchs. No one could afford to bear such a crime. Thus, the speed car that sent Qin Yu off came to a stop in the distance. Everyone got off and respectfully bowed towards the sea. Qin Yu stood in the middle of everyone. He straightened his body and looked at the endless sea. His eyes flashed, revealing a bit of understanding. It seemed that in this internal struggle of the demonic path, the compromise was to protect their own people for the time being. Otherwise, he wouldn't be facing such a leisurely scene right now. As Qin Yu thought about the message that Zhao Chenyuan had sent him, he sighed inwardly. During the demon body talent test, he had caused an unexpected stir, but he had also fallen into a great deal of trouble. But he didn't regret it. Even if he had to do it all over again, he would still make the same choice. Moreover, this wasn't something that he could control to begin with. "Fellow Daoist Yarrow Bin, we can only send you here." A true demon guard cupped his hands together and took out a jade box. Inside is the Holy Nether Guard Commander token and your appointment document. It will take effect immediately after you enter the endless sea. Please accept it. The Sacred Palace had always had 2 great armed forces. The true demon guard was one and the Holy Nether Guard was the other. To a certain degree, the Holy Nether Guard was even stronger than the true demon guard. But that was only the situation recorded in the ancient texts. Ever since the previous holy monarch ascended to heaven, The throne had been vacant for over 100,000 years. The Holy Nether God had retreated to the endless sea, unable to leave without a Holy Spirit. In these long 100,000 years, the last powerful Holy Nether God had long since died. Now, there were only a few cats left. Moreover, as long as a new holy monarch didn't appear, the Holy Nether God could not leave the endless sea. Thus, being appointed as the commander of the Holy Nether God was a rather sad thing. Qin Yu could sense the pity and confusion in the guard's eyes. He calmly received the wooden box, nodded, and turned to leave. If he had been exiled to the endless sea before the demon body test, Qin Yu would have been extremely disappointed. He might have thought of all sorts of methods to escape from here. But now, all he had in his heart was calm. The Emperor level was only a step away from the Saint level. Once he smoothly stepped over it, Qin Yu could directly enter the sacred palace. Even the phrase reaching the heavens in a single bound wasn't enough to describe this. The reason he had displayed such a high profile was to obtain the attention of the great figures of the demonic path and use the massive cultivation resources of the demonic path to become stronger as soon as possible, becoming a truly influential figure. But now, Qin Yu had an even better choice. As long as his demon body broke into the saint level and he became the master of the sacred palace, he would instantly become one of the most honored people in the world. Why would he give up what was near and seek what was far away? Entering the endless sea might seem like he was being exiled, but he could actually obtain a stable environment where he could wholeheartedly cultivate. To Qin Yu, there were only advantages and no disadvantages. As for those mocking and sympathetic gazes, he didn't care what others thought, and time would prove everything. Looking at Qin Yu's back as he walked towards the endless sea, his steps calm and steady, his shoulders as steady as mountains, and thinking about how calm and indifferent he had been the entire time, the true demon guards responsible for delivering the box all revealed looks of admiration. Not to mention anything else, just this breadth of mind and bearing wasn't something they could compare with. He was truly worthy of being a formidable character with the demon body's white sun boundary talent. The true demon guard that delivered the wooden box took a deep breath and suppressed his heart. He said in a low voice, "The mission has been completed. Let's go." Everyone boarded the speed car. With a low engine sound, they rapidly flew back the way they came, soon vanishing from sight. Thus, in this boundless world, looking all around, there was only Qin Yu's figure. Beneath the illumination of the 9 suns above his head, he silently walked forwards. His pace wasn't fast, but it was filled with firmness. Step by step, he arrived at the endless sea. As far as the eye could see, the waves, the sea breeze, the seagulls, and the white sandy beach beneath his feet formed a beautiful picture. Qin Yu's lips curved up, revealing a faint smile. It wasn't just because of the beautiful scenery in front of him, but also because of the extremely rich heaven and earth spiritual strength that surrounded him. Indeed, as Zhao Qianyuan had said, although the endless sea was a land of exiles, it was also the most suitable place to cultivate within the demonic path. If it weren't for the fact that one needed to join the Holy Nether Guard and couldn't take a single step without a Holy Nether Guard token, then the spots to enter would have already been fought over. Qin Yu took out the token that represented the commander of the Holy Nether Guard. As he entered the endless sea, this token began to emit light, indicating that the appointment had taken effect. But the beach was empty, without a single person to be seen. There were only several broken wooden boats that were chained to the pier, bobbing up and down with the waves. It seemed as if no one placed him in their eyes as a commander. Qin Yu shook his head. He walked over to the first wooden boat and looked down. The bottom of the boat was broken. He took several more steps forward and looked at the second boat. It was also broken. The third boat, the fourth boat, and then, well, if one included the pieces of wood chained to the ground, there were a total of 5 boats. They have a great amount of resentment. Qin Yu whispered to himself, but there wasn't much dissatisfaction on his face. They had a powerful cultivation, but they were trapped in a cemetery, dying in a depressed and unwilling state. After witnessing the fates of their ancestors, it was normal for the Holy Nether Guard to feel resentment in their hearts. On the other hand, if Qin Yu had come today and immediately received a warm welcome, he would have secretly wondered if these people were preparing to kill him to vent their anger. The wooden boats were all broken. Fine, that was nonsense. Then, he might as well do something practical and repair it. The endless sea was a sea, but it wasn't just a sea. If Qin Yu wanted to truly enter it, he needed a key. These wooden boats were the key. He dismantled 3 wooden boats and nailed the planks together, barely managing to piece together a boat. Although it looked a bit ugly, it should be enough. Qin Yu stepped onto it. With a flick of his sleeves, the pieced-together wooden boat sailed deep into the endless sea. The wooden boat broke through the waves, emitting loud crashing sounds. Standing on the shore, after several breaths of time, the wooden boat had vanished from sight. At the bow of the boat, Qin Yu suddenly felt something. He looked back and saw that the shore had indeed disappeared. He was in the boundless sea, unable to see the end of it. The endless sea. Entering the sea was boundless, taking in the endless meaning of the world. Mottled runes began to appear on the wooden boat beneath him. Perhaps it was because it was broken and incomplete, but the runes on the surface of the boat were intermittent. It gave off a very unreliable feeling. Qin Yu looked down and subconsciously frowned. If he couldn't open the entrance to this boat, wouldn't that be troublesome for him? Thinking about it even more darkly, if those holy nether guards who inherited their father's legacy pretended not to know, just as Qin Yu thought he should do something, the wooden boat suddenly trembled. Then, the water in front of him was parted by an invisible strength, revealing a waterway that led straight to the seabed. The wooden boat swooped down. Qin Yu relaxed a little. It seemed that although these people resented him, they didn't dare to do anything too extreme. But less than a breath of time after this thought appeared, he discovered that he had been too optimistic. Bang! The high walls of water on both sides suddenly broke apart. 2 large fish rushed out, blue spikes jutting out from their mouths. Although he didn't know how strong these spikes were, he could see that they shined with a metallic halo on their surface. If they pierced his body, it definitely wouldn't feel good. From these 2 large fish, Qin Yu could feel the aura of someone controlling them. Although these soul fluctuations were weak, they couldn't escape the senses of the cosmic sea-cross bell. Mai mercilessly mocked, "Qin Yu, you really do have a halo of hatred around you. No matter where you go, there will always be people who find you unpleasant to the eye. Smelly brat, did you forget who it was that went to such great lengths to find food for you? To burn the bridge after crossing the river, this move was quite easy to play." Of course, mocking him was one thing, but she still had to make a move. Mai considered herself a person with principles. Qin Yu's humanoid food detector was quite useful. The cosmic sea-cross bell lightly trembled. An invisible impact spread out, instantly shattering the soul control placed on the 2 large fish. The ferocious-looking fish came to a sudden stop. They looked around and were immediately frightened. They glanced at each other, as if saying, "What the fuck, why are we here?" They turned around and tore through the water walls, fleeing without a trace. Deep within the endless sea, there was a large city. The city was strict, and a harsh killing aura soared into the heavens. At this time, in a large residence somewhere in the city, a group of young cultivators were gathered together. There were both men and women, and all of them had excited expressions. But at this time, no one spoke. Even their breathing slowed down for fear that they would disturb the woman sitting cross-legged in the center. She wore a long blue dress and her features were picturesque. Although she was clearly sitting here, she gave off a feeling as if she were one with the heavens and earth. No, she wasn't one with the heavens and earth. Rather, it was more accurate to say that this endless and beautiful sea was imprisoning them. Suddenly, the female cultivator trembled. She opened her eyes and blood flowed out from the corners of her lips. The excited young men and women were all stunned at the same time. Then, they revealed expressions of shock. They had never thought that this would be the result. In front of the crowd, a young man stepped forwards. He was of medium stature, but his aura was extremely strong. He frowned, causing one to feel a stabbing pain in their eyes. They hurriedly looked away. "Lan, what happened?" His voice was low and deep, containing a calmness that didn't match his youth. It made one feel uneasy. The slightly panicked crowd immediately quieted down. Lan lowered her head, deep in thought. After several breaths of time, she said, "The person who came has a high soul cultivation. He almost instantly discovered me and then tried to break the control. She lifted a hand and wiped the blood from the corners of her lips. It was just a slight shock to my soul. There's no problem. I want to try again. As she spoke to hear, her eyes brightened. But in the end, Hai Lanlan didn't have a chance to attack again. Several dignified middle-aged men pushed open the door and walked in. What nonsense. The reprimand was harsh. But the several middle-aged men felt a bit helpless. Unless they truly wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality, they could let this happen once, but they couldn't allow these juniors to attack a second time. The Holy Nether Guard guarding the Endless Sea was an iron law set down by the Holy Palace when it was first established. This rule was engraved deep into their bloodlines and could not be changed. This was their destiny from birth. They could harbor discontent in their hearts, but they absolutely could not rebel. Otherwise, none of them would be able to withstand the consequences. If it weren't for this, how could the once illustrious Holy Nether Guard be willing to spend 100,000 years after the Holy Monarch passed away, living in anger, despair, and unwillingness until the day of their death? All of you are to be confined. Without my permission, no one is allowed to leave. Hai Lanlan, Liang Shuyi, and the others respectfully bowed and left. The Holy Land has ignored us for 100,000 years, and now they've suddenly sent a Lord Commander. What do you think of this? Wait a moment. The result will naturally be known. Humph. He had best recognize reality. If he really thinks of himself as a commander and makes some outrageous request, I won't be polite. Chapter 532. After the large fish attacked, the waterway was smooth. This was a bit unexpected. It seemed that the Holy Nether Guard didn't dare to go too far. Qin Yu smiled, his eyes flashing. It was unknown what he was thinking. After around a quarter hour, the patchwork wooden ship came to a stop. What appeared in front of Qin Yu was a city filled with soaring infernal energy. But what was different from the sea race capital city that Qin Yu had visited in the past, was that this city wasn't built at the bottom of the sea. Rather, it was suspended in the depths of the endless sea, supported by seawater. A great floating city. Qin Yu revealed a look of praise. To build such a city in the unpredictable deep sea, the difficulty could be imagined. Moreover, what left him even more gratified was the awe-inspiring atmosphere that the entire city exuded. Even though they had been trapped in the endless sea for 100,000 years and countless people had died unwillingly, the Holy Nether Guard was still able to maintain this momentum. The reputation of the Holy Nether Guard was truly well-deserved. The Emperor-level demon body was only a step away from the Saint level. This was something that made one's heart surge with excitement. But even if Qin Yu successfully broke through to become a Saint Lord, he had no foundation in the demonic path, nor did he have any trusted aides. How much authority could he have as a Saint Lord? It was nothing more than a pleasing name and a dignified appearance. But this wasn't what Qin Yu wanted. Thus, he had to possess his own strength in the demonic path. Being exiled to the Endless Sea and becoming a commander of the Holy Nether Guard was the best choice he could make. If he could subdue the Holy Nether Guard. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat before he composed himself. It was too early to consider these things. He had to walk this road step by step. At this time, the city gates opened from within. A massive number of Holy Nether Guards that were covered in armor similar to the true demon guards rushed out. The only difference was that their armor was bright red, as if it had been soaked in endless blood. A thick killing intent quietly spread out in all directions. In the distance, large numbers of fish were startled and fled, stirring up white splashes in the water. There were 4 figures in the lead. Some were tall, some were short, but each of them had an aura as condensed as a mountain. Their broad shoulders seemed as if they could lift up the moon and stars. Their eyes were ice cold and they shot forwards like arrows. Qin Yu's expression was calm. It was like what he was standing on wasn't a shabby wooden ship, but a supreme throne of power. His eyes were light. As he looked at the 4 people, a calm and unruffled aura poured out from him. There was silence, and the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. A formless pressure made it difficult for everyone to breathe. But the silence was finally broken. In the second left position, a blood-armored man who wasn't the tallest nor the shortest cupped his hands together. Holy Nether Guard Vice Commander Fu Shan greets the Lord Commander. The 3 people beside him and the many Holy Nether Guards behind them all bowed in unison. The scales on their armor began to crackle, as if great waves were rising from the seabed. Then, the already astonishing killing intent suddenly soared, reaching a level that caused one's mind to tremble. In a trance, it was as if the big city floating at the bottom of the sea had turned into a horrifying beast that was imprisoned. It opened its mouth and roared at the sky. Qin Yu's eyes paused for a moment before he revealed a smile. Although it wasn't too bright, it gave off a warm feeling of spring. As this infernal energy and killing intent rose up, many people across from him were stunned. They secretly thought that this boy had some skill. Thank you, Vice Commander and everyone, for waiting here for so long. I am truly sorry. Fu Shan stood up, his aura calm and unchanging. Lord Commander speaks too seriously. This is what we subordinates should do. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. Everyone greets me. Behind Fu Shan, the 3 garrison generals furrowed their eyebrows. Why hadn't they mentioned a single word of what happened just now? Had they decided to temporarily endure it, or did they have other plans? A person suddenly stepped forwards. This subordinate is 1st Garrison General Yuan Zhen. If I may be so bold as to ask Lord Commander, the Holy Palace has ignored us for 100,000 years. For them to suddenly send a commander here today, what instructions do they have? These words weren't polite, but it was a strategy they had already discussed. Since the new commander was shrouded in fog, they would take the initiative to attack. Of course, they had already prepared a follow-up response. No matter how the new commander responded, they would be able to control the situation. As for why they were so confident, it was simple. This was the Endless Sea, the place where their ancestors had lived and operated. Although they couldn't free themselves from their own destiny, a new commander couldn't shake or change anything. Qin Yu's smile didn't change. He shook his head. To tell the truth, I have no idea why I came here or why I became the commander of the Holy Nether Guard. This was the truth, so he spoke calmly. So, Garrison General Yuan Zhen's question, I really cannot answer it. Thinking about it, it's best to continue as before. Yuan Zhen was clearly stunned. It was clear that they had made all sorts of plans and made all sorts of preparations to be tough or soft, but they never imagined this would be the result. Based on what he said, it seemed like this new commander had been banished here. But as soon as this thought appeared, he suppressed it. He thought that he had almost been fooled. If he really was an exiled person, then he could have just sent him to join the Holy Nether Guard and his life would have been ruined. Why would he superfluously give him the position of Holy Nether Guard commander? This person didn't reveal anything at all. Just like Yuan Zhen, Fu Shan and the other 2 garrison generals frowned, a dignified look in their eyes. This person was truly worthy of being a chess piece of the Holy Palace. Although he looked young, his methods were fierce. Although he appeared calm and gentle, the truth was that he wasn't easy to deal with. Without giving them time to think, Qin Yu rubbed his temples. I'm a bit tired. I'll go rest today. If there's anything else, let's talk about it later. Fu Shan nodded. I'll send you off to rest. Qin Yu waved his hand. There's no need. Everyone has many matters to attend to, so just find someone to lead the way. Seeing that Qin Yu didn't want to speak too much, Fu Shan called over an assistant. After giving a few orders, the assistant bowed and said, Commander, please follow me. Although he bowed, his voice was cold, without the least bit of respect. Qin Yu nodded without a care. The Holy Nether Guard was filled with deep grievances. He had to find a way to ease their relationship before he could consider winning them over. In this current situation, if Qin Yu were to display an attitude of wanting to be friends with everyone, he feared they would instantly be filled with dread. Everything in the world followed the same principle. Haste makes waste. Like this, Qin Yu followed behind this Holy Nether Guard. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, he slowly entered the floating city. Yuan Zhen licked his lips. Commander, this person has hidden himself quite deeply. That's right, in the eyes of all the Holy Nether Guards, Fu Shan was their only commander. As for this newcomer, if he really wanted to use a chicken feather as a token of authority, he would be beaten black and blue in the blink of an eye. Fu Shan's eyebrows relaxed. No matter how it is said, he is the commander of the Holy Nether Guard appointed by the Holy Palace. Be careful when you do things and don't let him grab hold of your weakness. Otherwise, even if you can withstand it, it won't be good if things become too tense. Yuan Zhen hesitated. Then what happens next? Before he finished speaking, everyone already knew what he was talking about. Fu Shan lightly said, "Did we arrange for the Lord Commander's official residence?" Yuan Zhen's eyes brightened. He smiled. "Of course. Since the Lord Commander has arrived, we certainly wouldn't dare to neglect him. However, the Holy Nether Guard is trapped in the endless sea and is incomparably barren. In addition, the position of commander has been empty for many years, so the residence is a bit dilapidated and uninhabited. This is understandable." Fu Shan turned and walked away. He wanted to know just what sort of reaction this new young Lord Commander would have. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. This was because this reaction would provide him with an extremely important basis for his judgment. Just why had this new Lord Commander come? Holy Nether City was extremely large. After 100,000 years, it was more than enough time for a massive tribe to multiply. Thus, after Qin Yu entered the city and boarded the carriage, he saw many people along the way. There were no flying carriages here. Rather, they maintained the crude and primitive method of using powerful alien life forms as the driving force. For instance, the carriage Qin Yu was riding in right now was being pulled by 2 flood dragons. Unfortunately, such a dignified carriage wasn't able to win him the least bit of respect or awe. In fact, there was even more indifference and hostility mixed in with curiosity. The one responsible for driving the flood dragons was the Holy Nether Guard that led the way. This person wasn't tall or burly, but rather thin. After boarding the carriage, he didn't say a single word. A cold chill rose up from his body, and it was clear he didn't have any thoughts of flattering the new Lord Commander behind him. The flood dragons soared through the clouds at an extremely fast speed. Thus, when the carriage came to a stop, not too much time had passed. Qin Yu stepped down from the carriage and looked at the majestic atmosphere in front of him. This building was constructed from some sort of black skull from the seabed, and his lips twitched. It seemed that the degree of his unpopularity would continue to rise. Dilapidated, this word wasn't enough to describe Qin Yu's first impression. Rather, it was more accurate to call it ruins. The massive gate seemed to have experienced the chaos of war. Large pieces of black stone that had been glued together had been shattered by a tyrannical strength, faintly discernible in the weeds on the ground. Half of the gate was missing, and the remaining part was rotten beyond repair. It had long since been unable to serve as a shelter. Looking through the collapsed giant screen wall, one could see a lake that was nearly submerged in vegetation. The occasional exposed surface of the lake was covered in dark green algae. Qin Yu nearly laughed in anger. Did these Holy Nether Guards really think that he wouldn't be angry? But thinking about it, perhaps they were waiting for him to be angry. Thus, after thinking about it several times, his complexion returned to normal. Although his entire face was hidden behind a hideous blood-red mask, the surprise and disappointment in the Holy Nether Guard's eyes couldn't escape Qin Yu's eyes. He thought to himself that this was indeed the case, and his expression became even calmer. Go back and tell Fu Shan that this place is very unique. He's very considerate. As the ice-cold Holy Nether Guard heard this, he revealed a nervous expression for the first time. He couldn't discern anything from Qin Yu's expression, and he couldn't help but feel annoyed and disappointed. He cupped his hands across his chest and hurried away. Qin Yu reached out a hand and pushed against the miserable half of the gate. He watched helplessly as it crashed to the ground, smashing to pieces and filling the air with ash. Even though he was already mentally prepared, his lips still twitched. As he walked through the ruined courtyard, he could still feel the majestic background that hadn't been completely washed away by time. He could imagine just how lively and bustling this place must have been many years ago. Unfortunately, imagination was an illusion. If Qin Yu wanted to live here, he would have to do it himself. No matter what, he had to find a place to stay. After searching for a long time, he finally found a stone chamber near the rockery. This should have been a place used for seclusion. The materials used were extremely meticulous, and even though the array formation protecting it had long since been destroyed, it was still mostly intact. After cleaning it up, he took out a illumination bead from his storage ring. Qin Yu looked around and nodded. The environment wasn't too bad. At the very least, from the entrance, this messy courtyard still had a bit of beauty to it. People had to have an optimistic attitude that could find joy in sorrow. Only then would they be able to live comfortably. Moreover, there was an old saying that if he wanted to order others around, he had to at least let them vent their anger. Demonic Path, Holy Land, Small World, Mu family. As a descendant of the previous Holy Lord, even after losing half of their surname, they were still one of the top family influences of the demonic path. Cloud Grove City was the Mu family's fiefdom. It was managed so well that not even a drop of water could leak out. There were countless powerhouses under their command and their influence was awe-inspiring. Today, in a courtyard in the city, a grey-robed Mu Xianglin was sitting on a stone bench, his aura cold and harsh. The space around him was filled with cryptic fluctuations. The power of an array formation isolated all auras from the outside world. Yarrow Bin must die, even if he has been exiled to the endless sea. His tone was calm and light, as if he were talking about what to eat for dinner. Mu Xianglin nodded with satisfaction. Mu Mo, for you to think like this proves that you haven't been blinded by your achievements. The blue-robed youth across from him smiled, his temperament as warm as water. White Sun boundary talent. His eyes were filled with praise and envy. If I underestimated him, wouldn't that be far too stupid? He stood up and cupped his hands together. Uncle, I'll have to trouble you with this matter. Mu Xianglin lightly said, I won't give him the chance to leave the endless sea. With a White Sun boundary talent, he already has the qualifications to be buried in the endless sea. Uncle will send him on his way. Mu Mo turned and left, his eyes cold and indifferent. The position of Holy Lord was his. He absolutely couldn't allow any accidents to occur. Anyone who dared to stop him would die. To the surprise of the Holy Netherguard, Qin Yu didn't move at all. He lived in that ruined courtyard, like a transparent person. Nothing in Holy Nether City had changed at all. Of course, even if they didn't sense anything wrong from Qin Yu, Fu Shan and the others still didn't dare to be careless. They never stopped monitoring him. Moreover, this monitoring wasn't done in a secretive manner. Rather, it was done openly, clearly conveying a message of distrust and wariness. Thus, besides the Holy Netherguards that walked back and forth, Qin Yu would often rest in a large abandoned garden at the back of the courtyard. From afar, he would often see a woman with a cold temperament, as if she were one with the surrounding sea. Although she was beautiful, her eyes were far too cold. They were like two translucent blades of ice that stabbed into the deepest depths of one's heart, causing a chill to crawl up one's back. Luckily, this woman only watched from afar without any intention of approaching. She also never disturbed Qin Yu. Every day, she would quietly look at him for a period of time before turning and leaving. Occasionally, a young man with thorns all over his body would appear. The two of them would whisper something to each other. The young man seemed to be trying to persuade her, but it was clear that he didn't succeed. Thus, when he looked at Qin Yu, his eyes became even colder. This was truly an undeserved calamity. Qin Yu curled his lips. He thought that he wasn't the one who asked her to come. If she could let her go, then he would be more than happy. If he could, he really wanted to say, young man, if you want to pursue a girl, you can't lack a certain toughness. If you're so weak right now, even if you manage to catch up to her in the future, you probably won't have any status in the future. He opened his eyes and glanced towards that direction. Indeed, the woman that came every day had come again. Qin Yu was already used to this and didn't care about her icy cold eyes. He leaned back and leaned against a stone tablet that he didn't know what it was made of. This stone tablet was tilted at an angle, so it was very comfortable to lean against. Closing his eyes, Zhong Xian was resting contentedly when his eyebrows suddenly shot up. When he opened his eyes, he saw a cold and beautiful face. Two thin lips were lightly touching, and a voice that was pleasant to the ears but cold enough to make one shiver. Do you know what kind of stone tablet this is? Without waiting for Qin Yu to reply, Hai Lanlan turned and walked away. Her tall and slender back exuded an angry and sorrowful aura. Qin Yu frowned. He stood up and turned around. Looking at the grey and unremarkable stone tablet that was stuck into the ground, he thought for a moment and then began to clean it up. A moment later, Qin Yu stood in front of the stone tablet. He stared at it for a long time and then gently sighed. He looked in the direction that Shui Lanlan had disappeared in and then turned to leave. On the second day, Hai Lanlan didn't appear. The third day was a repeat of the second day. After that, he didn't see that cold figure again for a long time. Qin Yu faintly guessed what was going on. He couldn't help but feel a bit guilty, but he soon suppressed it. His time was precious and he naturally wouldn't waste it on useless negative emotions that would affect his cultivation. Water flows have sound, water flows have quality, perseverance, reversal, softness, hardness. As he whispered to himself, Qin Yu lifted a hand. His 5 fingers constantly brushed the air, as if he could feel some invisible existence. Chapter 533. Qin Yu didn't fully understand just how powerful the Emperor-level demon body was. This was because after he borrowed the demon blood crystal to make his breakthrough, his mortal body had been undergoing some sort of evolutionary transformation. But, he could clearly feel every inch of his flesh, blood, muscles, and bones constantly increasing in strength. Qin Yu's demon body started out at the general level and then he broke into the golden core realm. After that, every boundary would rise accordingly. The martial level corresponded to nascent soul, the king level corresponded to divine soul, and the emperor level corresponded to blue sea. Then, the realm that the emperor level corresponded to should be the calamity immortal realm. The demon body was the foundation of countless great supernatural powers of the demonic path, but in essence it was the strongest body transformation method of the demonic path. Qin Yu didn't know just how terrifying the bodily strength of the emperor-level demon body was, but he knew that it was enough to suppress all blue seas. Moreover, the demon body also had a terrifying effect on increasing one's combat strength. Once his mortal body completely transformed and his emperor-level demon body was consolidated, Qin Yu's strength would inevitably rise once more. He was well aware of all of this, but this wasn't a reason for him to relax. Just how vast was the land of divinity and demons? The proud elites of heaven were as numerous as the endless sea of stars. Disregarding everything else, just meeting Zhao Qianyuan alone was enough for Qin Yu to be cautious. Thinking about it, even when he was in the Demon Ascension Gate's small world and faced the resurrected monster race Great Emperor, Zhao Qianyuan hadn't used his full strength. He had immediately retreated as soon as he sensed something was wrong. Qin Yu had an intuition that he was hiding something. Even what he saw today was only the part he was willing to expose. The stronger he became, the more he could feel the invisible pressure coming from Zhao Qianyuan. With such a character by his side, how could Qin Yu dare to be careless? In the past, when he was a little disciple of the Eastern Mountain sect in the Land of Exiles, after he obtained the little blue lamp, he stepped onto a great Tao of cultivation that was far beyond his expectations. Although there were countless dangers along the way and he had fallen into countless hopeless situations on the verge of death, Qin Yu's eyes still widened as he experienced just how vast and boundless the world was. Now, he was only a single step away from the peak of the world. Moreover, he had all sorts of lucky chances and good fortune, and he had many cards in his hands. All of this gave Qin Yu enough confidence to look up at the unsurpassed starry skies and decide to become the most dazzling one. His demon body broke through the Emperor realm and he was just a step away from the Saint Lord realm. Qin Yu's mind had finally undergone a thorough transformation. He was still filled with enmity towards the immortal sect, but he had already regarded this matter as a tempering in his climb to the highest great Tao, and not his ultimate goal. Although the process hadn't changed, the meaning it represented was completely different. Now, Qin Yu had the boldness to embrace the heavens and earth. Since he had the heart to ascend to the heavens, he naturally had to put in more effort than ordinary people. Otherwise, even if he had a good hand of cards, he would only be beaten to a pulp in the end. As Qin Yu's mind and will were transforming and he was diligently cultivating to attack the future, there was actually someone who was in a daze. He didn't know how, but for some unknown reason, he was struck by a stroke of bad luck. The unlucky one was a squad leader of the true Devil Guards. His name was Wang Chao, and he had implicated his two sworn brothers who had always followed his lead. Looking at the cold face of the manager of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Chao was bewildered. He hadn't pulled himself together yet. He had just gone out for a drink, and at most, he had found some girls after drinking. Moreover, he wasn't on duty. This kind of thing that everyone had agreed on privately, how could he be robbed of his position and banished to the endless sea? What are you doing here? The order has already been given. Do you want to disobey it? The manager of the Ministry of Justice's voice was harsh, but there was a bit of regret deep in his eyes. He didn't know who Wang Chao had offended, but since this was an order from above, he didn't dare to refuse. His lips moved before he finally sighed. Wang Chao was familiar with the internal affairs of the true demon guards. He knew that since things had reached this step, there was no way to reverse it. He handed over his identity token and took off the true demon guard armor. Wang Chao's eyes turned red as he bowed and left. Then, outside the Ministry of Justice's courtyard, he saw his two brothers who had suffered the same fate. The three of them exchanged several words before falling silent. Wang Chao's voice was bitter. Second brother, third brother, I'm really sorry. It was Big Brother who implicated you. Hua Yanting forced a smile. Big Brother, what are you saying? Yesterday, the three of us went out together. Now that we've been plotted against, it's our bad luck. How can we blame you? Third brother is right. Yellow Mountain said in a low voice. You and I already said that we would endure thick and thin together. So what if we were banished to the endless sea? As long as we're together, anything is possible. Hua Yanting hurried to say, that's right, that's right. Don't forget that the one with the White Sun Realm cultivation base is in the endless sea. We can seize this chance to hug his thigh. Perhaps one day, we will come back to kill him. These words were just to comfort themselves. The endless sea was a tomb of the living dead. If they were banished there, if their spirit and willpower weren't strong enough, their lives would be over. They didn't know what Yarrow Bin's current appearance was, and they wanted to join him. Stop dreaming. Wang Chao's face stiffened. He suddenly remembered that when he was in the heavenly demon city, he had accidentally seen the demon servant and Yang Liu, the two masters, entering the Sunglow perching residence. Thinking about the sudden incident today, although the manager of the Ministry of Justice was cold, he still had a little bit of pity in his eyes. He suddenly had an idea. Could it be, although he wasn't sure, it was at least a possibility. If it was true, being sent to the endless sea wasn't just a banishment, but a chance that many people could only dream of. As soon as he thought of this, his heart relaxed. He felt that his bleak future had become much brighter, and his body was filled with strength. His thoughts turned. He remembered that the three of them would be sent to the endless sea as punishment. In order to avoid any resentment between the brothers, it was best to tell them his guess. After all, going out yesterday was most likely his suggestion. Although he was confident in their friendship, why would he use this matter to test their brotherhood? Wang Chao coughed. Second brother, third brother, come closer. A moment later, Hua Yanting and Huang Shan's eyes brightened. Although they found it hard to believe, they had known Wang Chao for many years. They believed in his character and that he wouldn't lie. The road has turned around. In the Ministry of Justice's courtyard, some people already knew the final result of the punishment. As they looked at the three people outside, their eyes were filled with pity. It had to be known that the true demon guard spots were extremely popular within the demonic path. It was unknown how much effort and luck these three people had put in to be selected. But now, it had all come to nothing. Not only had they lost their future and status, but they had also been exiled to the endless sea. They feared that they would never be able to leave again in this life. This was simply heart-wrenching. It was even more painful than being drenched in blood. But soon, a puzzling scene occurred. It was unknown what the three depressed people whispered to each other, but they suddenly became spirited and their eyes shined. They even laughed, their voices filled with excitement. This was madness. Looking at the backs of Wang Chao's group of three leaving, the demonic path cultivators in the Ministry of Justice revealed looks of pity. They really couldn't withstand such a heavy blow. In the blink of an eye, these three people had turned into idiots, as if their brains had been damaged. Soon, news of Wang Chao, Hua Yanting, and Huang Shan losing their minds and being sent to the Endless Sea as punishment quickly spread throughout the True Demon Guard circle and even to the outside world. And at this time, the three nervous and excited people had already boarded a speed car heading towards the Endless Sea. The True Demon Guard squad responsible for escorting them was an old friend of Wang Chao's group. The squad captain said some comforting words. Seeing Wang Chao's natural response, he didn't believe the rumors. But after carefully observing them, he discovered that there was a hint of anticipation in their eyes. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He winked at his subordinates, indicating for them to be careful. When the squad captain returned, the rumors of the three people losing their minds became even louder. It evolved into a version where the three of them were immersed in their inner world. Although they appeared normal on the surface, they had actually gone completely insane. This caused others to sigh with emotion. Of course, these things had nothing to do with the three people who had entered the Endless Sea. They were walking forward without hesitation, clinging onto the only thigh that could save their lives. Thus, in Qin Yu's ruined residence, three guests were welcomed for the first time. Wang Chao, Hua Yanting, Huang Shan. The three people fell to their knees. Greetings, Commander. This was the first time that Qin Yu felt the dignity of the Holy Nether Guard commander. Although he didn't care too much about it, he still felt happy. Why did you come here? Qin Yu had the three of them stand up. With just a few words, the three men's eyes turned red. Of course, most of these emotions were feigned. But if they didn't do this, how could the commander feel compassion for them and accept them as his subordinates? This was all a prearranged plot. After recounting their tragic experiences, Wang Chao fell to his knees once more. Us three brothers have nowhere to go. I hope that Commander can take us in. In the future, we will go through fire and water without hesitation. Hua Yanting and Huang Shan followed suit. They lowered their heads, nervousness in their eyes. Qin Yu had a helpless expression. After entering the Endless Sea, I can't even protect myself, so how can I take you in? The three of you seem to have come to the wrong place. Wang Chao's heart tightened, but he didn't panic too much. Yarrow Bin knew that someone was targeting him. If he didn't even have this much caution, then he would have to seriously consider whether or not his decision was wrong. Commander, we sincerely pledge our allegiance to you and we don't dare to have any ill intentions. We only hope that one day you can rise up and take us away from here. He paused for a moment. Commander's residence is very large. Can we live far away? You can observe us and make your decision later. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He lightly said, this place has already become ruins. If you want to live here, then tidy up yourselves. I won't accompany you any longer. He turned and left. Wang Chao hurriedly bowed. Farewell, Lord Commander. Rising up, the three of them glanced at each other. They could all see the excitement in each other's hearts. The facts were clear. After Yarrow Bin entered the Endless Sea, he hadn't given up on himself because his mind had been wounded. The more cautious he was, the more it proved that he had ambitions in his heart. This just happened to be what they wanted. At this time, the three of them finally felt a bit more at ease. The reason they were so excited and happy before was because they were trying to cheer themselves up. It was a kind of psychological hint to each other. Wang Chao took a deep breath. All right, let's go to the front yard and find a place to live. Whether or not we can pass the test will depend on our performance. Hua Yanting and Yellow Mountain earnestly nodded. In the abandoned commander's residence, there were now 3 new residents. Fu Shan soon learned of this, but he didn't care much about it. The 3 new Holy Nether Guards weren't willing to submit to their fate and tried to resist. They were all newcomers, so it was normal for them to attach themselves to Yarrow Bin. However, the only thing that left him puzzled was that Yarrow Bin was far too quiet. He didn't know why, but he felt a bit restless in his heart. He always felt that this surname Yarrow would stir up some great event one day. Qin Yu continued his routine every day. His life hadn't changed much from before, but when he cultivated he was a bit more cautious and avoided the attention of Wang Chao and the others. Knowing that Qin Yu didn't want to get too close to them, Wang Chao and the others didn't try to approach him. However, in order to show their sincerity and obedience, the three of them were still cautious and tried to add points in Qin Yu's heart. For instance, when he was cultivating, the three of them would discreetly spread out and wander around him. When Qin Yu rested, he would diligently clean up the ruins of the residence. Occasionally, they would come to greet him. Their voices were respectful, but they didn't delay him. They came in a hurry and left in a hurry. On the surface, Qin Yu didn't seem to care. But he was carefully scrutinizing the three of them, gradually washing away his suspicions. Wang Chao and the others shouldn't have been sent here to deal with him. Moreover, taking a step back, as long as he was careful enough, no matter how good their acting skills were, it would be impossible for them to harm him with their strength. But Qin Yu didn't show any intention of accepting them. Like an eagle, he had to make them remember just how difficult it was to obtain his trust. Only like this would they cherish this trust in the future. Since Qin Yu had decided to walk the road to the heavens without any support, he naturally had to create a team that would follow him and be loyal to him. But while Qin Yu was peacefully cultivating and didn't want to cause any trouble, there were some people that didn't want to see him jump around like this. Although the endless sea was a forbidden land, as long as one had enough strength and patience, they would eventually find a chance to attack. The Mu family had prepared for a long time. Now, they finally thrust out their sword. They used the laws of spring and autumn, without the slightest trace of blood. In the end, the talent of a white sun boundary martial artist wasn't ordinary. Even if everyone knew that it was them who did this, there was no evidence. This would save them a great deal of trouble. On this day, Wang Chao, who was patrolling, stopped a holy nether guard outside the door. "Who are you?" The holy nether guard cupped his hands together, his voice anxious. "I have been ordered to inform Lord Commander that a forbidden land in Holy Nether City has suddenly opened. Lord Fu Shan and the others have already rushed over. This matter is of great importance, so I ask that Lord Commander immediately go." Wang Chao's heart skipped a beat. The Holy Nether Guard had always been the most mysterious inheritance in the Holy Palace. He didn't dare to be careless. Who knew if something bad would happen? "I'll have to ask you to wait a moment. I will immediately go in and report." A moment later, Qin Yu appeared outside the mansion. After Wang Chao and the other two had repaired the mansion, it had restored a bit of its former glory. At the very least, standing here wouldn't make one feel awkward. What happened? The Holy Nether Guard was even more anxious. "Lord Commander, this matter is extremely urgent. Please follow me and I will tell you everything on the way." Qin Yu frowned. He nodded and said, "Lead the way." Wang Chao and the other two were about to follow when they were stopped by the Holy Nether Guard. "Commander, this matter involves the secrets of the Holy Nether Guard." "What do you think?" Qin Yu lifted a hand. "You all stay behind." "Thank you for your understanding, Commander." The guard hurriedly led the way as he explained the situation. The cultivation method passed down by the Holy Nether Guard was to absorb the slaughter energy from underground and fuse it into one's body, turning it into tyrannical strength. The advantage of this cultivation method was that one's strength rose quickly and it was also powerful. In a desperate battle, it could capture the heart and soul of an enemy. The disadvantage was that one's mind would be affected. Normally, the Holy Nether Guard had a special soul protection technique that could suppress the violence in their hearts so that they wouldn't lose control. But once the slaughter energy from underground erupted, it would break through the bottom line of the mind and cause the Holy Nether Guard to lose control on a large scale, causing terrifying consequences. The Holy Nether Guard anxiously said, "Lord Commander, the place where we cultivate and absorb slaughter energy originally has a powerful seal suppressing it. But for some unknown reason, the seal has suddenly broken. The situation is extremely urgent." He looked up at the completely sealed carriage and forced a smile. "In order to prevent news from leaking out and causing widespread panic, I can only have Lord Commander hide here. This is really disrespectful." Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Before entering the endless sea, Zhao Qianyuan had hurriedly met with him and told him some matters regarding the Holy Nether Guard. This was one of them. Could it be that he was overthinking things and there really was an accident today? After a long time, the carriage stopped. It seemed that the journey was far. The Holy Nether Guard pushed open the carriage and jumped down. "Lord Commander, the seal is in front of us." We don't have the qualifications to enter, so we can only send you here. Qin Yu stepped out. He looked at the place where the guard was pointing and his pupils shrank. He slowly said, "Are you sure it's this place?" With just these words, the two holy nether guards who were leading the way and driving the carriage caught their breath. "Yes, Lord Fu Shan is inside." They braced themselves and said. They seemed to realize how stiff they were at this time and their hearts constantly sank. Because the two of them had their heads lowered, they didn't notice the strange look that flashed across Qin Yu's face. He looked at this common-looking low-lying area in front of him and his lips curved up in a smile. Chapter 534. 3 days ago, the City Lord mansion that was gradually being cleared out of the ruins had experienced a small-scale earthquake. Besides damaging some of the work that Wang Chao and the others had done, there wasn't any real impact. But it still interrupted Qin Yu's thoughts. Surprised, he walked out of the stone house that was a living room and cultivation room. He frowned, a bit puzzled. Holy Nether City floated in the depths of the endless sea. If it couldn't even offset the fluctuations of the sea, it would have been destroyed countless times over. What was happening today? Before he could think further, he saw Wang Chao and the others running towards him in a panic. Yellow Mountain's eyes were closed as he was dragged behind by the two of them. His face was pale and he had a pitiful appearance. Hua Yanting's voice was panicked. Second brother, don't scare me. Wake up." Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. Because of his rich experience, he could immediately tell that something was wrong with Yellow Mountain. Pill poison. And it was an extremely fierce pill poison. For better or worse, Yellow Mountain was at the early Blue Sea realm, but he had been knocked down in the blink of an eye without even having time to say a few words. Wang Chao knelt down with a thud. "Commander, please save Yellow Mountain. We will do anything to repay your kindness." He had already tried, but there was nothing he could do. Now, asking Qin Yu for help was only an instinct. Every time danger approached, they would subconsciously approach existences that were more powerful. After kneeling down, Wang Chao reacted and felt a bit of regret. If Qin Yu couldn't save Yellow Mountain, there would inevitably be a grudge between the two of them. How could he hold on to Qin Yu in the future? But what left him pleasantly surprised was that Qin Yu actually agreed. "Put him down. Luckily you came quickly. If you delayed any longer, even an immortal wouldn't be able to save him." Hua Yanting put down Yellow Mountain. He had a nervous expression as he stared at Qin Yu. He saw Qin Yu squat down and reach out a hand to touch between Yellow Mountain's eyebrows. There weren't any fluctuations of strength at all. Could he save someone just by touching them? Hua Yanting gulped, his expression even more nervous. He looked up at Wang Chao, who slowly shook his head at him. Since Qin Yu had already made his move, they could only wait. There was no way he would give up midway. Otherwise, how could they survive in the future? Wang Chao's heart was in a mess. He was thinking about what would happen if Yellow Mountain died. It wasn't that he didn't want his brother to live a good life, but Qin Yu's current performance made him feel uncertain. Suddenly, Hua Yanting cried out in alarm. Wang Chao's heart skipped a beat. When he regained his wits, he saw that Huang Shan's pale face had regained some color. He subconsciously opened his mouth wide, and his mind was filled with one thought: is this even possible? To be exact, it was very good. Faint traces of black poison energy appeared on Yellow Mountain's face, gathering between his eyebrows and vanishing into Qin Yu's fingertips. Then, he groaned and slowly opened his eyes. After a short moment of confusion, he suddenly roared, "Boss, third brother, run." "Ah, Commander, why are you here?" Wang Chao slapped him on the head and berated, "What are you doing? Do you know that you almost lost your life? Hurry up and thank the commander. If it wasn't for his excellency, you would already be dead." Huang Shan seemed to have thought of something and shivered. He crawled up and wanted to salute, but his body was weak and he almost fell down. Hua Yanting hurriedly held him up. Qin Yu waved his hand. "There's no need for such empty formalities. Huang Shan, tell me, what happened?" Huang Shan respectfully said, "Big brother Wang Chao said that the courtyard where the commander usually rests is too abandoned, so he had me go and clean it up. This brat, he still didn't forget to show off his merits." Qin Yu smiled helplessly. The strategy was formulated by Wang Chao, but he had an awkward expression at this time. He quickly said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and tell me what's important." Huang Shan felt a bit wronged. "Big brother, you told me to get points whenever I could, so why are you blaming me?" But he didn't dare to beat around the bush. Just now, the garden suddenly shook, and then a crack appeared near the wall. This subordinate happened to be not far away, and before I could react, a black poisonous gas sprayed out. This subordinate had already held his breath, but his vision still went black, and he fainted. As if he thought his experience was too shameful, Huang Shan revealed an awkward expression. "When I woke up, I was already here." Wang Chao felt that second brother really didn't know how to show off. "Even if I asked you to get to the point, you didn't have to be so brief." But before he could signal him with his eyes, Qin Yu directly said, "Take me to the crack." Huang Shan's eyes widened. Qin Yu said lightly, "Once we find the place, you can stay there." Soon, the group entered the backyard of the mansion. In fact, Qin Yu didn't need Huang Shan to tell him to find the place. The courtyard wall that had collapsed was originally covered with lush vegetation. Some kind of bamboo with sharp thorns occupied a large area. But now, these bamboos, which usually bared their fangs and brandished their claws in the wind, had all withered, their yellow leaves falling to the ground. Qin Yu raised his hand to stop Wang Chao, who was about to show his loyalty, and walked toward the bamboo. Soon, he saw the crack that Huang Shan had mentioned. He reached out and touched the withered bamboo. Sure enough, he felt wisps of pill poison seeping into his body, just like the one in Huang Shan's body. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. He stared at the crack, a look of interest on his face. Pill poison wouldn't appear out of thin air. Wherever it existed, there would inevitably be waste pills. Moreover, looking at the intensity of the pill poison, the waste pills here weren't simple. For others, the first thing they would do after discovering this place would be to move and hide as far away as possible. But in Qin Yu's eyes, pill poison was a tonic. Perhaps these waste pills were a catalyst for his cultivation. He subconsciously licked his lips. He didn't know why, but he had a premonition that these waste pills he discovered today would give him a great surprise. Borrowing the power of the cosmic sea-cross bell, he carefully sensed his surroundings. When he didn't notice anyone secretly watching him, he leapt into the crack as Wang Chao and the others watched in shock. "Commander!" Wang Chao's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. "What are you doing? Our future is all on you. If something happens," Hua Yanting calmed down. "Big brother, don't worry. Since the commander dares to go in, he must have some confidence in himself. Moreover, he easily helped second brother detoxify the poison just now." Wang Chao took a deep breath and nodded. He hoped that was the case. Qin Yu jumped into the crack. His feet tapped the ground several times and he rapidly fell down. In the darkness, his eyes were bright and he could see as if it were daytime. There was still pill poison in the air that hadn't yet dispersed, and the concentration was even higher. This caused Qin Yu to be even more excited, because there was definitely a considerable number of waste pills. But suddenly, he came to a stop. His palm sank into a large stone embedded in the ground and he frowned as he looked down. The crack continued to extend, not changing at all from the path above. But in Qin Yu's eyes, an invisible net had appeared. The power of rules. That wasn't completely correct. This was because it was clear that there was the power of an array formation hidden within. This was the power of an array formation that drove the rules and formed an imprisoning strength. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. After a long time, he sighed, a helpless look on his face. He had been interested in array formations for many years, but unfortunately, he hadn't had a chance to study them. Although he had some understanding of them now, he clearly didn't have a chance to break through this array formation. Moreover, this was deep in the endless sea, in Holy Nether City. Why would this array formation appear without reason? He feared that as soon as he tried, he would be immediately discovered. After thinking about it again and again, he couldn't think of a solution. Qin Yu could only suppress his unwillingness and fly out of the crack. This caused the worried Wang Chao and the other two to heave a sigh of relief. "Commander, are you all right?" Qin Yu frowned. He waved his hand and looked outwards. His eyes fell on the edge of Holy Nether City. After a moment of thought, he stepped forwards and quietly flew out. Soon, he arrived at a low-lying area not too far away from the residence. Because he had left behind a soul mark, Chinyu could sense where he was just now. He had sunk very deep into the ground, but because of the angle, the distance wasn't too far. And indeed, in this place, Chinyu saw the net of rules once more, covering the entire area. He clearly knew that there was a massive number of extraordinary waste pills here, one that was likely to be of great use to him. Yet, he couldn't go in and take them. To Chinyu, this was like looking at a treasure that he could only see but couldn't touch. The torment in his heart wasn't worth mentioning to others. Wang Chao and the other two hesitated for a long time before following him out. They saw Chinyu staring at the open space in a daze. They glanced at each other, puzzled. "Lord Commander, did you discover something?" Wang Chao boldly asked. This was because he discovered that Chinyu seemed to have accepted them in his heart. Helping Yellow Mountain cure the poison was the best proof. And indeed, Chinyu paused for a moment and slowly nodded. Yellow Mountain was struck by pill poison just now. I chased after him, but unfortunately, there was a great array formation isolating me from entering. But, the source of the pill poison should be here. Yellow Mountain's face immediately paled. Pill poison. Anyone with a bit of experience would know that this wasn't something to be provoked. If they weren't careful, their entire life would be over. Moreover, the state of their death was often extremely miserable. For instance, they would rot away and melt into water. Just thinking about it left them cold. Wang Chao's face turned green. He looked at this low-lying area and then at the ruined residence not too far away. His throat couldn't help but roll up and down. He wanted to ask, "Lord Commander, just how disgusting are you? Not only are you arranged to live in such a damned place, but you're also placed so close to such a dangerous danger zone. That's no different from sitting on a barrel of oil. Perhaps one day you'll die with a loud bang. Say, what sort of waste pills are buried here?" Chinyu whispered, as if he were asking himself. He was really curious. As Wang Chao was thinking about how to persuade Chinyu to move away, his heart trembled. The commander didn't seem afraid at all. In fact, he was filled with curiosity. After 3 seconds of silence, he decided that he had to shock Chinyu. Otherwise, from the looks of it, not only would Chinyu not move away, but he would likely stay here even more eagerly. What to do? What to do? His thoughts raced. Suddenly, Wang Chao's eyes brightened. He thought of a secret he had inadvertently heard from an elder of the Holy Palace. His mind raced and he increasingly felt that this was the place. Then, his originally panicked heart was immediately filled with fear. He absolutely couldn't stay in this place for another day. Wang Chao took a deep breath. His complexion was incomparably solemn. "Lord Commander, this subordinate has a life or death matter to report." Chinyu glanced at him. He lightly said, "Speak." This glance caused Wang Chao's scalp to tighten. He felt as if his entire being had been seen through. But, he could only suppress the panic in his heart and say, "Many years ago, not long after this subordinate entered the True Demon Guard, I learned of an extremely secretive piece of information from a senior at a banquet. The commander possesses the demon body's great solar realm talent and is an unrivaled proud son of heaven of my demonic path. You should know that there is a powerful supplementary pill that can assist one in cultivating the demon body." Chinyu's eyes flashed. "Demon body tempering pill?" Wang Chao nodded. "That is the pill. But in this world, no matter how brilliant the Grandmaster, there is always a risk of failure. Because of the materials used to refine the demon body tempering pill, once it is discarded, the pill toxins it produces are especially terrifying. In order to deal with pill toxins, it is rumored that the demonic path spent a great deal of resources to construct a great array formation in the Endless Sea. They used the vast and mighty strength of the Endless Sea to quietly annihilate the pill toxins." He took a deep breath and spat out the key words. "I suspect that what the commander found today is the place where the demon body tempering pill was destroyed." If he could turn back time, Wang Chao swore that he wouldn't have said half a word more. Because before he finished speaking, Chinyu's calm eyes suddenly brightened. "Are you sure?" Wang Chao gulped. I cannot be completely sure, but the possibility is high. Why did he feel as if things had suddenly spiraled out of his control? Qin Yu took a deep breath. His thoughts raced and his eyes became increasingly bright, like stars in the night sky. There's no smoke without fire. Since Wang Chao heard the rumors, it is likely true. If the demonic path fears the demon body tempering pill so much, even if they want to borrow the strength of the endless sea to destroy it, they will definitely order people to keep an eye on it. It is impossible for them to ignore it. If so, then it is reasonable to build it in Holy Nether City. The array formation I saw before uses the power of the array formation to drive countless rules, weaving together into a net that completely isolates the inside from the outside. Such a powerful array formation naturally consumes a terrifying amount of energy to arrange. If there wasn't a necessary reason, it would never appear in the endless sea. There is also the pill poison in Yellow Mountain. Not even a blue sea cultivation could resist it. Perhaps only the demonic path's incomparably cautious demon body tempering pill could release such a terrifying poison. Combining all of these factors together, Qin Yu took a deep breath. His intuition had been correct. These waste pills would have an extremely important use for him. That's right, Qin Yu had tried to refine them. The effects of a single demon body tempering pill weren't good and the increase in strength was negligible. But what if there was enough of them? If one wasn't enough, then he would take 10. If 10 weren't enough, then he would take 100, 1,000. The accumulation of quantity would eventually lead to a qualitative change. In the demonic path, the demon body tempering pill was incomparably precious and rare. It was a divine pill that countless people yearned for even in their dreams. But the more precious a pill was, the more difficult it was to refine it. Behind a perfect pill, it often meant the birth of 3 or even more waste pills. If all the failed demon body tempering pills were here, then how many would there be left? Even if the strength of the endless sea would constantly grind away at them, the rich pill poison that Qin Yu had experienced not too long ago was proof that there were many of them. At this moment, it was like a fire had been lit in Qin Yu's heart. He could almost confirm that this place in front of him was where the demon body tempering pill's waste pills were buried. But what followed was an even greater depression. This was because he discovered that even though he knew of such important and exciting news, he still couldn't move forwards. He could only stare helplessly at the treasure that could greatly shorten the time it took him to reach the demon body saint level, but he couldn't even eat a single bite of it. Qin Yu's eyes darkened and his complexion paled. This caused Wang Chao to lose the courage to continue persuading Qin Yu. He realized that he had done something that he thought he was smart, but in actuality he had done something incredibly stupid. Reality proved that his premonition wasn't wrong. This was because not only did Qin Yu not have any intention of moving, but he even erupted with great enthusiasm towards this terrifying danger zone. Although he didn't say anything, Wang Chao and the others could clearly feel the urgency and helplessness in Qin Yu's heart. He seemed as if he wanted to go in. After realizing this, the 3 of them fell silent for a long time. They looked up at the skies, speechless, wondering if their decision was wrong. Please, this was a place where the demon body tempering pill's waste pills were buried. The pill toxins were so terrifying that even a calamity immortal wouldn't dare to easily approach. That's right. You are indeed fierce. You were able to calmly and casually dispel the pill toxins. One didn't need to be a genius to know that the amount of pill toxins within must have reached an unimaginable level, and it might even have produced some sort of terrifying mutation. If you went in, the only option you had was to die. Although their lives weren't too long, because of their status as true demon guards, for better or worse they had seen and experienced many things. Yet, this was the first time they had seen such a suicidal person, and what left them even more speechless was that this person was the thigh they were planning to cling onto, the hope that would help them rise in the future. Moreover, they had spent a great deal of effort to obtain his initial approval. Just as they were about to celebrate, what a sad reality. Luckily, the commander had encountered a difficult problem. He didn't seem to have any way to quietly rush in, but if he tried to openly destroy it, he would inevitably be stopped. This caused Wang Chao and the others to feel a little more at ease. But they didn't dare to be careless. Thus, after the 3 of them discussed it, They decided to guard the various exits to prevent the commander from losing his life in a moment of anger. Thus, when the Holy Nether Guards came to report, they encountered Wang Chao, who was guarding the main entrance. Qin Yu looked at the two stiff Holy Nether Guards in front of him. He really wanted to remind them that they weren't made to be bad people. The reason he had such a strange thought was because his mind was surging with excitement. He didn't know who had sent these two guards, but at this moment he really wanted to personally thank them. He had thought about it for 3 days but hadn't been able to find an opportunity, and now someone had actually prepared it and offered it to him with both hands. The Holy Nether Guard trembled. "My lord, is there something wrong?" Qin Yu looked at his nervous appearance, afraid that he would turn and run in the next moment. He took a deep breath and earnestly nodded. "No, nothing at all." He strode forwards, his speed fast, as if he were afraid he wouldn't be able to keep up. As for the net of rules that imprisoned and isolated him, it had already vanished from sight. To accomplish this wasn't an easy matter at all. There might even be people who risked their lives to help him. And all of this was to help him pave the way in. There was no need to say anything else. There were many good people in this world. Thank you all, 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 thank you all 18 generations of ancestors, every man, woman, child, chicken, duck, cat, dog. As the two Holy Nether Guards watched Qin Yu's hurried back disappear from their line of sight, they were stunned for a long time. It was only then that they regained their composure. They wondered if their flaws just now weren't obvious enough, or was this new commander blind? But soon, the two of them tossed these untimely thoughts to the back of their minds. They glanced at each other and could feel the surprise and apprehension in each other's hearts. No matter what, their mission had been completed. They nodded to each other and quickly drove away. They had to erase all traces of themselves in the shortest time possible in order to extricate themselves from the upcoming storm. Chapter 535. The Sky Corps Division's Deputy Zhong Yuanlin paled as he looked at the chaotic scene in front of him. He used all of his strength to barely suppress the roar that rushed to his lips, as well as the fear and panic in the depths of his heart. Elder Qing Ruhong had gone into seclusion not too long ago and had delegated all authority over the Sky Corps Division to him. But, who would have thought that just as he grasped this authority, before he could even taste the taste of being in a superior position, such a great mess would occur. As the organization that controlled and maintained all the spells and array formations of the demonic path, the Sky Corps Division had great authority. They covered nearly every aspect of the demonic path, and correspondingly, they had to shoulder even more responsibilities. They had to ensure that all the spells and arrays operated in an orderly manner and that any flaws were promptly repaired. Once a mistake occurred, it was fine if there weren't any serious consequences. Otherwise, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he still wouldn't be able to cut them down. Zhong Yuanlin didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. So, after his initial rage, his focus shifted from finding the one who had caused this chaos to praying that nothing happened. Otherwise, no matter what happened, he would inevitably receive the cruelest and most merciless judgment. He didn't dare to think of the consequences. Luckily, Elder Qing had always been fair in her punishments and rewards. After many years of training, the Sky Corps Division now had an experienced and formidable team. After a brief period of panic, they immediately began to repair the damage. News continued to arrive. The situation was rapidly improving and they were back in control. Zhong Yuanlin silently thanked the heavens above. From what he knew, there shouldn't have been any major trouble. Although he wouldn't be able to escape a reprimand, he was still satisfied with this result. But as Deputy Zhong was filled with gratitude, another news arrived. Before he could open the jade slip, he could see the pale complexion of the messenger. Zhong Yuanlin's heart shrank as a foreboding premonition rose in his heart. Without caring about maintaining his composure, he grabbed the jade slip and probed it with his divine sense. His body shook and his vision darkened. Something had happened to the Endless Sea's mystic array. As the deputy of the Sky Corps Division, Zhong Yuanlin had recently obtained the qualifications to know some secrets of the demonic path. As for the Endless Sea's mystic array, before Elder Qing went into seclusion, she had warned him to carefully inspect it and ensure that there were no problems. When Zhong Yuanlin first learned that this array formation had a demon body tempering pill sealed within it, He had been left stunned. He naturally understood just how important this array formation was, but now, something had actually happened to it. It wasn't just a small area of damage, but the entire array formation had stopped operating for an hour. Zhong Yuanlin felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss when he thought about the terrifying pill poison that Elder Qing had solemnly mentioned, as well as the terrifying consequences that could result from it. He felt as if his life was coming to an end. The phrase "all hopes turned to dust" was an apt description for his current state. The cultivator who delivered the jade slip moved his lips and said in a low voice, "Deputy Zhong, actually, this matter can be suppressed." Zhong Yuanlin's eyes darted around for a moment before regaining some of their luster. She stared straight at Zhong Xian. The man licked his lips. "If it were in other places, we wouldn't be able to struggle. However, the secret formation is built in the endless sea. As long as we block the transmission channel, this news won't spread out. No one will investigate. After the matter is over, we can easily find countless reasons to deal with it." He swept his eyes around. "There aren't many people that know of this matter. Moreover, as long as you make a move, no one will interfere. No one wants to take responsibility for this." Zhong Yuanlin's heartbeat sped up. He licked his lips and his eyes brightened. When a person was in a desperate situation, they would grab onto any life-saving straw with all their might. Moreover, although this method was risky, it was highly feasible. If he won the gamble, he would still be the number 2 figure of the Sky Hub division with great authority and endless glory. The cultivator who delivered the letter didn't say anything more. He respectfully bowed and excused himself. As he turned around, a bit of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Once Zhong Yuanlin made a move, even if he had 100 mouths, he still wouldn't be able to explain himself. He had already made preparations to cleanly strip himself of all responsibility. Of course, this was an arrangement made for the worst-case scenario. Perhaps it wouldn't even be used. This was the pill poison of the demon body tempering pill. It was said that even calamity immortals wouldn't be able to resist it. Even if one had the talent of a white sun boundary, wouldn't they still die if they went in? Cloud Grove City, Mu family. Mu Xianglin exerted a bit of strength in his fingers and crushed the jade slip. The jade slip slid down his fingertips and fell to the ground. He revealed a satisfied smile. He had always believed that as long as one put in enough effort, there was nothing that couldn't be done. Now, the results proved that his point of view was correct. Demon Envoy, do you think that the Mu family can't do anything to Yarrow Bin just because you sent him to the Endless Sea? Bide your time, hide your strength, hide your strength. What a pity, I won't give him any chance to grow. He let out a long breath. This depression had been weighing down on his heart ever since the demon body talent test. Now that he was finally able to let it out, his spirits rose. Some emotions that he hadn't felt in a long time suddenly ignited in his chest, rushing straight down to his stomach. The excitement of destroying a white sun boundary naturally needed some channels to fully vent it. Come, select 10 new maids and bring them to my room. Tell them that I will be resting for 2 days and that they are not to disturb me unless there is something important. There was a respectful response from outside the door, and the sound of footsteps hurried away. A moment later, from Mu Xianglin's massive and luxurious room, bursts of tender cries echoed out. All sorts of sounds entangled together, causing one's blood to boil. As Mu Xianglin was recklessly enjoying these youthful, delicate, and beautiful bodies, he probably never imagined what sort of result his actions today would bring to the Mu family. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Seawater surged like roaring thunder. The terrifying sound waves entered the ears, causing their eardrums to shake and ring. And what was even more astonishing was that even if one blocked out the 5 senses, these sound waves could still reach into their soul space, making it impossible to avoid the pleasurable feeling it brought. And the source of this endless and terrifying sound waves was the giant yin-yang fish that was crazily spinning above his head. A bright light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. Then, the rapidly spinning yin-yang fish seemed to slow down by a great deal as their true appearance appeared in front of him. The yin-yang fish were connected head to tail. The black part was Qin Yu's goal for coming here. It was the demon body tempering pill waste pills that the demonic path had accumulated for countless years. But at this time, a part of his attention was uncontrollably diverted to the pure white part of the yin-yang fish. This was because this dazzling white light came from the 9 great suns in the skies of the demonic path's small world. However, the extremely thin power of the great suns in the outside world seemed to be because of the effects of the array formation or perhaps because of the endless years of accumulation, but the density was shockingly high. Qin Yu could clearly see that the power of the 9 suns was slowly neutralizing and counteracting the pill toxins, gradually turning the waste pill into ashes. Then, the ashes were like tiny specks of dust that slowly fell to the ground. Therefore, under the huge yin-yang fish, the gray, harmless dust had accumulated layer after layer over the years, turning into a jaw-dropping hill. Borrowing the power of the endless sea to counteract pill toxins, this was clearly wrong. Perhaps the endless sea played a key role in this, but what truly destroyed the pill toxins was the power of the small world's 9 suns. Qin Yu suddenly realized something. It seemed that the rumors of the endless sea counteracting pill toxins were deliberately spread out by the demonic path. The reason was simple. The power of the small world's 9 suns was originally a strength that all demonic path cultivators shared. But, a part of it was collected and gathered deep within the endless sea to counteract pill toxins. Looking at it from another angle, this was the same as sacrificing the benefits of many demonic path cultivators in order to help those who cultivated the demon body walk faster. After all, the reason the waste pills and pill toxins were produced was because they wanted to obtain a qualified demon body tempering pill. For a transcendent influence like the demonic path, it was important to maintain internal balance so that there wouldn't be any hidden dangers left behind. Qin Yu shook his head and suppressed these thoughts. He looked up at the yin-yang fish and began to consider just how he could smoothly obtain the black portion of the waste pills. In his eyes, the rapidly spinning yin-yang fish contained an extremely formidable strength to begin with. Moreover, there was a certain balance between the two sides. Qin Yu wasn't sure what would happen if this balance was broken. This caused him to think of some unpleasant memories. For instance, when he cultivated the primordial singular energy art, he had been schemed against by that old witch Purple Moon and failed at the last moment, causing the yin and yang energies to explode. If it weren't for Undying helping him, then he would have died without a grave. The yin-yang fish above his head, no matter how he looked at it, contained an energy far more terrifying than the yin and yang energies of the past. Even though Qin Yu wasn't the same as he was in the past, he still didn't have much confidence he could resist it. And most importantly, Undying had helped him escape from Four Seasons City like a cicada shedding its carapace and had fallen into a deep slumber. Even now, he still hadn't woken up. Qin Yu frowned. Could it be that the saying was true? Why was it so difficult to obtain the waste pills? Since he had come in, it was impossible for him to leave empty-handed. If he couldn't think of a way, then he could only use force. Qin Yu's complexion was cloudy and uncertain. As he thought about how powerful the Emperor-level demon body was, even if there was an accident, he still wouldn't die tragically from the explosion, right? He clenched his teeth. Just as he was about to decide to take this risk, a sigh came from the shadow beneath his feet. "My dear little master, it's a good thing I woke up in time, otherwise I would have to wait until the future to clean up your broken corpse." A wriggling shadow rose up. This was the Undying he had just thought of. Qin Yu was overjoyed. "Undying, you woke up?" Feeling the joy and relief in Qin Yu's voice, Undying's heart warmed. He cupped his hands together and said, "I shouldn't have woken up so early, but who told Master to find such a tempting thing? Just smelling it makes me drool. I can't sleep even if I wanted to." He looked up at the yin-yang fish and sighed. Within his soul space, Mai nodded again and again, a gratified expression on her face. Indeed, the Qin Yu brand food detector was sharp and useful. The Purple Moon gently cried out, indicating that it had a part in this. Qin Yu's complexion was strange. He looked at Undying and said, "I can roughly guess what you want, so I'll tell you ahead of time. The 2 evil guests in my soul space already have their own reservations." Undying smiled and nodded. "Of course I can. I can't finish it myself." His feet turned into a phantom and he drilled into the yin-yang fish. Qin Yu wasn't able to see his movements before the waste pills fell to the ground. At the same time, a massive halo of pure white light overflowed from the yin-yang fish like a white cloud in the skies. Mai cheered. She lifted a hand and directly tore away a quarter of the white cloud. The purple moon followed close behind. A faint purple light flashed and only half of the white cloud remained. Undying's figure appeared. He laughed and took half of the white cloud. He slapped it onto his body and fused it in, a satisfied expression on his face. Thus, there was still a quarter left over. As Qin Yu was puzzled, the blue sun in his Dantian Sea suddenly emitted a fluctuation. With a whoosh, the final white cloud vanished from sight. Little master, our ability is limited, so we can only take this much at once. Once I finish absorbing it, I will come back to help you. Undying looked deeply at Qin Yu. He knew many of Qin Yu's secrets, but Undying knew that he had yet to touch upon Qin Yu's greatest secret. In fact, he instinctively didn't dare to investigate it, because doing so would likely bring about horrifying consequences. Undying had great faith in his own intuition. Thus, although he was curious, he absolutely didn't ask Qin Yu what he wanted these toxic waste pills for. Sure, Undying turned and melted into the shadows. His soul space quieted down with it. Qin Yu didn't have time to ponder the meaning behind Undying's final gaze. His eyes fell on the pile of waste pills on the ground and he couldn't help but smile. With a rough glance, there were at least 1,000 or 2,000 waste pills. After purifying them and refining them, he should be able to obtain 700 to 800 demon body tempering pills or even more. Qin Yu looked up at the giant yin-yang fish and then at the pile of waste pills on the ground. It was like he could see the saint step demon body beckoning at him. There was no need to say anything else. Hurry up and do it. His mind stirred. Because he had already communicated with him, the space in front of him suddenly collapsed and the phantom of a great sun appeared. At this moment, an invisible might had locked down the surrounding space-time. Even the independent consciousnesses attached to Qin Yu were completely blocked out, making it impossible for him to sense the outside world. Within the shadow world, Undying sat on his throne. He suddenly opened his eyes, a dignified expression on his face. It really did descend again. I'm really curious. Just what sort of strength can possess such terrifying might? However, as he thought about how the one who possessed this mystical might was Qin Yu, Undying's complexion became much better. Since he had made his final decision, the stronger Qin Yu was, the better. It had to be known that whether it was him or Spirity who was constantly withstanding the pain, neither of them had the chance to fail again. Otherwise, they would be doomed for all eternity. Within his soul space, Mei's lips moved, but in the end she didn't say a word. When she chose to join forces with Qin Yu, it wasn't because she was frightened. It was only through her keen senses that she discovered an extremely formidable aura coming from Qin Yu's body. Although she felt this aura appearing on Qin Yu's body was inconceivable, it was enough for her to change her mind. Perhaps the hope of her people, the chance to change the shackles of their destiny, really lay on Qin Yu's body. Feeling the current shielding, Mai blinked at Purple Moon, as if saying, "You arrogant little big sister, why aren't you flipping out?" Unfortunately, Purple Moon was calm and quiet. Because of Mei's provocation, she didn't reveal any fluctuations. In this world, everything was obtained for a variety of reasons. It wasn't something that could be decided by pure luck. Otherwise, a pleasant surprise could instantly turn into a fright, and a lucky chance could cause one's life to be ruined. Qin Yu never doubted that the reason he was able to reach this step today was all because of that night many years ago when he had impulsively followed behind Purple Moon. Before he fell unconscious, he had grasped that trace of deep blue light. Chapter 536. Holy Nether City was in chaos. The reason was because Wang Chao, Hua Yanting, and Yellow Mountain hadn't seen Qin Yu return for a long time. Feeling restless, they went out to inquire and were told that the Holy Nether Guard hadn't sent anyone to seek an audience with the new commander. There was also nothing wrong with the city. The three of them were left dumbfounded. After repeatedly asking questions, they confirmed this point. A cold chill drilled out from their hearts and reached their heads. Without a doubt, something had happened to their lord. Qin Yu was their last hope. If something were to happen to him, the three of them would never have the chance to take even half a step out of the endless sea. Moreover, they had been accepted and could see the dawn of hope. But now, they had been thrown into the abyss. No matter how good their temper was, they couldn't accept this result. The result was that Wang Chao's group of 3 had caused a ruckus at the Holy Nether Guard station. The verbal conflict between the two sides had evolved into a brawl. Without surprise, Wang Chao's group of 3 were beaten up and then thrown into jail. The crime was slandering a superior official. However, this matter involved the new Lord Commander. The Holy Nether Guard Deputy General had been punched in the face, and even though he was annoyed, he didn't dare to conceal anything. He had ample reasons to imprison Wang Chao's group of 3. Even if he had offended a trusted commander, he didn't fear retaliation. But, who knew what was hidden in today's events? Fu Shan soon obtained the news. His heart skipped a beat before he composed himself. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. He wanted to see just what sort of tricks this new commander had up his sleeve. But, the development of events was beyond his expectations. Yarrow Bin really had disappeared. They searched the entire Holy Nether City but couldn't find any trace of him. Everyone felt restless. The first garrison General Yuan Zhen had a heavy expression. There are 3 newcomers by Yarrow Bin's side. They say they were sent by Commander Fu Shan and left the mansion for important matters. What do you all think? What nonsense. The second garrison general sneered. In my opinion, it is this new commander who has figured out the situation and is preparing to stir up trouble. The third garrison general nodded. I also think so. His lips curled up in a mocking smile. I have already sent people to investigate this matter. The 3 newcomers are roaring in the jail, saying that someone is plotting against Yarrow Bin. What a joke. If he is exiled to the endless sea, the only road left for him is death. Who would be so bored as to try and harm him? After he said that, he remembered that his family's situation was that of eating and waiting to die. His face froze for a moment, and he couldn't help but look a little gloomy. Fu Shan, who was sitting in the seat of honor, frowned slightly and suddenly said, I'm only worried that the sacred palace has sensed something, so they suddenly sent a commander here. Yuan Zhen's complexion changed. My lord, are you saying that Yarrow Bin's sudden disappearance is a countercharge against us? Is it to find a reason for the Saint Palace to move against us? If that was the case, then the situation was serious. The second garrison general said hesitantly, it can't be, right? If the sacred palace had sensed it, they would have already sent a thunderous attack. You and I wouldn't have been able to resist it. He paused for a moment before continuing, moreover, this matter has always been carried out in secret. The number of people in the Holy Nether Guard that have the qualifications to know of this can be counted on 2 hands. Each one of them has been passed down for several generations, so there is absolutely no problem with their loyalty. Fu Shan waved his hand and said, well, I just mentioned it casually. You and I will get nothing if we make wild guesses. Bring up the 3 people around Yarrow Bin and see if we can find any clues. Everyone nodded. Very soon, Wang Chao and the other 2 were taken out of the prison and sent to the imperial court. After entering the dungeon, the 3 of them calmed down after making a ruckus. After discussing with each other, they discovered that the Holy Nether Guard had no reason to assassinate the commander. If they killed Qin Yu, not only would they not obtain any benefits, but they would even incur the wrath of the Saint Palace. Thus, after entering the hall, Wang Chao fell to his knees. Vice Commander, Garrison Generals, please hurry and save the Lord Commander. It had already been over a day since Qin Yu had left. Thinking of this, his heart felt as if it were filled with stones. Every beat of his heart was especially difficult. Fu Shan maintained his composure. We also want to know just what happened. At the very least, you have to tell us who it was that plotted against the commander. Only then can we find a direction to rescue him. The one who tricked the commander away was someone from your Holy Nether Guard. But, Wang Chao knew that saying these words was useless. Not only would it waste time, but it would also cause the several people in front of him to feel even more ill will towards him. Reporting to Vice Commander, it is someone from outside the Endless Sea. They do not wish to see the commander continue to live, lest it threaten their status. I ask all of you to give the order to investigate who has recently contacted the outside world. We will definitely be able to catch the person that plotted against the commander. The second garrison general roared, "Shut up. It is impossible for this matter to be related to the Holy Nether Guard. If you dare to recklessly slander us again, I will not forgive you." Hua Yanting shouted, "Big Brother is speaking the truth. Why don't you believe him?" The second garrison general coldly sneered. "Since you don't want to give up, then let's talk. Yarrow Bin is the commander of the Holy Nether Guard in name, but in truth he is someone exiled from the Endless Sea. What qualifications does he have? What need does he have to be plotted against by others? Your words cannot be trusted at all." Wang Chao's eyes widened. He felt as if he had been mistaken from the very start. When he first came to Holy Nether City, he had wanted to hold onto Qin Yu's thigh and grasp onto his final hope. Thus, when he saw Qin Yu living in the ruins of his residence, he hadn't thought too much about it. He only thought that the Holy Nether Guard had a deep grudge against him and were deliberately trying to embarrass Qin Yu. But now, he looked up, his lips constantly trembling. You don't know who the commander is." Seeing the four people across from him frowning, as if they didn't know what he was up to, Wang Chao painfully closed his eyes, groaning inwardly. Fu Shan's expression darkened. "Just what are you trying to say?" Wang Chao opened his eyes, his voice hollow. "The commander's name is Yarrow Bin. He passed the Demon Ascension Gates test not too long ago and joined the demonic path as a new disciple." Fu Shan's heart shrank. A new disciple, even if he committed a grave mistake and was exiled to the Endless Sea, how could he possibly obtain the position of commander? He had always been on guard against Qin Yu, thinking that Qin Yu was a pawn that the Holy Palace was raising. But now it seemed that he was wrong. During the demon body's talent test, the commander's cry startled the heavens, triggering a world phenomenon. In the skies of the Holy Land's small world, a 10th sun appeared. Yuan Zhen lost his voice. Sunstep talent. Wang Chao was expressionless. To be more precise, it was the white sun boundary of the sunstep. The entire demonic path was shaken and countless undercurrents erupted and surged. Not long after, the commander was exiled to the Endless Sea where he became the commander of the Holy Nether Guard. His eyebrows twitched several times and he revealed an angry expression. "When I came to the Endless Sea and learned that he had been appointed as the commander, do you know just how happy I was? As for what this means, I believe the four of you should know better than me. But I never imagined that the Holy Nether Guard would never know that the Lord Commander had a white sun boundary martial talent. This was all our fault. We thought that this was something that everyone in the demonic path knew about, but we never imagined that the Holy Nether Guard would be so isolated from news to such a degree." Tears flowed down, filled with regret. The hall was deathly silent. Fu Shan's complexion was pale. The three Lord Generals also had dazed looks in their eyes. Great waves rumbled in their minds. At this time, there was no need for Wang Chao to play with them. Moreover, the four of them were all experienced individuals, so it wasn't difficult for them to judge whether his words were true or false. White Sun Boundary. The Holy Nether Guard guarded the Endless Sea for eternity. Only by obtaining the summons of the Holy Monarch could they restore their freedom. Thus, through the countless generations of inheritances, the relationship between the Holy Nether Guard and the Holy Monarch was far closer than everyone knew. To a certain degree, it could even be said that the Holy Nether Guard was a direct force that was completely controlled by the Holy Monarch. Thus, Fu Shan and the others were well aware of what a white sun boundary demon body talent meant. It meant that as long as Yarrow Bin worked hard enough, he might only need 100 to 200 years to soar up 90,000 miles and reach the demon body saint level, succeeding the throne of the Holy Monarch. Qin Yu was the commander of the Holy Nether Guard. As long as they got along well with each other, then once he succeeded the throne of the Holy Monarch, wouldn't it be long before the Holy Nether Guard regained their freedom? Now, it seemed that Qin Yu hadn't been exiled at all. Rather, someone had deliberately sent him here to borrow the safe environment of the Endless Sea and the protection of the Holy Nether Guard to give him a safe environment to grow. All of this should have been perfect, but what had they done? They recklessly guessed that Qin Yu had been left in the ruins of the commander's mansion, and even when he had been assassinated, they still suspected that he was up to no good. If there really were medicines for regret in this world, they would definitely eat several hundred of them. But with things having come this far, it was already too late. Fu Shan stood up, his roar echoing through the hall. Everyone, move out. No matter the cost, we must find the Lord Commander. He clenched his fists within his sleeves. His nails pierced through his flesh and blood dripped down, but he didn't seem to feel it at all. As the Vice Commander, Fu Shan's life mission was to lead the Holy Nether Guard and break through this giant cage that imprisoned them. But when hope appeared, he wasn't able to grasp it. If something really happened to Qin Yu, he would never be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. The Holy Nether Guard moved out in full force. All of Holy Nether City was thrown into chaos. In this massive search and rescue operation, 2 squad leaders met on the streets. As their eyes met, they could feel the fear in each other's hearts. They suddenly discovered that they had misjudged something. But what was done and there was no turning back. The 2 of them could only bury their heads in their heads and swear to bury this matter in their hearts forever. The Holy Nether Guard didn't find anything. Fu Shan didn't hesitate to mobilize Holy Nether City's Great Array formation to determine that Qin Yu hadn't left the city. Then, he vanished from the city. Wang Chao's complexion was deathly pale. The more clues he couldn't find, the more it proved that this matter was carefully arranged. If the Lord Commander had fallen into a trap, he feared he would suffer a disaster. He stood in the rear courtyard of a ruined mansion, looking at the chaotic Holy Nether Guard. His eyes were unfocused as he looked into the distance. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. He felt as if he had missed something. This direction, that was right, how could he have forgotten about that? If the Lord Commander was able to survive in the Demon Ascension Gate's small world, then he definitely wasn't weak. Since the high-level figures of the Holy Nether Guard hadn't done anything, then in Holy Nether City there was likely no one capable of quietly killing him. If so, then borrowing the strength of others to kill him was the best choice. The more Wang Chao thought about it, the more certain he became. He threw down a few words to quickly report to the Vice Commander that there was a clue. Then, he leapt over the collapsed courtyard wall and rushed towards the edge of the city. Soon, Fu Shan and the others hurried over. Wang Chao pointed at the potholes in front of him and said, "This subordinate suspects that the Lord Commander has entered this place." But as he thought that it was likely that the Lord Commander had already sensed something was wrong and ran in on his own initiative, the anxious Wang Chao couldn't help but bitterly smile. Hua Yanting and Yellow Mountain revealed a strange look, but they soon disappeared. The 2 of them weren't idiots. They knew that the Holy Nether Guard needed to save someone, so they certainly couldn't push the responsibility onto the Lord Commander. Fu Shan had a dignified expression. His thoughts raced and he soon guessed what Wang Chao was thinking. His heart sank. As the Vice Commander of the Holy Nether Guard, he was in truth the one with the highest authority. He was well aware of just what sort of terrifying killing strength was hidden beneath these potholes. The demon body tempering pill was a waste pill. If it weren't for this, then the nearby commander's residence wouldn't have gradually turned into ruins over the years. There was simply no one that was willing to live here. However, there had always been a Great Array formation protecting this place. Fu Shan's eyes darkened. Those that had the strength to extend their tentacles into the endless sea were absolutely top influences of the demonic path. It wasn't impossible for them to temporarily cause a problem with the Great Array formation. If Yarrow Bin had really been tricked into entering this place and so much time had passed, then he feared he had already perished. Yuan Zhan and the others had bitter expressions. The emotions of remorse that had been temporarily suppressed by the emergency rescue mission rose up once more, ruthlessly biting at their hearts. Wang Chao said, "The Lord Commander can still be saved." He pointed a finger. "Several days ago, my brother was unfortunately injured by pill poisons. The Lord Commander easily resolved the pill poisons. He knew that he had to give hope to the Holy Nether Guard." He continued to say, "The Lord once said that he didn't fear these pill poisons. He was only curious as to where they came from." Qin Yu naturally hadn't said this, but was it important? The eyes of Fu Shan and the others brightened. Yuan Zhan roared out, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and rescue the commander." "Calm down." Fu Shan took a deep breath. "There is a powerful array formation protecting this place. We cannot use brute force to destroy it, Otherwise the consequences will be inconceivable. He took out a jade slip. I will immediately send a message to the outside world requesting to open a channel in the array formation. I believe there will soon be a response. As he spoke, his fingers tightened and the jade slip shattered. Wang Chao prayed in his heart. There is finally hope. Commander, please don't let anything happen to you. At this time, countless people had similar thoughts in their minds. The entire space was quiet. But as time passed, the message from the jade slip sank into the sea. Although Wang Chao had solemnly vowed that Qin Yu didn't fear pill poisons, that was only to reassure the hearts of the people and give Fu Shan and the others hope. In truth, he didn't have any confidence in himself. As he thought about the possibility that the commander was behind the array formation, bitterly resisting the onslaught of pill poisons and struggling between life and death, Wang Chao's heart felt like it was being gripped by a giant invisible hand. He couldn't wait any longer. Vice Commander. Fu Shan's complexion was dignified. He clenched his teeth and said, "Wait another quarter hour." He lifted a hand and crushed a second jade slip. Wang Chao clenched his teeth. A quarter hour of torment passed. There was still no reply. Before Wang Chao could speak, Fu Shan took a deep breath. Everyone draw back. Yuan Zhen, immediately take some people and arrange an isolating array formation. If something happens to me, you will take over the position of Vice Commander. It was clear that he wanted to personally take action and resist the mystic array formation of the Endless Sea. Yuan Zhen was shocked. "No. My lord, it is enough for you to command the rear. This subordinate is willing to help." Fu Shan coldly waved his hand. "You aren't strong enough, so don't waste time. Begin immediately." He turned and looked forwards, his eyes cold and indifferent. He couldn't shirk his responsibility for today's situation. As he thought about how the Holy Netherguard had no hope of escaping, no one knew the torment in his heart. This was Fu Shan's way of redeeming himself. Wang Chao took a step forwards. "I will go with the Vice Commander." He looked at Hua Yanting and Yellow Mountain, preventing them from approaching. "Second brother, third brother, follow me and leave. If I die today, I want you to live well for me." Compared to being trapped in the Endless Sea for the rest of his life, Wang Chao was more willing to die a glorious death. The crowd began to draw back. Yuan Zhen's complexion paled. He quickly led some people to lay down an array formation. Layers of array formation light lit up, isolating Fu Shan and Wang Chao outside. Once the pill poisons erupted, these array formations could buy precious time for the Holy Netherguard to escape. Fu Shan looked at Wang Chao, a bit of surprise in his eyes. But he soon composed himself. He stepped towards the crater in front of him and a powerful aura broke out from his body. It was like an awakened volcano, causing one's mind to tremble. After the little blue lamp transformed into a great sun that illuminated the small world, its might had clearly increased by a great deal. The waste pills of the demon body tempering pill that fell down from the yin-yang fish were quickly purified and placed into his storage ring. Then, the projection of the little blue lamp faded away. But with that came a problem. The fierce rumbling of the yin-yang fish would severely affect whether it was alchemy or cultivation. Thus, there were two choices placed in front of Qin Yu. The first was to endure the onslaught of the yin-yang fish and wait for Undying to wake up before continuing until he took away all the waste pills. The disadvantage was that Undying's absorption speed wasn't fast and he would inevitably waste a massive amount of time. Moreover, the rumbling of the soul might not cause any damage for a short period of time, but if this continued for too long, Qin Yu's soul would definitely be damaged. The second choice was to leave now. As long as the Great Array formation was discovered by the outside world, it would be simple to leave this place. But the problem was that if he left now, it would be far more difficult to come back in the future. After confirming that the pill poisons couldn't cause any harm to Qin Yu, there wouldn't be anyone like Lei Yifeng who didn't hesitate to pave the way for him to enter. These two paths weren't easy to choose from, but Qin Yu didn't hesitate. He had to obtain the demon body tempering pill's waste pills no matter what, even if he had to damage his soul. But just as he made his decision, Mai Mai in his soul space seemed to sense his thoughts. She poured a bucket of cold water over his head without hesitation. The array formation here is extremely terrifying. It is enough to resist the attacks of a calamity immortal. I can temporarily block out the majority of the soul impact, but I can't maintain it for too long. If you want to stay here for a long time, the only choice you can make is death. The first choice was directly blocked. Qin Yu fell silent. He looked up at the yin-yang fish. If he were to leave like this, he wouldn't be willing. From the shadow, Undying stepped out. Qin Yu was overjoyed. You've finished absorbing them. If this speed was enough, it should be enough to take away all the waste pills. Undying shook his head. How could it be that fast? Before Qin Yu could be disappointed, he tossed out a pleasant surprise. But, I have a way to help Little Master smoothly enter and exit this place without being discovered by others. What way? It's hard to say, but the effect is absolutely good. It's just that in order to accomplish this, I will need the help of Little Master's guests. Qin Yu nodded. Speak. Undying's eyes flashed. I won't harm the purple moon and blue sun in your soul space. I just need them to lend me some of their sun and moonlight. Hummer above Qin Yu's head, a blue sun descended. After several breaths of time, purple phantoms appeared. It was clear that they understood the conversation between the two sides and were using their actions to respond. Of course, the true reason wasn't that they cared about their cheap master, Qin Yu, but that they didn't hesitate to sacrifice themselves in order to help him obtain the waste pills. The highly concentrated power of the 9 suns was the fundamental reason they had taken action. Qin Yu was well aware of this, but he didn't care. This was a win-win situation for both sides, so there was no need to worry about anything that would only bring displeasure to himself. Undying smiled. Little Master, please wait a moment. We will be able to leave soon. He lifted a hand. Because he had cut off the connection, the sun and moon phantoms turned into 2 beams of light that howled into Undying's hand. At this moment, no one knew that Undying's judgment had finally been verified. He sighed with satisfaction. It really is the inheritance of the Great Yin and Great Yang Holy Lands, his thoughts stirred. He wanted to warn Qin Yu, but then he remembered that the cultivation methods of these 2 factions both focused on the freedom of the mind and being able to adapt to circumstances. If he warned Qin Yu, it wouldn't be good if Qin Yu was prepared. It would be better to just quietly watch on. Perhaps there would be some unexpected pleasant surprises. After all, he had already crossed the threshold of both cultivation methods and there shouldn't be any more backlash. The Great Yin Star and Great Yang Star were 2 holy lands. Just how formidable had they been in the past? Yet, their inheritances had actually appeared on the same person. This was destiny. Undying increasingly felt that his decision was correct. If he followed at Qin Yu's side, then perhaps he could take back everything he had lost in the past. In fact, he might even be able to take back more. A blue and purple light erupted. Layers of light spread out like ripples in water. One could faintly see the phantoms of a sun and moon appear on both sides. Undying seemed to sense something. He hesitated for a moment before smiling. Then, he formed a new law formula with his hands. This law formula didn't have any real effect. It only caused the spreading blue and purple light to become even more radiant and beautiful, and the phantoms of the sun and moon became even more hazy. Layers of light crashed into the array formation. The imprisoning and isolating rules trembled and retreated, revealing an exit to the outside world. Little Master, you can leave now. Before Undying's voice fell, he turned and melted into a shadow. Please use your unrivaled and glorious image to awe and subdue those outside. Qin Yu stepped out. His figure was covered in a blue and purple halo of light. Beneath the illumination of the sun and moon, he seemed like an ancient heavenly god that had descended. His originally firm and resolute face became even more dignified and mysterious. At the edge of Holy Nether City, Fu Shan stood in front of the array formation. His aura rose to its strongest point, ready to erupt with a heaven-shaking bombardment in the next moment. Just as he was about to erupt and a major event with unpredictable consequences was about to occur, Fu Shan's complexion suddenly changed. In the empty space in front of him, lines suddenly appeared. These were the manifestation of invisible rules, but now they had all been dyed a strange blue and purple color. Even Fu Shan, who was experienced and shrewd, could not help but widen his eyes in shock when he saw what happened next. He saw that these blue and purple lines of rules were like the tentacles of a living being. They seemed to follow some powerful will as they quietly spread out layer by layer. The ends of the lines of rules hung low, as if expressing their awe and reverence in silence. A channel appeared in front of Fu Shan. Then, there was the sound of light footsteps. As they approached, they carried with them a dreamy aura that left one in a trance. In this inconceivably dazzling scene, Qin Yu bathed in a halo of blue and purple light. Above his head, the phantoms of the sun and moon appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 537. Fu Shan's face was dull, his eyes full of disbelief. He knew the power of the secret formation in the endless sea better than anyone else. Although he had been prepared to attack just now, even if he used his full strength, Fu Shan still didn't have much confidence that he could break it, much less make the law lines bow and retreat on their own. At this moment, Qin Yu's figure suddenly seemed much larger in his eyes. His incomparably ordinary aura suddenly seemed a bit more unfathomable. However, thinking about it from another perspective, the other party had an inconceivable white sun demonic physique. Everything seemed to have a reasonable explanation. After all, how could such a peerless prodigy be as simple as it seemed on the surface? He had already made a mistake and nearly became a sinner of the Holy Nether Guard. Now that the heavens had given him another chance, how could he miss it? Fu Shan took a step back, cupped his fists, and bowed deeply. Subordinate Fu Shan greets Lord Commander. Compared to the first time they met, this bow was filled with true respect. Undying's little trick had finally played its role. It helped Qin Yu establish a mysterious and formidable image. Otherwise, Fu Shan might lower his head, but not today, not in front of everyone. This bow helped Qin Yu establish his prestige within the Holy Nether Guard. Behind layers upon layers of isolating array formations, Yuanzhen revealed a complex expression. He sighed inwardly. He faintly guessed that Fu Shan's actions were to apologize for his previous attitude. He also knew that from this moment on, the future of the Holy Nether Guard was no longer in their hands. They could only hope that the heavens would stop toying with them and that the young commander in front of them could remove the shackles on their bodies. First Garrison General, Yuan Zhan, pays respects to the commander. His armor and scales collided with each other. His broad and sturdy body knelt on one knee and lowered his proud head. It was true that they had a grudge against the Holy Palace. 100,000 years. It had been a whole 100,000 years. How many brilliant ancestors had been trapped in the endless sea, unable to take even one step out? There were also countless juniors who were unable to personally see the great sun above their heads and breathe in the air of freedom. But in order to fight for the future of the Holy Nether Guard, all of these grudges could be tossed aside. As long as the juniors could leave this sea, what harm was there in having them forget all of this? Second and third garrison generals pay their respects to the commander. Behind him, more and more Holy Nether Guards fell to their knees as their armor plates collided. With a loud rumbling sound, everything fell silent in the next moment. The air suddenly became solemn and heavy. At this moment, the only one standing between the heavens and earth was Qin Yu. No, to be more precise, there was still half of it. Fu Shan just bowed. Qin Yu lifted his hand and the blue and purple light rapidly faded away. The shadows of the sun and moon vanished with it and the scattered lines of rules gradually closed up, restoring everything to its original state. His expression was light. He swept his eyes over the excited Wang Chao, paused for a moment, and then nodded. Disregarding what Wang Chao was thinking, for him to be able to stand here with Fu Shan was already a success. This meant that Qin Yu could trust him. The future would prove how generous Wang Chao's performance today would be. Get up. Yes, Commander. Fu Shan stood up straight. May I ask what happened exactly, Commander? Why did you enter the secret array? He had already carefully looked over Qin Yu. Qin Yu's complexion was fine and he didn't seem injured at all. As he thought of that terrifying pill poison, he sighed with emotion. He had already believed in the words of Wang Chao and the other two. Since he had decided to rely on them, he naturally had to maintain a proper attitude. No matter who it was that betrayed him, He had to uncover them in exchange for Qin Yu's forgiveness. Qin Yu's expression was light. "A few days ago, 2 holy nether guards came to my residence and said that you were looking for me in the mountain valley. Then, they brought me here." Fu Shan was enraged. "How bold. Commander, rest assured that I will definitely investigate this thoroughly. I will definitely capture those 2 and hand them over to you to deal with." Qin Yu shook his head. "There is no need." His eyes turned. "A person's appearance can be concealed and their cultivation can be faked. But the aura of their soul cannot be faked. I happen to have some methods that can distinguish between souls. The 2 holy nether guards from a few days ago are now here." His eyes stopped. The 2 holy nether guard captains lowered their heads, their bodies motionless. But sweat gushed out from their bodies, soaking through their armor. A cold chill drilled out from the depths of their hearts, spreading to their limbs and bones, as if they had fallen into an icy lake. Fu Shan followed their gazes and the corners of his eyes jumped up. He took a deep breath and coldly said, "You 2, come out." The 2 captains stepped forward. Subordinates Xu Wei and Xu who greet the commander and vice-commander. Fu Shan was expressionless. "Do you want to speak yourselves, or do you want me to act and ask the Holy Nether Guard to punish you?" Xu Wei and Xu who trembled. They fell to their knees. "We plead guilty and are willing to use our lives to atone for our crimes." The Holy Nether Guard's punishment, that was even more terrifying than death. As for denying it, they didn't have any thoughts of doing so. Since Qin Yu had locked onto them, as long as they carefully investigated, they would eventually be able to tear apart their seemingly safe arrangements. The 2 of them lifted their hands and struck the point between their eyebrows. Sometimes, committing suicide was also a kind of blessing. However, before the 2 of them could strike anything, they were bounced back by an invisible strength. Fu Shan revealed a look of unwillingness. Then, his eyes turned cold. "Men, seize Xu Wei and Xu Hu and throw them into prison for the Lord Commander to deal with." If he didn't allow the 2 of them to commit suicide, that meant he would personally take action to vent his anger. Although he didn't have the heart to do so, he had no other choice. Qin Yu lifted a hand. "Hold on. I want to know why you plotted to kill me." He paused for a moment. "If you speak, perhaps I can give you a lighter sentence." Xu Wei bitterly said, "We don't know who is behind the scenes." By giving them a lighter sentence, did that mean they would die a quick death? If Qin Yu didn't allow the 2 of them to die now, they wouldn't dare to commit suicide. Otherwise, they would vent their anger on their family, and that was what they feared the most. Unfortunately, they really didn't know anything. They were nothing more than chess pieces in someone else's hands. But who was willing to be a chess piece? There was nothing they could do. Qin Yu shook his head. "I don't want to know who ordered you to harm me. This was because there was no need for evidence. Whoever obtained the greatest benefits would be the one who did it." He already had a goal in mind. "You only need to tell me why you agreed to help." Xu Wei clenched his teeth. "To save my mother." Fu Shan clearly trembled. Qin Yu maintained his composure. "Be more specific." Xu Hu loudly said, "My mother is seriously ill and can only be treated with pills from the outside world. They promised to give us pills, so we decided to harm her. Since we've been caught, we can do whatever we want. Lord Commander, please don't play with us anymore." The atmosphere clearly changed. The originally shocked and silent gazes were replaced with pain, and deep resentment. There had to be a story behind this. Qin Yu looked at Fu Shan. He sighed and explained, "It hasn't been long since I entered the Endless Sea, so I don't know some of the secrets of Holy Nether City. The Holy Nether Guard is forever trapped here, unable to leave without orders. For 100,000 years, we have lived in the deep sea. Although Holy Nether City allows us to live here, it is still different from the outside world. I don't know why, but there is a chance that the Holy Nether Guard and their loved ones will experience severe symptoms of collapse. Once this happens, unless they obtain a pill from the outside world called hyacinthus grass, they will become bedridden and eventually die of weakness." Speaking to here, Fu Shan's tone was especially heavy. For the last 10,000 years, more and more symptoms of collapse have appeared. If we don't count it, There have been at least 400,000 deaths from this disease. Qin Yu knew of hyacinthus grass. This was a common spirit plant that wasn't rare in the outside world. It was worth several thousand spirit stones, but compared to a human life, it wasn't worth mentioning at all. But this common spirit plant had actually caused the Holy Nether Guard to pay with 400,000 lives. If someone said there wasn't a reason for this, he wouldn't believe them. No wonder the Holy Nether Guard held such a great grudge against the Holy Land. Qin Yu even felt admiration for Fu Shan and the others. When they first met, they had actually been able to restrain themselves from attacking him. Things were clear like this. Some people had used hyacinthus grass to refine pills as a reward to tempt Xu Wei and Xu Hu, who were eager to save their mother. The scene became even quieter. One could clearly hear the heavy breathing of the crowd. Many Holy Nether Guards had red eyes. It seemed that their loved ones and friends had died because of this. Suddenly, chaos erupted from the crowd. A woman's sorrowful and fearful voice echoed out from afar. "Big Brother Fu, please forgive these two children. They did this to save me." After a brief moment of hesitation, the Holy Nether Guard drew back like a tide. A woman staggered forwards. Her hair was white and her face was covered with wrinkles left over from torture. Xu Wei's eyes instantly turned red. "Mother, why are you here?" He squeezed out a smile. "We are fine. Mother, don't worry. Hurry and go back." The woman threw herself at the two brothers and patted their backs. "You two unfilial sons, how could you do such a thing? After mother dies, I can reunite with your father. There is no need for you to pay with your lives." She turned around, her eyes filled with pleading. "Big Brother Fu, look at my two sons. They lost their father when they were young, please forgive them. I guarantee that there will never be a next time." Fu Shan hurriedly reached out a hand to help her up. "Sister-in-law, hurry and stand up." The woman desperately shook her head. "Big Brother Fu, if you want to enforce the law impartially, then I have no complaints. Just let us three die together." Fu Shan forced a smile. But he wasn't in any position to interfere in this matter. Otherwise, what would Yarrow Bin think? There was another commotion. Several figures rushed forwards. The young man in the lead had a cold and callous expression. He cupped his hands together and said, "Vice Commander, Lord Generals, please spare Xu Wei and Xu Hu." Hai Lanlan stood at the side. Her face was flushed red from nervousness, but it actually diluted the cold aura around her. She bowed and said, "Big Brother Xu Wei and Xu Hu were anxious to save their mother. Moreover, they didn't cause any irreparable damage. I ask that all the uncles show mercy." The others also began to plead for leniency. News of Qin Yu's White Sun Boundary demon body talent was still locked up in the highest levels of the Holy Nether Guard. These juniors naturally didn't know of this, so they didn't know whether Xu Wei and Xu Hu lived or died. In their opinion, the reason they were searching for Qin Yu with such great fanfare was because he still had the reputation of a commander. If he died, the Holy Palace would inevitably punish him. In truth, he didn't have any control over the Holy Nether Guard at all. As long as Fu Shan and the others protected him, Xu Wei and Xu Hu would be able to keep their lives. Fu Shan's complexion paled. He shouted out loud, "Shut up. This involves plotting to murder a commander. This is an unpardonable crime. All of you step back. If you dare to speak nonsense again, you will be severely punished." He cupped his hands together and said, "I ask Lord Commander to deal with us." Shua Hai Lanlan, Liang Shuyi, and the others were stunned. They looked at Qin Yu, a bit of confusion in their hearts. They didn't understand why Lord Fu Shan wanted him to make the decision. Would this person spare Xu Wei and Xu Hu? The chances of that happening were slim. Hai Lanlan's eyes became even colder. Her eyes were like two sharp ice blades that pierced into the deepest depths of her heart. She seemed to be viewed with hatred. Qin Yu helplessly smiled. Did he say he wanted to kill these two people? He looked at Hai Lanlan and paused for several breaths of time. Then, he calmly said, "Since you have satisfied my curiosity, then I will abide by my promise and give you a lighter punishment. Let this matter end here." Time seemed to come to a standstill at this moment. Countless people's eyes widened. This was because the shock in their hearts was completely different from the indifference on their faces, causing their expressions to become particularly strange. Hai Lanlan's eyes flashed with astonishment. She never thought she would hear such words from his mouth. Looking at Qin Yu's calm eyes, she blushed and looked away. Luckily, at this moment, everyone's minds were shaken. No one noticed the rare embarrassment on the Ice Beauty's face. Of course, Qin Yu was an exception. This was the first time he had sensed Hai Lanlan's mood fluctuations. The corners of his lips curved up in a smile. What could he obtain by killing Shu Wei and Shu Hu? Was it to vent some of his anger? The key point was that from start to finish, he had done everything of his own free will. Moreover, if he could obtain the demon body tempering pill's waste pill, in a way, he had to thank the two of them. If so, then why not spare them? They wouldn't pose a threat to him, and he could also obtain the greatest amount of goodwill from the Holy Nether Guard. The woman was overjoyed. She pulled her two sons over and kowtowed again and again. "Thank you, Commander, thank you, Commander." Fu Shan's eyes flashed with relief and also a bit of hesitation. But after several breaths of time, his eyes flashed with determination. "Shu Wei and Shu Hu are the sons of Fu Shan's sworn brother, and I have always regarded them as my nephews. Today, Fu Shan is deeply grateful that Commander has magnanimously forgiven them. My lord, please accept a bow from me." He bowed and knelt down on one knee. From this moment on, the Holy Nether Guard's chips were all placed on Qin Yu. Chapter 538. Qin Yu refused Fu Shan's invitation to stay in the new mansion. He didn't even allow them to clean up the ruins of the mansion. As these people were feeling apprehensive, he dove into the training room. The waste pills had been purified, and now was the time for him to show off his skills. He didn't have the time to waste on such trivial matters. Besides the many solemn Holy Nether Guards standing guard around the ruined mansion, nothing seemed to have changed. But changes had already occurred. For instance, Wang Chao, Hua Yanting, and Yellow Mountain. The invisible little guard that no one cared about had suddenly transformed into the captain of the commander's personal guard. He was in high spirits and his entire body exuded a happy aura. He was like a completely different person from before. An accident had already occurred once. Although Fu Shan and the others had ordered that no one was to leak any information about the current situation of the commander, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any loopholes. Thus, the ruins of the mansion became the most heavily guarded area in Holy Nether City. Without permission, not even a fly could fly in. In this tight protection, Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. He took out the 9th province furnace from his storage ring and patted it. His voice was sincere as he said, "Old friend, let's discuss this." The demon body tempering pill was far too important to Qin Yu. It was related to the important matter of advancing to the saint level. If he didn't communicate with 9th province ahead of time, then with the nature of the 9th province furnace, a massive amount of his rations would be deducted. If the lid fell once, it meant no. If it fell twice, it meant more. If it fell 3 times, it meant agreement. After a long period of haggling, the two sides finally reached an agreement. Qin Yu let out a long breath. He clenched his teeth and decided to endure it. This bastard seemed to know how much he valued these pills. He opened his mouth so wide it seemed as if he could swallow a mountain. "Humph. Let's just wait and see. There will come a time when you fall into the hands of this young master." After paying a sufficient deposit, various pills and materials, Qin Yu finally began to refine the pill. As for the pill recipe for the demon body tempering pill, that was a small gift that Sun Zifu had given him when he fulfilled his promise and apologized. After all, the demon body tempering pill was extremely precious. If he could find the materials to refine it, he would naturally strive to obtain them. The Sun family was truly worthy of being called a wealthy family. Even though he knew that they were trying to curry favor with him, Qin Yu still couldn't help but have a favorable impression of them. As for the demon body tempering pill's materials and qualities, Qin Yu had already figured them out. After going through them in his mind and making sure there wasn't anything wrong, he took out a complete set of materials. 10 days later, the last batch of demon body tempering pills was completed. He lifted the lid of the furnace and placed the pills into a jade bottle, a look of satisfaction on his face. The demon body tempering pill was truly worthy of its status as a precious pill. It was indeed difficult to refine, but luckily, Qin Yu's alchemy skills weren't bad and he also had the treasure furnace to help him. In addition, the little blue lamp could repeatedly purify it. After deducting all the necessary and unnecessary losses, the final result was 637 pills. It was less than he had expected, mainly because he was not familiar with it at the beginning, so the success rate was lower. The next time he opened the furnace, the pill production rate should be able to reach the expected level. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. Once he was back to his peak state, he took out a jade bottle and poured out 10 demon body tempering pills. These pills had turned a light blue color, and their surfaces were glowing with a precious light, as if they were made of some kind of blue jade. It was clear that after being purified by the little blue lamp, these demon body tempering pills had undergone a qualitative improvement. Qin Yu's eyes lit up with anticipation, but he didn't act impulsively. After thinking for a moment, he took back 3 and swallowed the remaining 7 demon body tempering pills. With his emperor-level demon body, it was more than enough for him to withstand the medicinal efficacy. If he refined them one by one, it would simply be a waste of time. An hour later, Qin Yu opened his eyes, a gratified smile on his face. Indeed, the little blue lamp was his greatest reliance. After being purified and strengthened, the effects of the demon body tempering pills had increased by several times. He could clearly feel that his mortal body was much stronger than before. Although it was limited, when placed on the foundation of an emperor-level demon body, this degree of improvement could be called astonishing. However, swallowing 7 pills at once was a bit of a waste of medicinal efficacy. Moreover, refining them would be slow and would require more time. After experimenting several times, Qin Yu decided to swallow 5 pills. Then, he repeated the process again and again. Eating the pills, refining the pills, eating the pills, refining the pills, but Qin Yu didn't think this was boring at all. If it weren't for the fact that he had used up all of the demon body tempering pills, he would have stayed in this training room forever. What nonsense. This sort of extremely comfortable feeling of growing stronger with every passing moment was something that all cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. Did you think it was boring? Even if you felt the slightest bit impatient, you would absolutely be taught a lesson if you walked down the street. Without the demon body tempering pills, your cultivation would be forced to stop. This was probably the same as when you were having fun in bed and then an accident happened and the one below was called away. Cough cough. This analogy wasn't too appropriate, but it was roughly what it was. Thus, when Qin Yu left the training room, his complexion was ugly, as if he were filled with hidden bitterness. Wang Chao shuddered, wondering if this was the after-effect left behind by the pill poison. How did the Lord Commander end up like this? He hesitated again and again, but in the end he didn't dare to approach Qin Yu. He bowed from afar and hurriedly left with his people. Luckily, Qin Yu soon recovered. At the very least, he appeared calm on the surface. He stood in the spacious garden, his eyes closed as if he were resting. He completely released his mind, feeling the fluctuations of the world's rules. Sometimes they were gentle, sometimes they were cruel and terrifying, constantly changing, making it difficult to grasp. This was the path of water, soft yet hard. Without the demon body tempering pills, he had to continue cultivating. Unfortunately, the path of water was unpredictable and he still hadn't been able to peek into it. But today, not long after Qin Yu's mind settled down, he suddenly frowned and opened his eyes. What is it? His tone was a bit ill. He didn't know why, but Wang Chao felt a great deal of fear towards Qin Yu. He always felt that this Lord Commander's aura was becoming increasingly strong, making him feel pressured. At this time, his body shook. He hurriedly said, "Commander, there is a young lady outside. She says she wants to see you." As if afraid that Qin Yu wouldn't understand, he added, "She is the young lady that appeared to plead for mercy for Shu Wei and Shu Hu." Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Why had she come here? His eyes fell on the cleaned stone tablet not too far away and his eyebrows relaxed. Invite her in. Wang Chao was overjoyed. Luckily he had been quick-witted, otherwise if he refused to send a message today he would have definitely offended someone. As a newly promoted squad captain, Although his rank seemed low, the truth was that he had a very high status. The 3 great generals also welcomed him with smiles. Within the Holy Netherguard, there weren't many people that Wang Chao needed to fear. But, when it came to matters like pillow talk, anyone who had experienced the matters between men and women knew just how terrifying it was. What? You said that the woman outside had nothing to do with the commander? I'll spit on your face. If she didn't have anything to do with him, why would such a beauty that could bring calamity to a nation come looking for him, old Wang? Moreover, the Lord Commander was obsessed with cultivation and didn't even give face to Fu Shan and the others, so why would he take the time to see a stranger? Qin Yu watched Wang Chao's departing back. He never imagined that beneath the mighty and extraordinary Holy Netherguard armor that exuded such a wretched heart would be hidden. After bringing the woman to the entrance of the garden, Wang Chao considerately stopped. Miss, the Lord Commander is in the garden. This subordinate has duties to carry out, so I won't send you in. The deeper meaning behind his words was, I, old Wang, am going to stand guard for you, so don't be afraid. If you want to do something, then do it boldly and no one will disturb you. Hai Lanlan bowed and thanked him. She felt that this personal guard captain was someone who didn't put on airs. He wasn't someone who would become arrogant because of his success. But if she knew about the dirty thoughts in Wang Chao's heart right now, she would definitely slap him across the face. She stepped into the garden and soon found Qin Yu's back. He didn't pretend to have his back to the entrance, but was looking straight at her. Their gazes met. Hai Lanlan's expression was very calm. Her eyes were filled with a bit of alienation, but they were filled with calmness and serenity. This was the temperament she should have. Indeed, when he saw her reveal her emotions that day, it was an extremely rare sight. Qin Yu restrained the messy thoughts in his mind. He smiled and said, Miss, what business do you have with me? Hai Lanlan. She spoke in a soft voice. Her voice was pleasant to the ears, like tiny waves crashing into a reef. It was gentle, but it also contained a strength that no one dared to underestimate. Qin Yu was startled. This was because at this moment, from Hai Lanlan's voice, he could feel a hint of the Tao of water. He had been searching for this feeling for a long time, but he hadn't been able to comprehend it. So, what appeared in front of Hai Lanlan was the newly promoted Lord Commander. After hearing her speak, he froze in a daze. This wasn't the first time Hai Lanlan had encountered this sort of situation. Thus, she calmly coughed and reminded him so that he wouldn't lose face. But unexpectedly, he didn't seem to hear her at all. He continued to look straight ahead. After a long period of deadlock, a faint blush appeared on Hai Lanlan's indifferent face. Perhaps there was a bit of shyness, but more of it was annoyance. Just as she couldn't bear it any longer, Qin Yu let out a long breath. His eyes brightened once more. My apologies, I was rude. His face lit up with joy. The gate to the Tao of Water had actually been opened like this. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Hai Lanlan's expression became even colder. Commander, please remember my name. She glanced at the stone tablet not too far away and revealed a well-hidden sadness. Then, she turned and walked away. The truth was that before coming here, she had prepared some words to say. But, Qin Yu's performance caused her to choose to remain silent. Qin Yu revealed a helpless expression. He realized that he had unintentionally offended this beauty just now and caused her to doubt his character. With his current temperament, he didn't care too much about these things. But, as he thought about how he still owed her a favor just now, he loudly said, Miss Hai, rest assured that I will take good care of this stone tablet. Hai Lanlan's footsteps paused for a moment before she left without looking back. They had met twice, and they had exchanged 2 sentences and a single name. What a girl with character. Qin Yu smiled. He stepped in front of the stone tablet and swept his eyes over it. He soon found a name in the middle, Hai Yunsheng. Who was she to him? Moreover, it had been so long. If she really cared about the stone tablet, then no one in the ruined courtyard would care about this. As for whether or not this girl was doing this on purpose to find a chance to approach him, well, to tell the truth, Qin Yu did think about it, but he immediately suppressed it. Although he hadn't interacted much with her, this girl was absolutely a proud person. She would never do something like this. Qin Yu had no reason to believe this. Looking at this ordinary-looking stone tablet, he couldn't help but feel a bit of curiosity. Wang Chao scratched his head. He stared at Hai Lanlan's departing back, his mind filled with a single thought. The Lord Commander seems full of energy, but how could she be so fast? If I find some tonics and quietly offer them up, will I obtain the Lord Commander's praise? Perhaps the greater possibility is that she was killed by the Lord Commander to silence her. As his thoughts raced, he heard the sound of footsteps and saw Qin Yu walking in front of him. Wang Chao cried out in alarm and nearly fell to the ground. What are you thinking about? Why are you so lost in thought? How could Wang Chao dare to say anything? He stammered and tried to dodge the question. Luckily, Qin Yu had only casually asked and let him off the hook. He said, "Go and investigate the stone tablet in the courtyard as well as the name Hai Yunsheng." This subordinate obeys. Wang Chao hurried away with the joy of surviving a calamity. With the status of a squad captain and the Lord Commander's trusted aide, it wasn't difficult for him to investigate a secret matter that had happened many years ago. Soon, Qin Yu obtained a recording jade slip. Inside were detailed records of Hai Yunsheng and the stone tablet. The general idea was as follows. 20 years ago, there was a small rebellion within the Holy Nether Guard. Dozens of Holy Nether Guards tried to secretly leave the Endless Sea and finally died in the encirclement. These Holy Nether Guards all had a common point. Their families all had relatives that were suffering from exhaustion. The investigation proved that the reason they rebelled was to obtain the Windletter grass. Hai Yunsheng was one of them. Qin Yu laid down the jade slip and gently sighed. As he thought back to Hai Lanlan's icy cold eyes, it was only now that he realized the bitterness and resentment in them. It was no wonder that even with her cold and distant temperament, she had still stood out to plead for Xu Wei and Xu Hu. It was likely that she felt the same way. It was probably because of her that Liang Shouyi and the others had stood up together. Wang Chao had investigated Hai Yunsheng in detail. There were many records of him. For instance, he fought to the death like a crazed demon, and in the end he blew himself up so that not even his bones remained. Perhaps in Hai Lanlan's heart, this stone tablet that recorded the events of the rebellion and served as a warning to future generations was the only hope she had for her father. As for why she didn't take the stone tablet away, Hai Yunsheng had been involved in the rebellion and had died in the encirclement. For her to have such a transcendent status amongst the youths today, her wisdom and temperament weren't bad. She certainly wouldn't do something that would embarrass everyone. Qin Yu suddenly thought back to when he first arrived at Holy Nether City. Hai Lanlan would come every day. Originally, he had been a bit delighted. Although he didn't have any other thoughts, if a woman of this level were to pay attention to him, he would instinctively feel a bit proud of himself. But now, it seemed that this girl was afraid that the stone tablet with her father's name engraved on it would be destroyed by him. What a painful realization. Qin Yu rubbed his nose, secretly rejoicing that there was no one around, otherwise his awkward expression would have been incomparably stiff. Wang Chao, take away the stone tablet that I cleared out from the courtyard and place it properly. Do not damage it in the slightest. Yes. Wang Chao turned around, the solemn expression on his face immediately disappearing. It was replaced with an excited expression that said, "I'm so smart." This little girl Hai Lanlan really does have a deep relationship with our commander. This is a hidden main storyline. As long as he can make friends with her, his future status will be as stable as Mount Tai. The stone tablet had to be placed properly, and it had to be in a very, very good place. It would be best if Hai Lanlan accidentally discovered it at some point and learned of everything the Lord Commander had done for her. Wouldn't that little girl be moved to tears? At that time, the commander would definitely see that old Wang, who had quietly done all of this, would still be able to reach the peak of his life. Chapter 539. Undying had finally refined the power of 9 suns. Qin Yu didn't conceal his impatience. He announced that he would be going into seclusion and quietly left the training room using shadow step. When he stood outside the area where the pill was buried, he didn't need to be reminded. The purple moon and blue sun both sent down their projections. Presumably, absorbing the power of the 9 suns during this period of time had been beneficial to them. Undying smiling smile retracted the sun and moon projections. In the next moment, a purplish-green halo of light erupted. Although the commotion today was much smaller than before, its effects were not reduced. As it spread out, the restraining and sealing law lines were dyed. Like a blooming flower petal, they parted to reveal a path. He smoothly entered without alerting anyone. With a loud rumble, the roars of the yin-yang fishes entered his ears. Although it made one feel a bit impatient, Chinyu still had a bright smile on his face. After tasting the benefits of the demon body tempering pill, he couldn't help but have a favorable impression of this place. He also wanted to thank those people who had used countless methods to send him here, but now they were unknown. Suppressing these random thoughts, Chinyu waved his hand in high spirits. Undying, let's begin. Yes, little master. Like a phantom, indestructible drilled into the yin-yang fish. Waste pills rained down like rain, and at the same time, the density of pill toxins in the array formation space rapidly soared. Chinyu closed his eyes and comfortably sighed. All the pores on his body opened, allowing these terrifying pill toxins to crazily drill into his body. The surface of his right index finger glowed with a faint light. A layer of fine runes appeared on the surface of his skin, giving off a cheerful and lively feeling. Not only was the pill useless, but the pill poison was also good stuff. The yin-yang fishes maintained a balance. As the massive amount of waste pills fell down, the power of the 9 suns overflowed. As usual, Mai, who didn't care about the rules, tore off a piece first, followed by Purple Moon and Blue Sunday. Undying smiled as he received the last piece. The purplish-green halo dispersed once more, and he returned to his residence. After leaving the area where the pill was buried, Chinyu fused into the phantom and reappeared in the training room. Since Xiao Chen had announced that he was going into closed-door cultivation, there was no reason for him to give up halfway. He took out the 9-continent cauldron and spent quite a bit of effort before finally dealing with this fellow. Chinyu rubbed his eyebrows. He had to find a way to deal with 9th Province's furnace as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if he was rich, he still wouldn't be able to withstand being stabbed left and right. The dark world within the shadows. Undying sat on his throne, his eyebrows furrowed together as if he were thinking about something. In this empty and deathly silent world, time seemed to have lost all meaning. Unlike his usual image in front of Chinyu, the silent Undying was like a king of destruction, dignified and filled with killing intent that left one's heart shaking. Suddenly, Undying stood up. With a flick of his sleeves, the darkness tumbled away, revealing stone steps that led underground. On the altar formed from the power of darkness, little Ling's face grew paler and paler. Her long eyelashes trembled as if she had expended a great deal of effort to open them. Her eyes were still beautiful, calm, gentle, and persevering, but there was an unconcealable weakness and fatigue. "What are you doing here again?" Undying remained silent, as if he were looking at Spirity. She was shackled even tighter on the altar, making her beautiful body even more alluring. But Spiritus' expression was indifferent, without the least bit of awkwardness. After a long time, Undying sighed. "I want to know, is it you who has a keen eye for talent? Or was it luck?" Spiritus' eyes flashed. "It seems that Chinyu's performance during this time has been very good." "Very good?" Undying thought for a moment and then shook his head. "To be more precise, it is very, very good. It even far surpasses my expectations. He is now a member of the demonic path, and it won't be long before he inherits the throne of the Demon Palace's demon monarch." He shook his head, sighing with emotion. Even in our glorious years, the demon monarch was a peerless powerhouse that supported the heavens. I never imagined that Chinyu's growth would reach such a degree. Spiritus' pale face revealed a smile. At this moment, it was like flowers blooming in spring. A soul-stirring aura began to surge in the air. Her eyes were dazed for a moment, as if she could see the calm and persistent expression on that young man's face from a long, long time ago. Perhaps from that time, she had already determined that this ordinary-looking young man would have an incomparably bright future. She hadn't misjudged him. Undying pressed a hand against his chest. Then, a pure white light scattered outwards, dispersing the yin chill in the air and filling one with a warm feeling. Spirity frowned. "What do you mean?" Undying smiled. It's very simple. I discovered that Qin, you might be able to go further than I imagined and have even greater achievements. And everything you give up now, you will be compensated 10 times or even 100 times over in the future. So, I am prepared to flatter you and curry favor with you. This pure yang strength is my sincerity. Spirity was extremely weak. She had blocked the senses from the demonic altar and was constantly consuming her source. This pure yang strength would be of great help to her. But, she didn't reveal any urgency. Instead, her expression became even more indifferent. I can feel that there are traces of 3 other formidable auras on this pure yang strength. They should have been divided into 4. Undying nodded. That's right. He spoke of the existence of the cosmic sea-cross bell, the purple moon, and the blue sun. Spirity frowned. You are playing with fire. Undying lightly said, they won't be able to discover my methods. Cold intent tumbled around him. Of course, if they do discover something, then what? A cruel and unyielding aura erupted from his body. Undying had already tasted the taste of despair, so he wouldn't allow himself to fall into that situation again. As long as he could brighten his future, he didn't mind doing anything. Moreover, even if the cosmic sea-cross bell and the solar and lunar holy lands were incomparably mysterious and powerful, he didn't fear them. Spirity could guess what Undying was thinking, because that sort of despair had once drowned her for many years. After several breaths of silence, she closed her eyes and said, I owe you a favor. Undying's smile brightened. He lifted his hand and the pure yang strength flew onto the altar, fusing into Spiritus' body. In the future, every time I act, I will leave you a portion. He turned and left. He let out a sigh of relief. Spirity had received the pure yang energy, so there was some sort of agreement between them. Even if the cosmic sea-cross bell, purple moon, and blue sun had a close relationship, he didn't fear being pushed aside. Because there would come a day when the little master would understand who was the one who had paid the most for him. Undying couldn't reach Spiritus level, so he could only take a step back and seek benefits. Where there were people, there would be rivers and lakes. This phrase could be applied anywhere. Of course, Qin wouldn't notice these small internal struggles, otherwise how could he feel at ease allowing them to stay by his side? This was tacit understanding. After patiently waiting for over a month and confirming that his previous actions hadn't caused any waves, Mu Xianglin finally began to investigate the aftermath. Without spending too much effort, he obtained the information from the endless sea that had been isolated because the channel had been closed. There were a total of 4 jade slips. The first and second were requests to close the endless sea's mystic array formation. It seemed that the Holy Netherguard had found the key. Unfortunately, these 2 messages didn't obtain a response. So, not long after, the third message expressed suspicion that the new commander Yarobin had been killed. The last message was an apology from the Holy Netherguard. After that, there was no other communication. Mu Xianglin smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that although the Holy Netherguard were a group of pitiful and unlucky fellows, they weren't all idiots. They had already realized that this matter wasn't simple. There was no further news. It seemed that they had chosen to suppress this matter. After a few more years passed, they could find a random excuse and report the news of Yarobin's death. Then, the Mu family's suspicions in this matter would be thoroughly washed away. The Holy Netherguard would be spared from punishment and the chess pieces that had acted would be safe. The Mu family wouldn't have to withstand pressure from all sides. This result couldn't be any more wonderful. Mu Xianglin casually tore apart the 4 messages and chuckled, satisfied with his plan. His excitement erupted once more, making it seem as if his entire body had been set on fire. Come, select 10, no, 20 maids from the mansion and bring them to my room. Following that, several days of revelry followed. The Mu family's greatest calamity had died and their future prospects were bright once more. This sort of heavenly news was naturally worth celebrating. There was nothing wrong with it. But in the end, old Master Mu's revelry had been ruined. As the descendants of the Holy Monarch, the Mu family had always placed great importance on their traditions. Even though Mu Xianglin was one of the main decision-makers of the Mu family, it wasn't good for him to openly disobey them. Thus, The place where he sought pleasure today was an outer residence. The troublemaking boy was quite strong. He had managed to overcome all obstacles and had even forced Mu Xianglin to crawl out of his gentle embrace. As he listened to the curses coming from outside, his complexion paled. It seemed that the woman he had ravaged just now was very close to this boy. It's not good for me to show myself in this matter. Let's teach him a lesson. Mu Xianglin turned and left. A cold cultivator walked out from the shadows beside him. His eyes were a dull grey, and it was so cold that it caused one's heart to tremble. This chaos finally ended with the troublemaking boy being thrown out of the mansion. Several Mu family cultivators who had been punched and kicked ruthlessly kicked him a few times before turning to leave while cursing. This boy was lucky. The clan had requested them to keep a low profile during this period of time. Otherwise, they would have killed him long ago and thrown him into a cage to feed the dogs. In an instant, torrential rain poured down. Several robust figures tore through the curtain of rain and rushed over. They roared impulsively, wanting to take revenge, but they were tightly grabbed by the people on the ground. Don't go. You guys aren't a match for him. Shang Yuntai looked at the majestic mansion with its tightly shut gates. Rainwater rushed into his eyes and slid down his cheeks. He thought of the woman he had loved for so many years and had always regarded as a treasure. He didn't want to hurt her in the slightest. Yet, in this mansion in front of him, she had become someone else's plaything. The pain was like poisonous insects biting at his heart. Cough, cough. He violently coughed, blood gushing out from every orifice of his head. In the blink of an eye, it was washed away by the rain, leaving behind only a faint smell of blood. The poison in his body had become even more severe. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he died. If so, then why go and ruin the choice she had made? Let her be. This wasn't because he was open-minded, but because there was no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Senior apprentice brother, that cheap woman dares to treat you like this. I will not let her go. I will not let her go. A young demonic path cultivator angrily roared. Shang Yuntai closed his eyes and shook his head. I won't allow you to cause any more trouble because of this, otherwise you will no longer be my brother. Do you all understand? In the torrential rain, his voice was weak. Several figures beside him, because of their anger and grievance, constantly shivered. Large tracts of white fog rose up from their bodies. We will listen to you, senior apprentice brother. They were well aware that the reason their senior apprentice brother Shang had such an unreasonable and decisive attitude was because the master of this mansion had a strength they couldn't match. Shang Yuntai let out a deep breath. Take me away. Help me apply to the elders. Shang Yuntai knows that he doesn't have long to live and hopes to enter the endless sea. Senior apprentice brother. Everyone cried out in sorrow. Let's do as I say. Although the endless sea was a forbidden land and the living didn't want to enter, if they could be buried there after they died, that would be a great honor. Senior apprentice brother, rest assured that we will definitely help you achieve your wish. Shang Yuntai nodded. Without saying anything else, he was supported into the heavy curtain of rain. Qin Yu restored his cultivation of the demon body. Of course, it was more accurate to say that he had restarted his great undertaking of swallowing pills. A massive number of demon body tempering pills had been buried in his mouth. Their sacrifice was valuable. Qin Yu could clearly feel that as his mortal body absorbed the medicinal efficacy, the transformation of the emperor-level demon body began to accelerate. It wouldn't be too long before it was completed. This process shortened several years. Only after stabilizing the emperor level would he be able to attack the saint level with all his strength. Another month passed. This was the third time Qin Yu entered the pill burial area to collect the waste pills. He didn't know whether it was an illusion or not, but Undying's attitude was the same as before. But the two guests in his soul space had become rather silent. As for the blue sun in his Dantian Sea, it maintained its principle of not eating and remaining translucent. As he thought about Mai Mai and Purple Moon's genders, Qin Yu shook his head and didn't think too much about it. There would always be a few days a month when female life forms would be abnormal. It was best not to provoke them. As the demon body grew stronger, so did the forbidden bloodline in Qin Yu's body. The firmament demon head in the Demon Ascension Gate's small world had given Qin Yu a great deal of help. This was the first time he learned of the bloodline ability that Ningling had given him. It was like a window had been opened. After Qin Yu learned of the name of the forbidden blood, he was able to naturally control its strength. The bloodline was rooted in the mortal body and was closely linked to the physique. After Qin Yu broke into the Emperor-level demon body and also swallowed a massive number of demon body-tempering pills, the forbidden blood was like a long drought that had finally met rain. It began to grow with vigor. Perhaps the forbidden blood wouldn't be able to bring Qin Yu great strength in the short term. But, as he thought of the firmament demon head in the Demon Ascension Gate's small world, his heart was filled with anticipation. It was like a small tree rooted in fertile soil, growing strong and strong until it finally bloomed and bore fruit. As Qin Yu was bitterly cultivating, Wang Chao was also making his move. After a series of arrangements were completed, he began the most critical part of his plan, the heart-palpitating segment. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, Wang Chao decided to personally take action. With his status as the captain of the personal guard, it was easy for him to suppress several ignorant youths. In truth, the plan was extremely simple. As long as he selected several people and inadvertently spoke a few words to Hai Lanlan and passed on the information, everything would be completed. As for Wang Chao, he would brush his shoulders and leave, hiding his achievements and fame. All he needed to do was wait for the Lord Commander to summon him. As Wang Chao expected, when he put on his armor and revealed his identity, the several youths from the academy paled. Perhaps they had been like everyone else in the past, not caring about the new commander at all. But when Fu Shan had knelt to him, the situation had been completely changed. Wang Chao carefully spoke several times and then had them speak again. After correcting several parts, he nodded in satisfaction, thinking that these fellows were quite smart. All right, everything will proceed according to the plan. You may all leave. After the several youths left the carriage, Wang Chao's deep and low voice sounded out. Remember, regarding this matter, you are not allowed to reveal even half a word. The several youths trembled. They respectfully bowed and excused themselves. Wang Chao watched their departing backs and couldn't help but smack his lips. The tone of his words just now seemed a bit unnatural. He should have appeared more dignified. He needed to practice more. After all, it wouldn't be long before he would be placed in an important position by the Lord Commander. If the Lord Commander were to ask, what position should he apply for? If it was a garrison general, wouldn't his mouth be too big? Moreover, Yuan Zhan and the others didn't seem easy to deal with. This really was a happy worry. The next day, in Holy Nether City Academy, a small accident occurred. Although no one dared to say anything, their eyes were filled with anger. The reason for this was that the flower of the academy, Hai Lanlan, seemed to have been picked up by some influential figure and kept for himself. Wang Chao's failure lay in the fact that he had underestimated the momentary impulsiveness of the youths. Perhaps they would feel inexplicably terrified afterwards, but when their blood rushed to their heads, they would dare to do anything. Moreover, this was to protect the inviolable flower of the academy in their hearts. Hai Lanlan frowned. Between her indifferent and distant eyes, there was a bit more disgust and coldness. But, after hesitating over and over again, she decided to verify it. She saw the stone tablet that had been cleaned and placed in a pavilion. Although she felt disgusted by this person's intentions, as she saw that the stone tablet was being carefully cared for, a part of her heart clicked and her anger unconsciously decreased by half. After standing there for a long time, Hai Lanlan gently sighed. No matter what his motives were, she would just pretend she didn't know. She turned and quietly left. What she didn't know was that as this scene fell into Liang Shuyi's eyes, he was already shocked and angry. When he saw Hai Lanlan's reaction, his heart ached and he could no longer suppress his anger. They had grown up together. Besides being close when they were young, the two of them had always maintained a distance over the years. Liang Shuyi was well aware that she was a woman with an indifferent personality but was also extremely proud. This surname Yarrow's actions had absolutely touched her bottom line. Even if he had the status of a commander, Hai Lanlan wouldn't calmly accept this. Unless, her heart was also moved. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, it immediately went blank. Liang Shuyi, who had always been filled with confidence that he would finally be able to capture this pharaoh-like girl, suddenly felt his eyes turn blood red. His entire body tumbled around him like raging waves. No, absolutely no. Liang Shuyi looked up at the ruined mansion, his eyes becoming increasingly red. Finally, with a roar like that of a trapped beast, he rushed out. The holy nether guard guarding the mansion was frightened. He seemed to recognize that Liang Shuyi didn't dare to attack, but after injuring several people, he had no choice but to do so. Without any surprise, Liang Shuyi was suppressed. No matter how tyrannical his strength was, those guarding the mansion were all elites of the Holy Nether Guard. They wouldn't give him any chances. The Holy Nether Guard captain bit his cheeks. He looked at his wounded brother and said, "Immediately report this to the vice commander." Forcefully breaking into the commander's station and wounding the guards, this matter was far too great and couldn't be suppressed. Qin Yu was forced to stop his cultivation. His complexion was frighteningly gloomy. As Fu Shan and the others saw this, their hearts skipped a beat. The third commander, Liang Taiyuan, fell to his knees, tears nearly flowing down his cheeks. "Commander, my unfilial son has lost his mind today. I ask that you show mercy." He didn't dare to not beg for mercy. Although Qin Yu had forgiven Shu Wei and Shu Hu, that was before he obtained the approval of the Holy Nether Guard. Now, he was a true commander. If he wasn't punished after being offended like this, wouldn't his prestige be swept to the ground? As he thought of this, a cold sweat began to pour down his back. "Yarrow Bin, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're a commander. If you dare to have the slightest malicious intent towards Lanlan, I'll definitely kill you." Liang Shouyi roared fiercely. He seemed to be ruthless, as if he wouldn't let Lanlan off even if he died. Hearing this, Liang Taiyuan's field of vision darkened and he nearly fainted. "Little bastard, you are seeking your own death." Qin Yu was stunned. As he sensed the strange expressions of everyone around him, his complexion became increasingly ugly. Could someone tell him just what was going on here? At this time, Hai Lanlan hurried over. She glanced at the subdued Liang Shuyi, who was still struggling, and her eyes became increasingly cold. "I am indebted to Lord Commander's undeserved love, but Hai Lanlan cannot accept it. Today, Liang Shuyi has offended his superiors, and this is all because of me. If Lord Commander wishes to use thunderous methods to protect your authority, then please punish me as well." Wang Chao stared at the scene in front of him, dumbfounded. He roared out in his heart. He was wrong, he was wrong. "Hai Lanlan, just whose side are you on?" When he regained his composure, he happened to meet Qin Yu's icy cold eyes. He immediately quivered and his face turned green. "Wang Chao, can you explain what is going on here?" The storm ended with Wang Chao kowtowing and begging for mercy. After explaining the entire situation, Qin Yu generously waved his hand, indicating that he wouldn't pursue the matter any further. But what left him depressed was that these people were clearly looking at him with the word contempt written all over their faces. If you weren't interested in the girl, then the captain of your personal guard would do something superfluous and take the initiative to do such a thankless task. This was simply too fake. This was simply pushing all the blame onto Wang Chao and finding a scapegoat to use as a chance to escape. This way, it wouldn't be so awkward. Hai Lanlan's eyes filled with even more disdain. Qin Yu struggled for a long time before suppressing his thoughts of strangling Wang Chao to death. He flicked his sleeves and left. He could think whatever he wanted, but the more he tried to explain this matter, the worse it would get. When everyone dispersed, Wang Chao was helped up by Hua Yanting and Yellow Mountain. His face was pale and he didn't feel good at all. He never imagined that the plan he had painstakingly arranged would end up like this. "Lord Commander, you've misunderstood me. If you can't handle the girl yourself, then as a clever and sensible subordinate, I'll lend you a hand. Even if things don't work out, you shouldn't just tear down the bridge and sell me out, right?" Yellow Mountain's voice was heavy. "Big brother, just admit it. As a subordinate, it is my duty to take the blame for the Lord Commander." Hua Yanting comforted him. "Today, I helped the Lord Commander take the blame, so I'm sure there will be some comfort. Perhaps the Lord Commander will express his gratitude." The next day, Wang Chao was ordered to clean up the Holy Nether City's appearance. In simpler terms, he was appointed as a temporary captain of the sanitation department. He was given a small shovel and went to clear the roads. Chapter 540. In Holy Nether City, the Lord Commander's bumpy road of love had become a hot topic of discussion. Although there was a bit of disdain and ridicule, there wasn't much loathing. Instead, there was an inexplicable closeness to him. The reason for this was that their Lord Commander was just an ordinary person. He would lose face, he would embarrass himself, and he would even try to shirk responsibility to save face. Even the matter of him venting his anger on the dynasty and punishing him to clean up the streets was interpreted as a little cute. After all, if the Lord Commander really was a bad person, he had far too many other methods to deal with this matter in a peaceful manner. Moreover, he would leave people in awe of him and not dare to mention it again. Just as Qin Yu was accidentally obtaining a favorable impression from the residents of Holy Nether City, Shang Yuntai's application to enter the Endless Sea was finally approved. Several good brothers escorted him to the Endless Sea. Shang Yuntai pushed open the door and got off. He looked at the distant sea and took a deep breath. Brothers, today we will bid our farewells here. From now on, we will never meet again. I wish you all a bright future. Senior apprentice Brother Shang. Everyone's eyes turned red. Their mouths moved, but no words of comfort came out. This was because they all knew that he didn't have much time left. Shang Yuntai chuckled. In my life, I have been humble and I have been glorious. I have lowered my head to allow others to humiliate me, and I have also been insufferably arrogant. But today, I have suffered a crushing defeat. Luckily, there are still many brothers who have never abandoned me. It can be said that I have gained something in life. He cupped his hands together and turned to leave. The sea breeze lifted his robes, causing them to flutter in the wind. He seemed a bit free and easy. Shang Yuntai boarded the wooden boat and sailed deep into the sea. He didn't look back again, but his previously calm and carefree face was now pale. But his back was still straight, like an ancient pine tree atop a mountain peak. Even if a thick layer of snow fell on him, it still couldn't make him bend over. In the end, he was still a proud person. Even though he had been tormented by poison these past years, he had never revealed any weakness in front of others. But the betrayal of the one he loved had completely shattered Shang Yuntai's remaining dignity. He couldn't welcome those pitiful and sympathetic eyes. Thus, Shang Yuntai chose to enter the Endless Sea. He looked down on this sort of escapist behavior the most, but he couldn't care about it now. No one in the Endless Sea knew him, so he should just quietly die here. The wooden ship plunged deep into the sea. Shang Yuntai was like a walking corpse. After completing the procedures, he didn't choose to join the Holy Nether Guard. Instead, he turned and left. He had imagined the situation of this forbidden land countless times. He originally thought it would be a scorched earth, but he never expected it to be so flourishing, like a bright pearl at the bottom of the sea. Shang Yun's eyes swept across the bustling street. Amidst the surging flow of people, he suddenly stood still and let out a satisfied sigh. Let's just die here peacefully. He closed his eyes and relaxed his taut heartstrings. He no longer tried to resist the invasion of the poison. Shang Yuntai closed his eyes and fell to the ground. The crowd seemed to be startled, and with a boom, they scattered in all directions. Wang Chao half squatted in the shadows of the roadside and wiped the beads of sweat off his forehead. He looked at the long street that had been cleaned up and saw that it was a mess once again. He squeezed his eyes and wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Just as he was lamenting his fate and muttering to himself about how the commander had repaid kindness with enmity, he suddenly heard an uproar. It was as if a flock of birds were flying over his head. He stood up and looked at the long street. There were many layers of people surrounding him. Wang Chao suddenly thought that this might be his only chance. The Lord Commander was passionate about cultivation, and going into seclusion to cultivate was a common occurrence. If no one reminded him, who knew how long he would have to hold the temporary position of sanitation captain? It was impossible for his second and third brother to plead for leniency, and it wasn't appropriate to find someone else. Thus, old Wang decided to save himself. Excuse me. Wang Chao strode forwards. The crowd drew back like a tide. Thanks to Hai Lanlan and Qin Yu's love affair being made known to everyone, Wang Chao also took this chance to leap up and become one of the most famous figures in Holy Nether City. Everyone knew that he was the unlucky guard captain. Wang Chao looked at the fallen Shang Yuntai and frowned. Does anyone know what happened? I'm not too sure. He was walking along just now when he suddenly fell over. That's right, he doesn't look too good. His aura is very weak. If he's injured, then he should be resting. Why did he run out? Wang Chao's eyes flashed. Does anyone recognize this person? Everyone shook their heads. Wang Chao was overjoyed, but he maintained a solemn expression. He lowered his head and thought for several breaths of time. Then, he sighed and said, "It's fine. Saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. I can't just watch him die." He turned and ordered, "Continue cleaning the streets. I will bring this person back to the residence and see if I can save him." He picked up Shang Yuntai and strode away, attracting a great deal of admiring gazes. Squad Captain Wang Chao was indeed a good person. Even though he was being punished, he was still willing to help others. Hihi, Lord Commander's luck is truly good. He was able to obtain such a hard-working and top-class subordinate. Wang Chao felt as if the person on his shoulder wasn't heavy at all. His entire body was filled with strength. "Lord Commander, did you hear that? This is the voice of the people. You won't be able to find a second subordinate as outstanding as me. If you don't wake up from your daze and train me, then when are you going to do so?" Wang Chao finally returned to the commander's residence and let out a long breath. Although everything he saw was still in ruins, he was excited to finally return to the center of power. Now, the crux of the problem was how to continue staying here. As for cleaning up the streets and whatnot, he had already made up his mind not to leave. Wang Chao hurriedly settled down. Under the banner of saving a patient, he invited a medical master from the Holy Nether Guard. Unfortunately, the results of the examination weren't good. The unconscious person had been poisoned by a very potent poison. "Captain Wang, this person's poison has seeped into his organs and into his marrow. I fear he doesn't have much time left. I am truly ashamed, truly ashamed." Wang Chao thanked him and then ordered someone to escort him out. As he looked at the unconscious person on the bed, a complex expression appeared on his face. So this person was about to die. Wasn't it a bit too excessive to use a dying person as an excuse? But as he thought about it, since he was going to die anyway, he might as well help himself. At the very most, he would let this person live a bit more comfortably in his final moments. Hua Yanting looked up. "Big brother, I looked through this person's belongings and found his identity. His name is Shang Yuntai and he just entered the Endless Sea today." Yellow Mountain happened to return at this time. As he heard these words, he frowned. "Shang Yuntai, this name seems a bit familiar." Hua Yanting lightly said, "You and I, the three of us, when we competed for a spot as a true demon guard in the past, we took the test together with this person. He was an extremely fierce character. But in that test, for some unknown reason, he was poisoned and then disappeared from everyone's sight. Afterwards, I asked around and found out that Shang Yuntai was once an influential figure. Unfortunately, he rose quickly and fell even faster." His voice was a bit rueful. "I never thought that when we meet again today, he would end up in such a state." Wang Chao shook his head. "Life and death, haven't we seen enough of each other over the years? Shang Yuntai naturally has his reasons for ending up like this. Even if he dies, that is his destiny." Yellow Mountain scratched his head. "Big brother, if this person dies, you won't have an excuse to continue staying here." Wang Chao's expression stiffened. His image of a master who had seen through life and death instantly collapsed. His face paled and he clenched his teeth. "Since you know this, you should hurry up and think of a way to extend his life. At the very least, you have to last until the Lord Commander leaves seclusion. If he didn't see the commander, how could he cry and beg for mercy? Of course, he wouldn't tell anyone about this plan. Whoever found out would be silence." When Shang Yuntai opened his eyes, he smelled the thick smell of medicinal dregs. His body was still weak, but the poison had calmed down. If nothing unexpected happened, he could live for a while. However, Shang Yuntai was clear that the next time the poison broke out, it would be the time of his death. After lying on the bed for a long time, Shang Yuntai struggled to get up. As he was drinking water, Wang Chao pushed the door open. Seeing him, he was happy. "You're awake. How do you feel?" Shang Yuntai cupped his hands. "Thank you for saving my life." He knew that he couldn't repay this favor in this life, so he paused after saying this and didn't continue. Fortunately, Wang Chao didn't care about this. Seeing him wake up, he was in a good mood. He smiled and said, "Your luck isn't bad. The endless sea is a barren place, but some corals on the seabed contain toxins that can restrain the poison in your body. Although it can't detoxify you, extending your life isn't difficult." However, Shang Yuntai didn't seem to be happy about this. He calmly nodded. Wang Chao was a little confused. However, thinking that the other's body was full of holes, he must have been suffering from the poison for many years. Whether it was good or bad for him to linger for a while wasn't clear. After a moment of silence, he smiled. "Shang Yuntai, in truth, you and I are old acquaintances. In the past, during the True Demon Guard selection, we once took the test together." Shang Yuntai was stunned. He never thought that after entering the endless sea, he would run into an acquaintance. Although he didn't have any impression of Wang Chao, he still instinctively felt close to him. In the end, this was someone who had struggled together with him many years ago. Unfortunately, that test to transform and rise had been the greatest setback of his life, and his destiny had sunk into the depths of the abyss. Shang Yuntai's face darkened. Then, he revealed a look of surprise and looked up. Wang Chao shrugged. His tone was relaxed. "As you can see, my luck wasn't too good. I was exiled to the endless sea several months ago." The two were silent at the same time. Their eyes were filled with emotion and then they laughed together. A bitter tacit understanding was born in their hearts. After today, the ruined commander's mansion would have another guest. At first, Wang Chao had only hoped to use Shang Yuntai's matter to obtain a chance to beg for mercy from Qin Yu. But as they interacted with each other, he never imagined that the two of them would get along so well. This should be what it meant to be a true friend. Everyone drank and chatted together, quickly becoming friends who had known each other for many years. Seeing Shang Yuntai's dispirited expression, as if he were indifferent to life and death, Wang Chao didn't say anything. Instead, he privately sought out Fu Shan and asked him to help him search for a divine doctor. The continuous visits to see him moved Shang Yuntai. Although he didn't think there was any hope, he couldn't bear to disappoint Wang Chao's good intentions. The results of the continuous consultations weren't good. The divine doctors all expressed that they couldn't remove the poison. As Wang Chao was disappointed, one of the divine doctors gave a tentative suggestion. Since the coral poison was effective, perhaps it could be used to fight poison with poison. The general idea was that since one was already on the brink of death, why not go all out? Perhaps this method would speed up one's death, but if it succeeded there would be a chance of survival. However, this divine doctor had already stated that although this method had a chance of success, it would cause great harm to the patient. If they couldn't endure it, they would soon die. Wang Chao hesitated again and again before telling Shang Yuntai about this method. He was silent for a long time and then asked, "How confident are you?" He raised 3 fingers, but under the other party's gaze, he put away 2 more. 10%, his voice was hoarse. Shang Yuntai suddenly smiled. 10% confidence isn't small. I am already someone who is about to die, so what is there to be dissatisfied about? In the past, he had been plotted against and poisoned, falling from a proud son of heaven to a penniless commoner. It was impossible to calculate how much humiliation he had suffered. There was also the poison that corroded his organs, making him feel as if 10,000 insects were biting him. If his will wasn't firm, he would have already committed suicide. Shang Yuntai persisted all the way. Although he hesitated, and even felt despair, he never truly gave up. He wasn't willing to submit to fate. If it weren't for the betrayal of the one he loved, perhaps he would have continued to persist with his pride. But this matter had defeated him and pushed him into the endless abyss. Entering the endless sea was the last bit of dignity he had left. He didn't want to withstand those sympathetic gazes and only wanted to quietly wait for death to arrive. But life was unpredictable like this. Just as Shang Yuntai was about to give up, he was given hope to continue living. And more importantly, Shang Yuntai already knew that Wang Chao was the personal guard of the new commander. And the new commander was the White Sun Boundary martial artist who had shaken the entire demonic path. This meant that as long as he struggled to live, it wouldn't be long before he returned to the demonic path. The assassination during the True Demon Guard quota test in the past, the humiliation he had suffered these past years, and even the woman who stabbed him in the heart, could Shang Yuntai really remain indifferent to all of this? He couldn't. He was just powerless to change and resist, so he had no choice but to silently endure it. But now, a chance had appeared in front of him. Although the chances were slim, was there anything he could lose? Rather than waiting for death to arrive, he might as well go crazy one last time and undergo a nirvanic rebirth in pain. Or perhaps he could walk towards death. Shang Yuntai began to eat massive amounts of poisonous coral. This sort of light blue speckled thing wasn't beautiful at all and its taste was unbearable. But Shang Yuntai ate it calmly. He used a wooden spoon to swallow the smashed coral paste, his face incomparably calm. The coral poison was quickly absorbed. Before he even finished eating, the two poisons would begin to slaughter each other in Shang Yuntai's ruined body. His complexion soon paled. Even though he had exhausted all of his strength, his hand that held the wooden spoon constantly trembled. By the time he finished eating, his clothes were soaked in sweat. Wang Chao had privately asked a doctor and learned of the degree of pain he was suffering. He found it difficult to suppress the unbearable look in his eyes. But Shang Yuntai only smiled at him. "Brother Wang, there is no need to be like this. I am struggling to survive in a hopeless situation of death. This is something I must experience. If I can be reborn in the end, then even if this pain is 10 times or 100 times more intense, so what?" When the two poisons in his body reached an initial equilibrium and the pain in his body began to subside, Shang Yuntai stood up and began to run around the City Lord mansion. His cultivation had nearly been frozen by the poison. He could only use this primitive method to move his blood energy and accelerate the poison metabolism. Wang Chao couldn't bear to watch his good friend suffer unimaginable pain every day. After helping him eat the coral, he would leave. Recently, he had been searching for some painkiller that wouldn't conflict with the poison. But because Shang Yuntai had used countless medicines these past years, his body had already developed antibodies, so his progress hadn't been smooth. Hoo, he gasped for breath in great gulps. Every time he did, it was like countless sharp knives were cutting through his chest. The pain of flesh and blood was so sharp that he couldn't breathe. Cold sweat slid down his pale face, dripped from his chin, and fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Shang Yuntai struggled to stand where he was, not letting himself fall down. This was because he feared that if he fell down now, he wouldn't have a chance to stand up again. Large black spots constantly appeared in front of him and faded away. Qin Yu stood in his quiet courtyard, a bit of surprise in his eyes. He still remembered this demonic path cultivator he had seen when he first entered Heavenly Demon City. Although his aura wasn't right at the time, he still had a cold and stern aura about him. Seeing him again today, he could tell that his situation was far from good. Even though he was far away, Qin Yu could still feel how weak and powerless he was. He looked at his swaying body, as if he could be blown away by a gust of wind. Thinking for a moment, Qin Yu stepped forwards. He didn't hide the sound of his footsteps, but the tottering Shang Yuntai was struggling with the weakness in his body. He simply didn't notice him approaching. "I cannot fall. I cannot fall. I have to live. I have to live." A low and deep voice entered Qin Yu's ears, causing him to freeze in place. As he looked at the struggling Shang Yuntai, his thoughts flew far away, returning to a long time ago, a memory that he didn't want to think about. Because a wild boar had broken into his medicine garden and destroyed his precious spiritual plants, he had suffered a vicious beating. Although he had barely managed to keep his life, a fatal illness had been left behind. At every moment, he could clearly feel his condition deteriorating. It was like a viper twisting around his body in the darkness, incomparably cold and gloomy, causing one to feel fear and despair. In the past, after he finished his work every day, he would eat as much as he could and then run around desperately to dredge up his blood energy. Even then, He seemed to be in such a distressed state right now. Qin Yu and Shang Yuntai had only met once and the two of them hadn't even spoken a single word. Shang Yuntai wasn't a good person who overflowed with compassion, so it was likely that he wouldn't interfere in his destiny. This was because he had already subdued Wang Chao and the others and obtained the approval of the Holy Nether Guard. He already had a team and didn't need any more helpers. But at this time, the scene in front of him stirred up some sort of emotion deep in Qin Yu's heart. It made him think of himself, making him feel as if he were in the same boat. If it weren't for the little blue lamp, then on that night many years ago he would have died in that valley. Perhaps he would have been hurriedly buried by others and become a pile of bones that no one cared about. Then, why didn't he become another little blue lamp and illuminate the despairing lives of others? Qin Yu's thoughts raced. Shang Yuntai, who was struggling with the weakness and pain in his body, would never have imagined that from this moment on, his destiny would take a new fork in the road and usher in a new future. Qin Yu let out a light breath. When his chaotic thoughts calmed down, he saw Shang Yuntai's departing back, but he didn't call out to him. After watching Shang Yuntai leave, Qin Yu turned and returned to his stone house. In this world, there was no such thing as obtaining something for no reason. In the past, when he obtained the little blue lamp, he had exhausted all of his strength and had experienced the tempering of a life or death situation. Qin Yu decided to set up a final test for him. He wanted to see whether or not this person had a strong enough will to live. If this person had already given up, then why bother trying to save him? On the second day, Shang Yuntai ran. On the third day, he ran. On the fourth day, the fifth day, all the way until the 23rd day, Shang Yuntai's figure didn't appear again. In a room filled with the smell of medicinal dregs, Wang Chao watched as Shang Yuntai struggled to lift his hand and shove the vomit-inducing mushy coral into his mouth. He finally couldn't suppress his surging emotions. "Old Shang, don't embarrass yourself anymore." Shang Yuntai paused for a moment. Then, he placed the wooden spoon into the bowl. Because he wasn't able to control his strength, there was a deep popping sound. He let out a deep breath and used a great deal of effort to look up. He smiled at Wang Chao and said, "I wanted to say this a long time ago. This coral tastes King disgusting. Old Wang, I'm really sorry, but I'll have to disappoint your good intentions. To walk towards life in a land of death, these words are easy to say. But, only when I truly put my body through it will I realize that it is far, far too difficult. I want to continue, but in the end," his voice gradually trailed off and his aura became increasingly weak. Wang Chao's eyes were red. "Old Shang, don't fall asleep. My family's commander will soon leave seclusion. His cultivation might not be comparable to some great figures I've seen before, but he is one of the most formidable people in the world. You know Yellow Mountain. He looks like a simple and honest fellow, but he's a wretched fellow on the inside. Not too long ago, he was poisoned by a very potent poison. It was Lord Commander who saved him. He just reached out a hand and before I could react, he pulled my third brother back from the gates of hell. I'm not bragging, I'm really not bragging. Old Shang, you have to believe me. Hurry up and open your eyes. If you fall asleep like this, will you really be willing?" These words seemed to stimulate Shang Yuntai. His eyes opened a slit, and there was a great fear in them that could only be felt when one was on the verge of death. I originally thought that I wasn't afraid of death, but now it seems that I overestimated myself. Old Wang. I don't want to die, to not want to die but to have no choice but to die. This might be the greatest and most helpless sorrow in the world. Wang Chao's eyes were red and tears flowed down his cheeks. As he said, he had seen many life and death situations, but it was only today that he truly felt just how hopeless a person's heart was when death approached. The door was suddenly pushed open. Qin Yu stepped in as old Wang's stunned and teary eyes stared at him. His expression was calm and indifferent, and his eyes filled with an indescribable dignity. Many, many years later, Wang Chao would still remember Qin Yu's expression today. It was engraved into the depths of his soul and he would never be able to forget it. Remember your current despair and unwillingness, because in the future, you will no longer be free. I will take you away from death, and I will make you pay for this with your entire life. Qin Yu lifted a hand and placed a finger between Shang Yuntai's eyebrows. Black energy billowed out, writhing beneath his skin like a giant snake. It desperately struggled before being swallowed up. Shang Yuntai's eyes widened and he stubbornly stared at Qin Yu, as if he wanted to preserve this face in his mind forever. After a long time, Shang Yuntai's chest caved in. He spat out a mouthful of foul air that had been suppressed for many years and closed his eyes, falling into a deep sleep. At this moment, Qin Yu was suddenly enlightened. Shang Yuntai would use his entire life to repay today's graciousness. In the future, he would inevitably have to pay a heavy price for the little blue lamp. A trace of panic rose up in Qin Yu's heart. He couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. But he immediately suppressed it and calmed his heart. He had already walked far too far on this road. He had long become one with the little blue lamp. There was no longer any possibility of separating them. Since this was the case, he might as well stick out his chest and calmly face all of this. He believed that he could withstand it.